Yeah, arguably, yeah, she wasn't as cuddly as Lucky, just because she was older. But I mean, in her own way, actually, she was more cuddly because she would lie on her back and let you scratch her stomach. Lucky, did he ever let you do that? He did not really like to be on his back. It wasn't he liked his stomach rub, but he did not like being on his back. He felt like he was choking, I think, or was gonna sneeze or something. But he did not like being on his back. Well, though I've seen pictures of him on his back, so maybe sometimes he did when he's really, really calm and really, really comfortable. Then maybe he does. And if so, that's great. Did he ever bite you? No. Not did Cheyenne. She snapped at me maybe once. Well, one time I remember, and my mom said on two occasions I think she snapped at my mom, but that was because my mom was trying to get into bed and had to move her, and Cheyenne didn't want to move because she was warm on her spot. And I at one time asked my mom, "Do you think Lucky would ever bite you?" And she said no. And I'm like, well, "What if you like hurt him? Do you think he?" She said, "Nope. He wouldn't even bite me if you. He would just. He's that good a dog. Or he's that friendly." I said, "I know. He is he a good guard dog? He will bark. I mean, he'll let you know something's happening, but he's not gonna hurt. Well, I shouldn't say that. He would try. He just doesn't have. But yeah, actually, he would probably. But his teeth hurt him. He's an old dog, so it's not like he had a really good bite on him. But tips.
everyone else. And year after year, Sunlux proved me right. The same is now true of the newest addition to the Sunlux team, All Guard Roofing. All that time on the roof, dealing with roofers, Sunlux knows how rare it is to find a roofer worthy of your trust. Their answer? Assemble a dream team of the finest roofing professionals in Southern California and call it All Guard Roofing. Any roof, any style, from repairs to full replacement, decades of roofing expertise and GAF certified. When the question is where to find a roofer worthy of your trust, the answer is All Guard. Safeguarding homes one roof at a time. You owe it to your roof. Contact the Dream Team at All Guard Roofing for a free estimate today. They're just a click away at allguardroofing.com, allguardroofing.com. CSW 1107661. New without the view. KFI, Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Nice glasses. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Hi, baby. Hey, Sugar Wall. Sorry, baby.
Companies that actually care about customers and the customer experience can be rare. This is happening over at American Vision Windows. They certainly care about their customers. They got started because they had a bad experience getting new windows. They saw a need for a company that does care and gets it right. And American Vision Windows was born. I've been a customer for 10 years. I'm a repeat customer because of the beauty of the customized windows, the value add to the home, and the really good people in the company. They're so easy to talk to. And they help you figure out what suits your home. They are home improvement experts. I love the dual cleaned energy efficient windows because they keep in the heat in when it's cold. They keep out the heat come summer. Our windows were the original ones when we moved in, and I started to think about how much those would have cost us. Here's the offer on the table right now. Great upgrade to Quadra Therm this month only, plus 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months, plus that free expert installation. For all the offers, call us to the website for details. American Vision Windows, on approved credit, offer expires 1/21/24, CSLB number 77836. I'm Mark Ronger in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA Times newsroom builders called for a one-day walkout to protest planned layoffs to offset speed losses. Owner Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong and his family absorbed the paper in 2018. The LA Times says the plan is to lay off about 20% of the newsroom, which is the largest staff cut since the paper was owned by Tribune Company. Today's strike is the newsroom's first union-organized work stoppage in the paper's 142-year history. A fisherman who fell through the ice on a lake in Michigan has been rescued by his dog. Police officer Cameron Bennett says he found the man yesterday but could not get the rescue rope to him, so Ruby ran on the ice to get to her dad. She knew dad was in trouble, and she knew she had to do something to help do what she could. Bennett says the man was in the water for roughly 16 minutes. He encourages people who are ice fishing never to go alone. Southern weather from KFI, cloudy with a chance of rain tonight all the way through Monday night. Lows tonight in the low 50s, down to mid-40s in the IE and AP. Cloudy tomorrow, it would rain again, and highs in the low 60s at beaches, Metro LA, OC, valleys and IE, mid-50s in the Antelope Valley. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronger. Attention, I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ranch closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit gofccca.com. That's gofccca.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to work off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results. You know, if I've ever heard an accident, I'm calling Sweet Day. That's right. That's so here. I already know. Steve, I want on my side of social. Because the attorneys at Sweet Day don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended in a red light. The insurance company offered him $60,000 Now that might seem like a lot of money, but with sweet games, the Texans they were awarded $745,000. They can't guarantee the outcome of the case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet Games will nothing. Get them the truth. They say nothing until they win, so if your loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet Games. Today on $6 billion for a free consultation. It's an easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait. You can wait to win your case. Call the person with the most on Sweet Games. 800-9 billion. 800-9 billion. SweetGames.com. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, college pupil. Those of Tennessee Bureau of Investigation report their hearing. No charges have been filed. Brother 101 followed the students as they endeavored to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good indications, then the cold case isn't so cold.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, as the car service at AMCO only needs a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been fixing gears for over 15 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmission, and a whole lot more.
You want those exciting machines with Sterling BMW report to SterlingBMW.com. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp.
Oh, okay.
And what happened with that? You didn't see it through, did you?
I could mix it with high schoolers and hey, fellow kids.
Jerry and Shannon. I think you could.
Not with this airline.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Both sides, they crying to God while they run for their lives. Blood in the streets, bombs in the sky. Goodbye. I hope you had dreams come true. I hope they see in their crosshairs what I see in you, and I hope and I pray that's all I can do. I don't understand who is good or bad. They don't care as long as you got oil sand. We need something back. We need something back. More than guns and tanks. Where is Superman? Oh, where is Superman? Oh, where is Superman? I turn on the news and watch the world play. Thousands of men making widows of wives. I'll be home soon, walk off every night. Goodbye, I will remember you. I know it should have been shot in them men just like you, but I hope and I pray that that's all I can do. I don't understand who is good or bad. They don't care as long as you got oil sand. We need something back. We need something back. More than guns and tanks. Where is Superman? Oh,
Superman's right here, baby.
go stay in. Where's now? Here's your guest host, Richard Sterry. Oh,
This is Tom McDonald, singer, songwriter, rapper, former professional wrestler known as All-Star. He grew up in Mission Bridge, Columbia, and Edmonton, Alberta.
Well, he's Canadian. That means he's what, kids? He sucks. Yeah,
A spokesperson for the Department of Defense has issued a statement regarding the footage that emerged earlier this month. The intriguing video, which shows a supposedly cloaked jellyfish-shaped object moving over a U.S. military base, was captured on thermal imaging camera. It gained traction when UFO investigator Jeremy Corbell maintained that someone in the military had taken a great risk to get in the footage shared online earlier this month. It goes over a body of water and told it stop on a dime to then skip into the water and to
the water and shoots off at 45 degrees. Now, in a further development of the story, the spokesperson to the Department of Defense, Sue Goff, has come forward to issue an official statement in response to questions regarding the video. DOD takes public interest in unidentified anomalous phenomena seriously and is committed to openness and accountability to the American people, she said. This commitment must be balanced with the department's obligation to protect sensitive information sources and methods. The statement has been hailed as a possible sign that the video may be authentic. We don't comment on the authenticity of alleged DOD material that may have been leaked, Goff said. You can read more of the story about the jellyfish UFO video that's in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. Have you listened to the Coast to Coast Paranormal Podcast Network yet? You gotta check it out. It's an exciting network featuring great podcasts about the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. Our current offerings include Joshua P. Warren's Strange Thing, Sandra Champlain's Shades of the Afterlife, and Heidi Hollis's Dark Becomes Light. And you can look for new episodes every Friday. That's the Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia Paranormal Podcast Network. All right, back to more of my conversation with Bill Sheehan to discuss scary Bigfoot stories right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I can't wait to hold Allison Brie in my arms like a G. I can't wait to hold Allison Brie in my arms like a G. What?
Different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers. You work the night shift. Make sure you have
take it all, bro.
Florida is the solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Byrna SC launcher, a great compliment to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Byrna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Byrna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. There's no better time than the new year.
Oh, every day I have a guy called Rabbi Roth. Here's a new one. Yosh, a new one. Oh, here's a couple new ones. Every day I have a guy called Rabbi Roth with 5 different accounts. Claims to have a real true on YouTube. The guy has about 150 to 100 accounts and is mad at you. Ever know who I speak of? I just bought 3 alts from one guy on. Oh, hilarious. I get a portal office for YouTube. Every day, I get a guy called my Rothschild following like 5 different accounts. Claims to have a real Truman show on YouTube. The guy has, I mean, that's a lot of fucking impressions, dog. Retweet this. It's weird for sure. I'm glad by the money bugged up. He said there are hundreds. Yes, this is my favorite reading about myself. I'm so interesting. Nope, he's probably only doing it to ledger guess. Oh, poor thing. Yep, I'm like 20 years old. That's fine. Hilarious. Oh, fucking hilarious. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. I got another one, dog. I got another one. All right, now I need every Rabbi Rothschild to come on. I love you, baby. You're my friend. You're my friend. Oh, this is so funny. Not Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, somebody else did something. Not Rabbi Rothschild. The rabbi from Nazareth is the one for me. Not Rabbi Rothschild. What do they say? What do you say? What about Rabbi Rothschild? Quick, replies. Start following him. So, how do I get this rabbi dude to stop following me? She's gonna make my favorite part of it, Mikey. Was not when you were arrested for the third time or the second time, or the first time. But the best part was when you were starting to get big, and it was like you could feel it. And do you know? But really, I mean, it's better than nothing. People are talking about me anyway. Should be like, and then reading about like what people are saying about me, and then be like, oh, this is new. I had news about me. You should be like, oh, like contractions, like you're giving birth. You're starting to give birth. Nope, he's probably only doing it to larger. Every day I get a guy called Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, this is so funny. It's weird for sure. No, wait. Oh, he has hundreds of them. You're unable to see this because of limits of users to post. I just blocked 3 accounts, 3 alts. It doesn't. Okay, so what were we saying? Oh, it goes back here. It's weird for sure. Nope, it's probably like there's a larger. Yep, I blocked 20 or so this far. He claims to have a real Truman Show. I do have a real Truman Show. I don't claim it. I do. Yoshi. I'd be like, Yoshi. Yoshi. Yoshi, he does. I'd be like, I know. Yoshi. How funny is that? What? They're like, hey, dog. You're so sick. Who is this rabbi? Why? Can somebody please tell me why this rabbi follow? He's following me. Just the other. Oh, come on. Come on, we're getting in there. When is that shut off? That offer shut. I don't know. Latest. Every day I have a guy. Thanks for the follow. That was very good. See you here after the social media break. Oh, how about if you care about people, follow Rabbi. Why do females follow this account? Why don't chicks follow this account? Follow Rabbi. People follow Jesus as a rabbi. Yoshi. 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 Oh man, nothing else. Rabbi. Is anybody else getting followed by this Rabbi Rothschild every day? I get followed by like 5 of his accounts. It's so funny. Latest. Rabbi Rothschild. Oh no. They bought you. I guess it's just 20 minutes ago, and that one's 30 minutes ago. Every day I have a guy called Rabbi Rothschild following me with like 5 different accounts. Claims to have a real treatment show on YouTube. That guy has about 50 accounts. It's maddening to keep moving them. Anyone else know who I speak of? Oh, this motherfucker's so cool. Look at this. Look at these reactions, dog. Dog. Something is shaking. ViralRabbi. Hey, ViralRabbi. Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild. Anybody else? Wait, just read what that person said. Every day I have a guy called Rabbi Rothschild. You're like, this is my favorite. This is my favorite. When you were just sitting here, just an absolute nobody, watching the world go by, and you just get random people commenting about you. That is major fucking day. It was like you're giving birth. These are like contractions, baby. That guy has about 50 to 100 Twitter accounts. More, son. Not Rabbi Rothschild. But Rabbi, that's right. That's the one for me. Oh, okay. Rabbi Rothschild is in here explaining proper jerk off techniques. No, it's not really wrong. All right. Everybody talking about Rabbi Rothschild. Everybody talking about Rabbi Rothschild. Everybody, everybody. Yeah, it's talking about Rabbi. Yeah, yeah. Everybody is talking about Rabbi. Rothschild's back. All right. Now put your hands up in the air. Look around like you just don't care. Man, I'll make you understand. If there's anything you need, you better ride. Yeah, yeah. Rock your body. Yeah, yeah. Everybody. Rocking your body. Right. Backstreet. All right. Fire Rabbi. Rabbi. Rothschild follow. Anybody ever this motherfucker follow me? I've been the Rothschild. I was just kiss my mom. Alright. Oh, Abdullah with the fucking weird fucking. Oh, you're Abdullah Shepard's crazy. Okay, fuck you. Yo, let me in on this bitch. Yo. Yoshi. 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 Yoshi.
Tell me about the Mount Rose encounter, Bill. The Mount Rose encounter. Oh, that's just, yeah, that's cool. Here's a physical attack that was endured by one of two individuals that were hiking together. Now, if you're unfamiliar with
Yoshi.
Mount Rose, it's kind of located in the Humboldt Toyota National Forest. I think it's the highest peak in Washoe County within the Carson Range in Nevada. I know that it's extinct or it was formerly a volcano. I don't know if there's any activity with it now. But these two guys
Yoshi.
regularly hike up Mount Rose. They had been up there many times. They like to go up to the top. And they said that when we got up there in the middle of the night, the view was incredible. And they went into the stargazing scene and whatnot. And the hiking. So they're going up there. And part of their gear, which will come into play, are people. They use people for hiking. Right. And so, and I thought, wow, it's ingenious, right? Why not people for hiking? You can dig in, they got points on them, they're good handle straps. Now, they went up there in the middle of the night, which was their custom. They said the trail was like loaded with switch packs. Some areas you had to actually hand climb. And they were coming back. Now, Rex had said that, obviously your eyes get accustomed to the dark when you're out in the middle of the night, and you're able to see something the longer you're out there. And they're coming down. They had gone up the trail on the left side, I believe, and were coming down on the trail on the right side. And he said that the terrain sloped off away from you. You're on a mountain, right? There was trees, but you could piece of land first, and you could say trees. Something started to move alongside of them down on the slope, and they saw it. But all they saw was a big dark, blob or whatever you want to call it. They continued coming down out of the switch, and they were in a straightaway on the trail at that point that went for about 150 feet. And in front of them, suddenly they see a large, dark, shadowy figure with red eyes.
Yikes.
And they could see the eyes, and he said that the eyes were about 10 feet from the ground.
Oh, boy.
So, Billy is ahead of Rex on the trail, and he shouts at them, like, what the hell are you, man? Rex picked up a rock, and Billy didn't know it, and he threw it at him.
Oh, that's not a good idea.
Well, when he threw the rock at this shadowy figure with red eyes, it let out a distant scream, and the two of them turned. The only way to go was back up the trail and started running.
Yes.
They were about 2 seconds into the retreat, and Billy screamed. And he hears this thing screaming and roaring, turns around, Billy is on the ground, and this thing is hunched over him, screaming at him on the ground. At this spin, whirling around like a whirlwind, just like chucking it at him. They had no defense, nothing. And he said he believes that the speed hole poked this thing right in the freaking eye. Because he saw it scream and put his hands up to his face, covering like the eyes, and it started to stagger around, howling, making all these crazy noises, and actually lost his footing on the trail and started to slide down the side of his throat. Rex ran over to Billy. He's laying on his back in obvious pain. His aluminum backpack was bent, and he said there was something wrong with his shoulder. He thought he broke his shoulder. So Rex was yelling at Billy, you gotta get up, man. We have to get out of here. This thing will kill us. He gets Billy to his feet, and they start making it down the trail. And they could hear this thing moaning and groaning for 100 freaking yards while they kept going behind them. They eventually made it back to safety, and he got him over to a hospital where they're broken clavicle.
He got off lucky.
Well, this thing had rear-ended him, grabbing him by his backpack and stuffing him to the ground. Who knows what would have happened over the next couple of minutes had Rex not just taken the thing and just flung it at him out of desperation. And, fear was the point, on the trail, forcing him to have other things on his mind other than Billy laying in the dirt.
What did they tell the attendants or the physicians in emergency?
Yeah, well, that was one of the things he said to me that was kind of humorous, when they asked what happened.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the conversation, you know what I mean? How did this happen, Billy? Why? How'd you break your clavicle? Oh, my God.
Well, there was this watch. Yeah, exactly. That's not going to go over too well.
Yeah, it's not going to go over. Some things you're going to have to shut up about,
We may be responsible tonight, Bill, for a sharp decline in the sale of, camping equipment and...
Let me tell you something. A doggone is true. I don't want to go camping, nothing. I don't even care if I have my weapons with me. I don't want to take the chance that something gets jump on me. And that's a doggone is true. Because, you don't know what you're messing with. You just don't know what you're messing with. Well, we're beginning to get a pretty good picture. We'll take another time out here, bottom of the hour. When we come back, we'll open up the phone lines, Bill Shield, Bigfoot Terror in the Woods sightings and encounters, 11 volumes, soon to be 12. Leave a light on. Papa Roach, the Vacaville, California band, donating royalties from this song to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. That with more right here on Coast to Coast Lunch. Wildfires burning in downtown zone. Blind eyes turning from a world so cold. A million miles apart within my reach.
I'm Heather Brooker in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A tentative agreement has been reached on a 3-year contract for Cal State University staff members. This means a 5-day strike planned for next week has been averted. The 1,100 workers across 22 campuses have been fighting for salary and cost of living raises. An Israeli strike on the Syrian capital has destroyed a building used by the Iranian parliamentary Revolutionary Guard. At least 5 Iranians and Syrians have been killed. Scientists have discovered at least 4 new species of octopus near Costa Rica. Officials with the Schmidt-Olsen Institute announced the findings Tuesday, saying an international team uncovered the new species during 2 expeditions last year.
What's up, everybody? This is
What up, Pimp
Esoteric
Slut?
Eddie. Namaste. Thank you for
Namaste,
tuning into
baby.
the podcast
You're not gonna do
version
that,
of
honey?
Esoteric
record
Eddie
it?
TV.
No?
And I hope you
Why?
enjoy this
Because I don't
episode.
give a shit.
Peace.
Peace out, baby.
Moloch is a deity often associated with child sacrifice, whom various elite groups worldwide have worshipped, as some have claimed. Many scholars have studied the enigma of the supposed worship of Moloch for decades and have concluded numerous statements on the issue. Moloch was depicted as a bull-like deity represented in statue and altar-like form, to which different Canaanite cultures brought forth human sacrifices. The Bible speaks dramatically about these sacrifices and condemns the deity. But was Moloch really worshipped in the past? We know that in the ancient world, especially among the Canaanites, Phoenicians, and Carthaginians, the practice of human sacrifice was rampant. We have textual evidence from prominent ancient writers of ancient human sacrifice. The 4th century BC Greek writer Clitarchus said of Carthage that there stands in their midst a bronze statue of Kronos, its hands extended over a bronze brazier, the flames of which engulf the child. When the flames fall upon the body, the limbs contract, and the open mouth seems to almost be laughing, until the contracted body slips quietly into the brazier. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus also wrote about human sacrifice in his Bibliotheca Historica, written in the 1st century BC. He described the practice of child sacrifice, writing, "There was in their city a bronze statue of Cronus, extending its hands, palms up, and sloping toward the ground, so that each of the children, when placed thereon, rolled down and fell into a sort of gaping pit filled with fire." The condemnation of child sacrifice can also be found in early Christian authors such as Tertullian, who wrote in the 2nd century CE. In his famous treatise, The Apology of Tertullian, he details how many cultures in his time had gruesome practices of human sacrifice and self-abuse to the gods. Among these cultures, there were practices of child sacrifice among the Carthaginians of North Africa. These children, however, Tertullian writes, were sacrificed to Saturn. Although none of these accounts mention Moloch, scholars have correlated the gods these people sacrificed to as renditions of Moloch, or vice versa. For example, Robert Pashley, a 19th century traveler and writer, spent some time in Crete where he learned about ancient traditions of human sacrifice. In his work titled Travels in Crete, he writes, "The traditions respecting Talos would alone lead us to suppose that Crete once possessed as its chief deity a Moloch, horrid king, besmeared with the blood of human sacrifice and parents' tears." The origins of Moloch are complex. It is believed that the worship of Moloch originated from the Canaanites. The Canaanites were ancient Semitic people who inhabited Canaan, corresponding to present-day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and parts of Jordan and Syria. According to archaeological evidence, the Canaanites emerged as a distinct culture around the 4th millennium BC. The Canaanite city-states such as Ugarit, Byblos, and Sidon played a significant role in maritime trade and cultural exchange throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Canaan and the Canaanites at times are seen as general terms for the people of the Levant during the 2nd millennium BC. This general area and people included the early Israelites. Among these ancient people of the Levant were the Phoenicians. The ancient Phoenicians were a prominent civilization of seafarers and traders who thrived in the eastern Mediterranean from approximately 1500 BC to 300 BC. They were renowned for their maritime expertise and commercial influence. They established numerous city-states which served as important cultural and economic centers of the ancient world. Their mastery of shipbuilding and navigation facilitated extensive trade networks across the Mediterranean. The worship of Moloch, however, was mainly blamed on the Carthaginians. The Carthaginians were a powerful civilization with colonies in several parts of the Mediterranean. The Canaanites were polytheistic. They worshipped several gods and goddesses. Two in particular were the deities Tanit and Baal-Haman. In the early 1920s, French archaeologists uncovered remains of a Carthaginian sacrificial site to these gods, containing areas with up to 20,000 burned infant bones inside jars. Among the infants were animal remains and some jars with inscriptions stating "substitute." Researchers also found that over half of the remains were of babies about 2 months old, leading us to believe these children were chosen for ritual sacrifice. Sites such as the one found by the French archaeologists are known as tofets, the now general term for Canaanite sites of human sacrifice. 9 Phoenician tofets have been found in the western Mediterranean, 3 in North Africa, 2 in Sicily, and 4 in Sardinia. Although many scholars have debated whether these infant remains resulted from child sacrifice or simply dedicated burials for those who died during infancy, the evidence points towards sacrifice. In a thorough thesis paper by Caitlin Benedetto, we learned that various scientific analyses have gone into the remains to determine whether they were explicitly burned for ritual purposes or buried for funeral purposes. Several scientist groups took the remaining teeth and bone samples to decide whether the buried babies experienced severe and prolonged burning. De Benedetto states that when bones and teeth are exposed to fire, they undergo a consistent pattern of color change with increases in temperature. These changes are associated with differential shrinkage resulting in fracturing and warping as the organic matrix of the bones is burnt away. At Carthage, 87% of the cremated bones and teeth were colored whitish blue to chalky white, indicating temperatures above 700 degrees Celsius. The study found that ages ranged from 1 month to 4 years, with 84% aged less than 6 months. We have also found precious amulets and goods mixed in with the remains, indicating ritual offerings. We have also found inscriptions on some of the jars at some of the tofets, blatantly stating that royal families sacrificed the burned humans. In one such case, we found an inscription reading, To sire Baal-Haman, Lord of the sky, I have dedicated Aris, son of Hannah, because you have heard my voice. With all this evidence, De Benedetto concludes that through examination of the skeletal evidence, the presence of lavish grave goods, and the inscriptions, the Tophets at Carthage does indeed suggest that the Phoenicians did practice child sacrifice. Although there was apparent child sacrifice among the Canaanites, none of the evidence so far points to it being done in the name of Moloch. The connection and origin of Moloch to these sacrifices is shrouded in mystery and debated among scholars. By far, the only evidence of a deity named Moloch can be found in the Bible. The origin of the Moloch problem begins within the Old Testament, ancient Israel, and a cursed valley. The valley of the son of Hinnom, also known as Gehenna, a valley just south of Jerusalem, holds great significance in ancient Israel. The valley is mentioned numerous times in the Hebrew Bible and was associated with the worship of Moloch. The association of the valley of the son of Hinnom with Moloch worship led to the valley becoming a symbol of judgment and punishment. The valley is frequently used in Christian teachings in correlation to hell or eternal punishment. Today, the Valley of the Son of Hinnom is a popular tourist destination known for its stunning views of Jerusalem. However, its history as a site of religious significance and association with Moloch serves as a reminder of the complex and often controversial nature of the ancient religions of the Middle East. The worship of Moloch is mentioned several times in the Bible. In Leviticus 20, 2 through 5, the Bible prohibits the worship of Moloch and states that those who sacrifice their children to Moloch should be put to death. In 1 Kings 11, 5 through 8, it is mentioned that King Solomon worshipped Moloch, leading to his reign's downfall. Jeremiah 32:35 says that the people of Judah and Jerusalem sacrificed their children to Moloch, which led to their downfall. In Ezekiel 20:25-26, it is mentioned that the Israelites were punished for worshiping Moloch among other gods. Despite the many claims of Moloch being a prominent figure of sacrificial worship, there are no known mentions of Moloch or archaeological evidence of his statues outside of the Bible. The debate about the existence of an ancient cult of Moloch centers around the confusing Hebrew word and letters MLK. When put together, these letters form the root word for Moloch. Like all words in Hebrew, there are no vowels in Molk, the Hebrew word that is translated into Moloch. And because there are no vowels, Hebrew root words can be interpreted differently depending on context. This root word, meaning Moloch, can also be construed as Melech, Malik, and Milcom, of which all can be interpreted as royal titles. For example, the title given to Jesus as the King of Kings would be read in Hebrew as Melech Malkai Ha-Melakim. T.E. Colebrook expands on the ancient usage of Malik as ruler in his book on imperial and other titles. In it, he states that the famous Saladin bore the title of Sultan as well as a Malik. His full title, as it appears on his coins, runs the Malik, the defender of the faith. The prominent correlation with Moloch as a deity whom the ancient people of the Levant practiced child sacrifice comes from the Bible's condemnation of the Ammonites. The Ammonites were strangely descended from a disgraced and incestuous line between Lot, the nephew of Abraham, and his younger daughter. The Ammonites were sons of Ammon, were a tribe from the city of Ammon in Jordan. They were a seemingly fierce tribe, as we are told in the Bible. They went up against Israel in various battles. They eventually assimilated into Israel during the reign of King Solomon. This mingling of cultures later led to Solomon's downfall and the condemnation of the Israelites' practice of polytheism and human sacrifice. The earliest evidence of their culture comes from the 9th century BC. The earliest evidence is an inscription known as the Amman Citadel inscription, found in 1961. The text comprises 33 words, which concern some building instructions from their god, Milcom. Along with this text, we have found at least 2 seals in the Amman area bearing theophoric names to Milcom, belonging to a couple of kings. One from the 5th century BC, found in Tal al-Mazar, bears the name Milcomiyat, meaning may Milcom come. Here, it is further substantiated that the Ammonites never worshipped a god named Moloch, but rather Milcom. Furthermore, the Bible never used the name Moloch. It used the name Molech. Moloch is a Greek rendition of Molech. This is shown in Leviticus 18:21. And you shall not let any of your descendants pass through the fire to Molech, nor shall you profane the name of your God. And even here, the term Molech was a clever degradation of the Ammonite god, Milcom. Milcom generally meant their king or our king, which in Hebrew was Melech. The Torah writers didn't want to correlate Yahweh, their Melech, with the Melech of the Ammonites. The Israelites distorted the Ammonite title to Molech, inserting, as some scholars have pointed out, the same O pronunciation from the Hebrew word boseth, meaning shame, thus creating the word Molech. The situation is complex and further deepened by the fact that some scholars have questioned whether Mulk or Moloch was referring to a deity at all. Some believe that the Israelites and ancient Canaanites referred to a type of sacrifice known as a Mulk or Moloch. Among the finds at the various Tophets, we have found inscriptions bearing categories of what type of sacrifice was offered. As Benedetto pointed out in her thesis paper, the word Mulk was found, followed by either of the 3 of the various types. Benedetto explains that the first type is Mulk Imor, which refers to the sacrifice of a lamb or kid as a substitute offering for a child. The second is Mulk Baal, which refers to the sacrifice of a Baal, the child of an estate-owning or wealthy mercantile family. The final type, not found at Carthage, is Mulk Adam, which refers to the sacrifice of a commoner. Do you want to make a podcast? Spotify's got a platform that lets you make one super easily and allows you to distribute it everywhere and even earn some money for free. Here's how it works. Spotify for podcasters lets you record and edit podcasts. Then you can distribute your podcast to Spotify and everywhere else. You can earn money in a variety of ways, such as reading an ad like this one that I'm doing so I can make money and fight the system a little bit more. Ever since I discovered Spotify for podcasters, I've been able to reach such a wider audience. Download the Spotify for Podcasters app or go to www.spotify.com/podcasters. Back to the show. Thank you. The idea that Mulk refers to a type of offering and not a deity stems from the early 20th century German writer Otto Eisfeld. Eisfeld, like other scholars over the decades, realized that the Levantine term Mulk was not isolated to just the Israelite culture. We have found usages of the word Mulk in other ancient Punic and Mediterranean texts. Among these texts, we have the 3rd century BC Nebi Yunus inscription. In this example, we read that a Mulk was offered to a deity named Bijum. Therefore, with evidence such as these, Eisfeld and others have concluded that the Bible's references to people sacrificing their children to Mulk should be read as them sacrificing their children as a Mulk, a specific burnt offering. Eisfeld also postulated that the context was changed to disassociate Yahweh, the God of the Israelites, from this form of worship. He believed that Yahweh, too, received Mulk sacrifices in ancient times. By creating an archetypal god based around this sacrificial worship, the Israelites were placing the disturbing and embarrassing act onto the Canaanites, partly covering up the fact that their people also once worshipped Yahweh in such a manner. Eisfeld was one of many over the decades who argued for this interpretation. Some scholars have pointed out a particular section in the Bible that may reveal a reflection of the ancient Israelite milk sacrifices to Yahweh. This section is Zephaniah 1:5b. Zephaniah 1 is a prophecy about God's judgment upon sinful people. In 1b, God declares punishment of a particular set of people who swear by the Lord and that swear by Malcolm. This strange declaration has led to many scholars interpreting the last part as people who worship Yahweh and other gods simultaneously. As we've learned, milk can also be interpreted as a type of offering, so we may read that Yahweh and, subsequently, the Torah writers were outlawing Yahweh's worship through child sacrifice. The sentence structure strangely ends with, and that swear by milk. Some scholars have concluded that swearing by milk is evidence of people worshiping Yahweh through certain ritual child sacrifice. The verse then should be read adequately as God punishing those who swear by the Lord and that swear through milk child sacrificing. This indicates that at some point the early Israelites were practicing child sacrifice. The Bible reflects this in the critical episode between Abraham and his son Isaac. In Genesis 22:2, we are told that God commanded Abraham to take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering. Here, Yahweh is directly demanding Abraham to perform a milk sacrifice. This story may give us a glimpse into the cultural worldview of the Torah writers. As many historians of the following eras have testified, child sacrifice was common practice during the time of the early Israelites. Human sacrifice for divine reward, in particular, was widespread. This scene seems horrific and out of touch with the modern idea of God. However, milk sacrifices were seen as normal in those times. It wasn't until later in the Bible and history that this practice was vehemently dissociated from Yahweh and the Israelites. The Israelites were a burgeoning sect of Canaanites who shared similar cultural traits to the former polytheists of the Levant. Some would even say that their tribal god Yahweh was a rendition of the Canaanite god El. The Bible also reflects this within Exodus 6:2, when God says to Moses, I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as El Shaddai, God Almighty, but I did not reveal my name, Yahweh, to them. Here, God and the authors of the Torah correlate Yahweh with El, the supreme being among the Canaanite pantheons. As Mark S. Smith puts it in his extensive work titled The Early History of God, Yahweh, and Other Deities in Ancient Israel, in the city of Shechem, the local god was El of the Covenant, the God of Israel, and is presumed to be Yahweh. In this case, a process of reinterpretation appears to be at work. In the early history of Israel, when the cult of Shechem became Yahwistic, it inherited and continued the El traditions of the site. Hence, Yahweh received the title El of the Covenant. This record illustrates up to a point how Canaanite/Israelite traditions were transmitted. Israelite knowledge of the religious traditions of other deities was not due only to contact between Israel and its Phoenician neighbors in the Iron Age. Rather, as a function of the identification of Yahweh and El at cultic sites of El, such as Shechem and Jerusalem, the old religious lore of a deity such as El was inherited by the Yahwistic priesthood in Israel. This is just one of many instances in which we find apparent assimilation of the ancient Canaanite culture into the newly founded Yahweh cult of the Israelites. Dr. William G. Dever, professor of Near Eastern archaeology and anthropology at the University of Arizona, affirms in his book, Who Were the Early Israelites and Where Did They Come From?, that the Israelite religion, as it emerged in the Iron Age, incorporated elements of Canaanite religious traditions such as the veneration of Yahweh, the belief in a divine covenant, and the use of ritual objects like altars and standing stones. Dr. Aaron D. Rubin, professor of classics and ancient Mediterranean studies at Penn State University, explains throughout its various works that the Canaanite alphabet, which later evolved communication, and ultimately the Hebrew alphabet played a crucial role in the development of written communication and the preservation of ancient text. In his essay, The Semitic Language Family, he states, Hebrew is the only Canaanite language still in use. Marquette Smith presents that the early Israelites were ethnically and culturally indistinguishable from the general Canaanites. Thus, the importance that the Canaanites had on Judaic culture was tantamount, and this explains why there are so many resemblances to the former in early Israelite culture. If Yahweh and El are the same, then the milk sacrifices performed by former tribes were invariably being made to Yahweh. And this is why we are told in Zephaniah 5:1b that this practice should be stopped. The Ammonites, who apparently revered Milcom, and who, in the Bible, were primarily blamed for worshiping Moloch, as scholars noted, also worshipped El. Even further than this, it is generally concluded that Milcom was simply a title for the Ammonite god El. In Craig W. Tyson's thorough paper entitled The Religion of the Ammonites, it is understood that among Ammonite texts, the name El is used far more than Milcom, and their kings frequently took on theophoric names attributed to El, while never taking on names containing reverence for Milcom. It appears El was indeed the father of the gods in the ancient Levant, from whom all the later tribal gods, such as Yahweh, received their attributes and mythology. Furthermore, El was frequently referred to as the Bull of Heaven in a Ugaritic text known as KTU 1.2. In verses 13 through 18, we are told, Straightway turn ye your faces towards the assembly of the convocation. At the feet of El do you indeed make obeisance unto the bull, my father El. Give up, O gods. In Genesis 49:25, Yahweh, or El Shaddai, is called the Bull of Jacob, and as Smith also mentions, the old northern tradition of bull iconography for Yahweh is reflected in the name Gliu, which may be translated, young bull is Yah. The association with gods and a divine bull can be traced back to ancient Mesopotamia. There, we find statues of the human-headed bulls and text referring to the Anunnaki gods as such. In a text titled The Debate Between Winter and Summer, we read that Enlil set its foot upon the earth like a great bull, Enlil, the king of all lands. Thus, the bull imagery was integral to the archetype of God and the gods. This is intriguing because the bull, or horned beast, is precisely what the ancient Levantines sacrificed their children to. There must have been a complex mixture of archetypes and religious fervor, blending the many beliefs. After looking at all these seemingly separate subjects, it becomes apparent that as the Levantine cultures progressed and became more refined, the older polytheistic religions and fanatical traditions halted and were outcasted by the monotheistic religion of the nascent Israelites. The ancient people of Mesopotamia and parts of the Mediterranean used to sacrifice children to their gods, possibly El, in the form of the horned bull. This bull imagery was used across various cultures. In Pozo Moro, Spain, scholars found a stone monument dating to the early 5th century BC that also depicts a bull-like deity to whom sacrifice was conducted. John S. Rudin describes the depiction in his essay titled Pozo Moro, Child Sacrifice and the Greek Legendary Tradition, stating, the relief depicts a banquet prepared for a monster that sits facing right in the left part of the image. The monster has a human body and two heads, one above the other. The heads have open mouths with lolling tongues. In its left hand, it holds the rear leg of a supine pig lying on a banquet table in front of it. In its right hand, it holds a bowl. Just over the rim of the bowl can be seen the head and feet of a small person. In the background, a figure in a long garment raises a bowl in a gesture of offering. Opposite the monster is the mutilated image of a third figure. It is standing and raising in its right hand a sword with a curved blade. Its head is in the shape of a bull horse. Its left hand is touching the head of a second small person in a bowl on a second table or a tripod near the banquet table. The monument is strangely unique and not accompanied by text, but it was found in an area that dates to the Phoenician occupation. The Greek myth involving the Minotaur might also have had Phoenician influence. As the story goes, the Athenians were required to send young people to be sacrificed to the Minotaur as punishment for their killing of King Minos' son. Minos was the son of Europa, the daughter of a Phoenician king. The Minotaur might have been influenced by another Greek tale involving the mythical creature Talos. Talos was said to have been an artificial being created by the gods to protect Crete. He was made of brass and would sometimes heat himself upon a fire before smothering his sacrificial victims to a fiery death. Some sources mention that he was sometimes depicted as a man with a bull's head. The ancient Middle and Near Eastern religious institutions performed various human sacrifice rituals involving bull imagery and fire. Along with the myths of Talos and the Minotaur, there is also a tale recounted by the Roman writer Ovid of people who were called the Seraste, the horned people. They were condemned by the goddess Venus and turned into bulls for their grotesque practices of child sacrifice. This tale might have been more than just fiction. In Cyprus, scholars such as professor and writer Sean O'Brim have found bull mask once belonging to priests who might have been practicing child sacrifice. O'Brim has concluded that the mask originated within the Levant, where figurines of bull-masked men have been found. All these strange occurrences of bull fire-centered sacrifices might have been spawned from the Canaanite mythologies involving El and his son. Esteemed professor and Hebrew scholar John D. Levinson compared the Molech sacrifice and El's frequent sacrificing of his son within Canaanite mythology. As Rudin explains in his paper, the chief god El, in a moment of crisis, hands over one of his children for enslavement or death. In the end, El rejoices when his child is freed or resurrected. The pattern is present in the fragmentary Ugaritic text, usually called Baal. In it, El turns his son Baal first over to the sea god Yam as a slave, but Baal defeats Yam and is saved. Later in the text, Baal defeated Mot, that is, death, dies, and is then resurrected when his sister, Anat, rescues him. Levinson believes that Baal's enslavement and death are equivalent actions, both of which involve the temporary loss of a son who will later be restored. He furthermore believes that West Semitic child sacrifice was viewed as an imitation of El's gesture in turning over his child. As mentioned, Rudin continues that El was frequently depicted as a bull. With that, scholars like Levinson have concluded that the rudimentary rituals involving a bull, fire, and child sacrifice were strange reenactments of the process that god El had to undergo. These accompanying images would later transform into the archetype of hell, where we find a horned beast, fire, and endless sacrifice as sinners are eternally punished. Hell itself is based on the very location where Moloch sacrifices took place. The Bible refers to a valley called Gehenna, where Moloch sacrifices were conducted. This valley was the primary metaphorical reference Jesus used to describe the afterlife for sinners. The word hell was never used in the Bible. Whenever speaking about hell, Jesus specifically used the word Gehenna. Like the children of the Moloch priest, sinners too would be destroyed in a similar manner. El, Kronos, and Saturn, all of whom scholars have concluded to be the same, only altered according to culture, were deities who sacrificed or murdered their children. Being that Yahweh, the God of the Jews, was a further rendition of El and the previous archetypal gods of ancient Mesopotamia, we can see now that Yahweh was invariably performing a Moloch sacrifice in front of the entire world when he, too, sacrificed his one and only begotten Son. What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Welcome to Thursday Q&A, where I read and respond to your inquiries. If you want to be a part of the show, send me something at contact@esotericeddie.com. That email will be in the description. You can also DM me stuff at Esoteric Eddie on Instagram. Just keep the subject line Thursday Q&A so that way I know what to sift through. If you'd like to remain anonymous, please state that. If you'd like a shout out, please state that as well. Thank you. Today we're going to have a light read. If anything on this channel can be considered light. We're going to be going into a person who has been hearing voices for several months. We'll be going into the fact that most people do not care and why they don't care. And then wrapping it up with a little bit of Jesus. Is he real or not? So kick back, relax, let me do my thing, and get it going. Right, so as usual, some of these came to me from email, from Instagram, and stuff like that. And please send me some stuff, man. Come on. You know, ask me anything. It doesn't have to be esoteric or cold. You can ask me anything. You can say anything. You can be anonymous. I can give you a shout out. You know, let's have fun with it. You know. So this one came from an email, and the dude said that he heard about me on Sam Tripoli's podcast, and he says here, I have been experiencing voices for about 7 months now, communicating in detail about this subject being consciousness, as he's referring to. My crystal lattice mind illusion presentation that I did on Sam Tripoli's Tinfoil Hat podcast. And he says, some of the themes and information matched up so closely I had to message. Your description of two minds, one's able to speak with each other, stuck out. Now, real quick, for those of you who have not read my book, watched the documentary, or heard me speak about the crystal lattice mind illusion on any podcast, let me briefly explain to you what he's talking about, what he's referring to here. So, there is a theory titled the bicameral mind theory, put together by Julian James in the 90s, I believe. And basically, Julian James realized that all of our functions, whether that's seeing, hearing, feeling, have counterparts on each side of the brain. Right? There's a side for hearing on the right side of the brain, and then a side for hearing on the left side of the brain. And they work in conjunction. But strangely, language, for whatever reason, language, I guess speech, only has one functioning part in the brain, and it's either on the left or right, depending on who you are. But there is a counterpart part to the language area of the brain, opposite of it. It's simply inactive. And so Julian James postulated that this inner voice that most of us hear in our minds when we're thinking might have been much more present in ancient times. And let me pause there for a second and say it's actually really wild that only about half of the Earth's population has an inner voice. So when you're sitting there and you're thinking in your mind and you see a bird fly by and you say, oh wow, that's a strange bird or whatever in your mind, only half of the world's population has that ability to hear their own voice in their head. The other half doesn't have that ability, and that's strange. I would like to meet somebody who doesn't have that ability. If you are one of those people that does not have the ability to hear your own voice in your head, please send me a message and tell me about your experience. How do you perceive the world, man? Because people out here think that you are an NPC, but Esoteric 80's got love for you. Hey, man, everybody is a person. But yeah, so Julian James, he believed that this inner voice is actually a diminished reflection of what might have been a louder, more prominent voice that we used to hear, and this might explain why our ancient ancestors were always communing with gods and communing with the ancestors and the spirits and stuff like that. So it might have been this weird survival function for us or something, like this weird, like extra sensory perception that would warn us of things. You know, we might be like walking in, and maybe this is how we discovered like plant medicines and stuff like that. Because when you ask a lot of the natives, you know, how did you learn that this plant, when coupled with this plant and burned at this temperature and mixed with this, creates this medicine? They always say, the plants told us, which is pretty wild, you know, that we just accept that answer like, oh, the plants told you. Yeah, of course, right. And so this function might have been like some strange interdimensional hyper-conscious connection that we had with the source that allowed us to survive. You know, like we're walking in a forest and then we hear that bicameral mind speak to us. Hey man, there's a panther over there. You should turn around and run away. Like, thank you, spirits. Thank you, source. You know, so I think it was like some functional thing that had to do with survival or something. You know, it was a connection to source in some weird way. But over time, we lost that. And Julian James believes that we lost it not that long ago, actually. He believes that we lost it only like a few thousand years ago. And that a lot of our Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian ancestors and stuff like that still had it. And even the Greeks, he believed even the early Greeks still had the bicameral mind, and that it's evident in their literature, in the way that they spoke about themselves in life. And yeah, so that faint voice that we still hear to this day in our mind is a reflection of that. Anyways, man, getting back to the email. So your description of two minds once able to speak with each other stuck out. This seems to be what I am doing now and experiencing. It's been a non-stop, odd and strange experience. Your comments about subconscious being ahead of your language mind, that is just slightly faster, seems to be completely accurate. Again, let me pause here. Let me check my phone while I do. Okay, we're good. So what he's referred to here is this whole new theory about the subconscious mind that has been developed as of lately, stating that everything we do is actually reenacted through a strange deja vu. Let me put this in a better way. So, everything that we do was already thought out like a millisecond or quicker before we did it. So in a sense, we're kind of like our own puppets. Our subconscious mind is saying, okay, I'm going to reach for this glass. Before we actually reach for the glass, before we even think about reaching for the glass, our subconscious mind is already saying, we're going to reach for the glass. So there's a new theory out there about the subconscious mind that I call the deja vu theory. I don't know what the name is. I forgot the guy's name. But I think Andrew Budson is one of the researchers who's leading this deja vu theory about the subconscious mind that states that every action we do is already pre-thought. And even pre-acted in a sense. We are just simply reliving the experience afterward in some strange deja vu. And so that kind of goes with the whole simulation theory and the fact that, you know, we're not really our bodies, we're programmed somewhere else, and we're kind of just acting all of this out in a strange way. So it says here, this mechanic sometimes being taught to me by them. the voices, by purposely interrupting me with a reply to my question just to start to ask it mentally. So he's saying here that he's having these questions in his mind, and as he's asking these questions, the voices interject with an answer. I mean, that sounds like the bicameral mind for sure. Let's go. He says, they say, my voices, in parentheses, that it is possible to jailbreak your brain, so to speak, and once again communicate with the subconscious. But to do this, it's an uncomfortable state to get used to, and there is no option to toggle it on and off. This is in response to me asking, should I even talk about this to people? Huh. So it's an uncomfortable state, and there's no option to toggle it on and off. Woo, that sounds dangerous, man. That sounds exhausting. Like what? There's no like switch the bicameral mind notification off. Like, yo, man, I'm going to sleep. Can you guys shut up? So if you break your brain and get into the bicameral mind mode, you can't shut it off. I don't know if I can deal with that, man. I mean, my mind is crazy as it is. I mean, my own thoughts are wild. I don't need my subconscious mind butting in. You know, like, dude, I already have a hard time trying to like get things done. But yeah, let me see here. So this person is asking themselves if they should even be talking about this. Well, that's a good sign. I feel like being skeptical and reflective of these types of things is healthy because, as I've said before, you know, there's a thin line between madness and genius. There's a thin line between schizophrenia and spiritual awakening. So I think it's very healthy to have a skeptical mind about these things and take it with ease because you can break your brain and there can be a point of no return. Then you're left with all the bicameral minds just coming at you. So he says here, in trying to research this topic for my own mental health, I tried to talk to others who experience psychosis, voices, or schizophrenia. It took several people to finally come into contact with someone who experienced the same kind of voices with the same complexity. She sent me this document that really hit home compared to the general mental health fact articles about voices. It described my experiences much more closely, and I was finally able to relate, especially the descriptions of higher and lower order voices. This mingles with your reptilian brain network. Hold up, let me open this PDF. Real quick. Before I do that, let me make sure. Okay, just make sure the audio is working. Presence of spirits and madness. Sorry, I don't have the functionality to screen. Hold up. Okay. Do you want to make a podcast? Spotify's got a platform that lets you make one super easily and allows you to distribute it everywhere and even earn some money for free. Here's how it works. Spotify for podcasters lets you record and edit podcasts. Then you can distribute your podcast to Spotify and everywhere else. You can earn money in a variety of ways, such as reading an ad like this one that I'm doing so I can make money and fight the system a little bit more. Ever since I discovered Spotify for podcasters, I've been able to reach such a wider audience. Download the Spotify for Podcasters app or go to www.spotify.com/podcasters. Back to the show. Thank you.
And I believe that the quandary is that
All right. So right here we have this PDF he sent called who's this guy? Is that the bicameral mind man? The mascot of the bicameral mind? It looks like the dude that would be in your bicameral mind, just like, hello, sir. Today we're gonna have many intrusive thoughts on the bus. Like, no bicameral mind, man. I don't want to yell obscenities at the girl just trying to enjoy herself. Alright, so what is this PDF about, dude? Swedenborg. Alright, for sure, dude. Yeah, I've been meaning to get into this guy. So apparently Swedenborg is a very influential, and is a very influential esotericist. The presence of spirits of madness, a confirmation of Swedenborg in recent empirical findings. Oh, dude, this is fire. I gotta read this for sure. Damn, sorry y'all, but I'm gonna have to do a breakdown of this on another day. Let's dive into a little bit though. Let's see here. When Wilson Van Dusen wrote The Presence of Spirits in Madness, he was chief psychologist at Mendocino State Hospital in California. Hey, shout out to Cali, baby. California knows how to buy camera mind. Yo, where he worked among the mentally ill for 17 years. In his spare time, he had discovered a way of getting an unusually accurate, detailed picture of the inner experience of hallucinations. Unfortunately, the press and other administrative responsibilities took him away from his fascinating area towards the design of national programs, especially in drug abuse treatment. He now lives the life of a busy scholar. He describes himself as a primarily phenomenologist, so on and so forth. Man, okay, this is a fascinating read, dude. Sorry, y'all, but I just don't have the time right now to dig into this. But I'm definitely going to be doing a deep dive on that. Okay, getting back to this. So, he says here, sorry for the long ramble. My purpose for the message is to send something you may have found interesting or helpful. I definitely did. Thank you for the article. I also would appreciate very much any insights you might have yourself on this subject, or perhaps being able to point me to more research about this topic. Thank you. Oh man, I mean, jeez, that was fascinating. Thank you for sharing that. You know, but yes, like I said in my book, there are a lot of scientific experiments out there and research papers analyzing this whole strangeness about our language aspect of the brain only having one active part. And a lot of these researchers have found that schizophrenic people have both parts active. So it's strange. Why would we evolve to have these two parts active? If it at some point, why would we have two parts? I guess maybe so if one part gets damaged and the other one slowly becomes active, so you don't fully lose it. Maybe, but still, it's like why would we be made with two language aspects, two voices in the mind, if it wasn't for a use at some point? And I personally think that use was a survival thing, like I explained earlier, but it could have been a spiritual thing where we literally communicated through that part of our brain. I want to see what that part of the brain looks like, man. This language part of the brain. What does that even look like, dude? It's called the Wernicke's area. The Wernicke's area is a critical language area in the posterior superior temporal lobe. Connected to the road. Alright, man, come on. I don't know. It just looks like a worm. A worm with my camera on mine. Okay, dude. So, yeah, that was wild, man. I love that. Alright, so let's get into the next inquiry for Thursday Q&A. This one came to me from Instagram, and this one actually we're going to go into Jesus first, and then we'll end with why do people not care. The Jesus one is right here. It took me a while to find this one. All right, so homie here says, my thoughts are, he says, could you tell me what your thoughts are on who or what Jesus was? Do you believe he is truly God, or was he sent here from God to communicate his words to humanity? Or is it completely BS? My thoughts are he was an ascended master, Yeshua that came to teach humanity enlightenment. Jesus, as we're taught, never existed. We are all God. The ends there. Dude, what if Jesus was my cameraman Messiah? You know? We're going to pull us by our ear and say, listen, man. I wrote back saying, I said, well, it's a complex subject that I don't think anyone really has a factual conclusion on. However, at this point, I'd say he was a real political figure that followed the Essene teachings, Book of Enoch, and modeled himself after the Essenes' teacher of righteousness. Once he was killed or escaped, I think the church masked it all in mythology and shifted the focus to the church as mediators of heaven rather than the teachings of self-enlightenment and personal relationship with God. Yeah, I still stand by that. You know, I've done a few things on the Essenes, of course, Gnosticism, Book of Enoch. Man, when we read the accounts that spoke about the early Christians, the original Christians, we read that these people were hippies, man. They were communal hippies, and they resembled the Essenes more than anything. And the Essenes were a strange group of basically Jewish Christians. You know, there some I guess some of them were Jews, some of them were Aramaic speaking Jews, even Greek Jews. You know, it was a blend of these people, these kind of like hippie outcasts who started following the teachings of Jesus, and they were very messianic and communal and stuff like that. But what scholars have found and pointed out is that a lot of Jesus's teachings coincide with the teachings of the Essenes. And the Essenes, for the most part, were the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, if I'm not mistaken. I always get the Dead Sea and the Nag Hammadi Library kind of mixed up, but I believe it's the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea Scroll community were primarily Essenes, and so a lot of that stuff, a lot of the Gnostic teachings, and a lot of the Book of Enoch are reflected in the teachings of Jesus in the New Testament. So that's why I said that. And what's strange is that a lot of the Gnostic teachings and the Essenic teachings spoke about this teacher of righteousness, specifically those the writings that came before Jesus, of course, spoke of this teacher of righteousness who was to come and kind of like preach enlightenment and stuff like that. So it's strange how it all kind of transpired. But man, Jesus, such a big subject, and it's something that I do not have a full conclusion on, and it's something that I do plan on finally sitting down and looking at in full in the way that I do to come to the conclusion for everybody through the form of a book and documentary per usual. I may even start that now. I'm getting ready to start writing my fourth book, and I'm having trouble deciding on what I want it to be about it. I might do it on Jesus. I might be ready to actually sit down and analyze that. But yeah, if anything, I think that Jesus was a real political figure who had some psychedelic experiences, who realized the matrix and the simulation, and awoke to his full nature, and could see behind all of the lies, and decided to teach against the powers of his time, and that eventually got him killed. But of course, there are theories that he didn't get killed, that he survived and escaped and had family in France and that whole thing. So I believe that at the very least he was a political figure who was taken down because he just knew too much. He was too powerful, too wild, a loose cannon. and that the church martyred him ideologically and fused his martyrdom and his tale with the mythologies of the pagan traditions so that they could insert themselves as the mediators, right? Because Jesus spoke about the kingdom of heaven being within. He spoke about communal efforts, about personal connection with God. And then the church came in and then created this freaking institution, this whole institution in which now to get to God, you have to go through them. And they throw Jesus in the middle of that to make you feel guilty. They literally have his dead body hanging on a cross, or whatever, and say, "What? You don't love him? You don't love the guy? You're not gonna give me $20 right now, huh? You're not gonna give me $20 in this basket because you don't love the guy." It's just I don't know. It's pathetic, So yeah, I can't get too deep on that one, man, because it's way too deep, and I have yet to fully look into it myself. But that's what I believe as of right now. But other than that, man, I grew up believing in Christ. I grew up on that good old American Christianity and that good old Hispanic Catholicism. And so ever since I was a child, I've been praying to Jesus. And as an adult now, it's a bit strange to do so simply because I have all of this academic knowledge or whatever, but I still believe in Christ. I still pray to Christ and still tune myself to that energy. It's JC, man, the homeboy J Crizzle. Let me get into the final inquiry of the day, night, evening, interdimensional, non-time existing, vortical shaft in which you are in. Let's see here. Where is it? All right, so the homie here says, so my question is, why does nobody care? Why does nobody care, man? I think human origins and finding the truth of it all is the most important shit in this life. But 95% of the people I come across have no clue whatsoever on what's going on, and they don't care to know. There's no breath in motherfuckers. As he writes. And look, I have had this same sentiment many, many times throughout my life. I've got righteous anger that exists within me. And excuse me, when I was younger, I was so much more angry at the world. I'm angry now. I'm still angry, but I'm more angry from like a bitter, just older man plumber standpoint. I just these damn idiots and their plumbing problems. I'm still angry and bitter, but it's not the same anger and angst that I had as a child or as a younger person. When I started learning all this stuff, I was so angry at the world. Like, why can't they realize that the Illuminati are reptilians eating babies and sucking our blood and brainwashing us through Nickelodeon? I was super angry about it, and I had to learn to chill out and realize that, it's not for everybody to realize these things. It's not for everybody to cope with them and stuff like that. But I'll read you my verbatim answer and I'll dive a little more into it. So I said to the homie, what up? No worries. Well, my friend, I think sorry, I don't know what the heck happened there. I don't know how I misspelled that. Well, my friend, I think. Okay. Well, my friend, I think in order for people to care, they first have to know what there is to care about. Most people are sincerely convinced that what the news shows is accurate, what the grocery store has in stock is healthy, and what the authorities tell them is true. Many of us today are experiencing an awakening, and it can be frustrating, frightening, and difficult. It's a growing pain result from us shedding our old selves and becoming our new selves. Many people are apathetic because they are depressed from grinding nonstop for the 9 to 5 machine, eating unhealthy foods, and aren't exploring their artistic sides. We have to focus on ourselves first and curate an example to lead by. When we overcome our own obstacles and show results through undeniable energy and success, people will catch on. Those still stuck in lower vibrations will react negatively because it offends and threatens their comfort in misery. Those who aren't fully infected by the corruption and depression will look at you in admiration. We have to give people something to care about, and people only care when you win. So we got to get out there, win, and tell people how and why we won. We wake them up through challenging their perception with amazing works. People don't care because they are broken, and us who are awake can slowly repair them with our energy, compassion, and example. I hope this helps. Man. Yeah, so I stand by that. It's like you can't expect people to care, man. And you're gonna only drive yourself insane by expecting people to care. Actually, it's funny. I saw this somewhere recently too. It's like you can't pay people to care. You can't pay people to care about their jobs, to care about the community that they either do or they don't. And so I think it's better for us to focus on the people that do care. Focus on ourselves and what we care about, and focus on what we can fix. But again, as I said, man, like you got to cut people some slack. It's tough out here. It's tough, man. Like just yesterday, I gave a friend a ride to the airport early in the morning, and she was leaving the country because she had literally reached her end. She feels her life is in shambles, and she needed some time to go relax down on the coast of Mexico to recalibrate, get her mind right, her mind and body right. And then that same day, yesterday, right as I was about to go to sleep, my other friend calls me and says he's having a nasty argument with his wife, who he's in the process of divorcing, and that he needed me to go pick him up. And so I'm like, oh man, okay. So I went to go pick him up to help him out, and sat there with him in this dark time and let him vent and everything. It's like, and these are just two of many people in my life who are going through tough times that I have to be there for. So you got to cut people some slack, man. It's like some people don't have the time, dude, the time or the energy to care about the Illuminati, reptilians, Israel and Palestine, or whatever is going on, dude. They're fighting a holy war in their own mind. And so it's important for us to just be there for people, and hold space, as they say, exude energy for them, be that example, and eventually people will slowly care. Like I said, we got to go out there and win. What I mean by that is people only care when you're on the top. When you're on the bottom, people aren't gonna care what you have to say. So the more that us awakened people get out there and kick ass at life, meaning being healthy, creating abundance and resources, then more people are going to flock to us, more energy will flow to us, more people will look at us like, whoa, what are they doing? How are they achieving all these things? Start businesses, start making content, start building communities, start doing things, building things, performing at your best. People will look at you and say, yo, how did you do this? And when people ask you that, yo, how did you get that way? Or how did you do that? Or what are you doing to be so successful? That's when your moment to shine comes, and you grab the mic and you say, yo, I did this by the grace of God. See what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like every great fighter fought to win. Fought to win the holy war in their mind, but fought to win so that they could have that one moment, that 5 seconds when they're in front of the entire world and get asked that question, how do you feel right now? And in that moment, the world is watching, and a lot of times they say, I just want to thank God and my family, so on and so forth. So I'm saying proverbially here that, in order to get the world to care, to wake them up, we need to do things to wake them up. We can't just go around slapping people or berating them. We need to go out there and just be amazing. Be amazing, and then tell people how it is you got to be amazing. Give people a reason to care. Anyways, getting very passionate over here. I'm about to hit the gym right now, so I'm just trying to pump myself up for this. Yeah, we got this. Leg day, my least favorite day. I'm trying to train my bicameral mind to tell myself that it is my favorite day. See how that works. Anyways, this episode's a little shorter than usual, but I hope that helped, yo. Thank you for everybody for kicking it and hanging out and rocking with me. I've got a lot of cool stuff in the works. I'm still doing interviews myself on other podcasts. I'm actually going to go to LA tomorrow to be interviewed in person for a really cool podcast. And always working on stuff, man. Always working on stuff. And please remember, that you are sovereign, you are free. You still have a chance in this life to be who you want to be. And I've been pushing this message over and over. You still have a chance to start a business, to buy property, to start a community, to help others. If you can still do those things and find a way to do those things, do them. It's going to help all of us in the truther space in the long run. So, yeah, man. Love y'all. Peace. What's up, everybody? This is Esoteric Eddie. Namaste. Thank you for tuning into the podcast version of Esoteric Eddie TV. I hope you enjoy this episode. Peace. For people experiencing schizophrenia or a Kundalini spiritual awakening. What up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. We got a deep dive today. I just finished reading through various articles having to do with psychosis, Kundalini, spiritual awakening, and that kind of thing, and whether or not they have some sort of connection, if one is, inducing the other, or if one is masked in the misdiagnosis of the other, so on and so forth. But I hope everybody's doing good, and I hope you enjoy this presentation. I'm going to be going through 3 articles, which I've already read for you and highlighted per usual. And I'll also be referencing some other material alongside of these articles. So before we get started, I'm going to just kind of briefly prepare you for what it is we're going to be speaking about and what we're going to be reviewing here. So I've heard throughout my years that, Kundalini can induce psychosis or a paradigm breaking, a mental breakdown. And actually the first time I ever heard about this was when I was in high school. My friend Jimmy, shout out Third Page, my old beat producer when I was a rapper, I heard through him that his cousin up in San Francisco was getting into Kundalini meditation, and he wasn't prepared for it. His cousin just simply wasn't prepared for it, and I guess he ended up having some mental breakdown and was in the hospital for days or weeks. I don't remember. But what I do remember, Jimmy telling me, is that his cousin was having this mental breakdown, and he was seeing hallucinations, and he kept seeing, I guess, reptilians with swords. That's what I remember. That's what stuck out to me. And I just remember thinking that was horrible, and that kind of made me afraid of Kundalini and kind of yoga in general for many years. But obviously, I now know that yoga is benign and actually very beneficial. But Kundalini yoga and meditation is risky and should be taken with, respect and careful consideration. So we're going to be diving a little bit into Kundalini psychosis and, whether or not, schizophrenia or other forms of psychosis might be early signs of a Kundalini awakening, or if maybe doctors are misdiagnosing the early signs of a Kundalini awakening as psychosis and thus suppressing the Kundalini awakening. And we'll also be diving into ancient Egyptian mystery rites and how they were used for similar purposes to induce a sort of psychosis in Kundalini, but more specifically to induce the spiritual realization, or as I would say nowadays, the existential realization that we are not just merely our bodies, but are eternal beings, and that death is an illusion. We're going to finish off with that. It all kind of ties in, Kundalini, psychosis, interdimensional, spirits, and death, and the transition of death. And we'll also be getting into, I know there's something I'm missing here. But yeah, basically all of that, and kind of just going over it and seeing what's up. What's up with Kundalini? What's up with the spirit realm? What's up with psychosis? What's up with death? Oh, that's it. Yeah, we'll also be briefly going into near-death experiences and how that plays a part. So kick back, relax. I already did all the hard work for you. I read through these articles. Luckily, each of them was only about 15 pages. And, I'll be referencing them so you can go check them out and stuff too and all that. Anyways, kick back, relax. Welcome. This is Esoteric Eddie TV. Yup. All right, so the first article that we're going to be getting into, and it is titled "Presence of Spirits and Madness." If you watched my recent Thursday Q&A number 3, then you got a brief introduction into this article, and you also saw that I was super stoked and hyped on this, and I knew that I was going to have to come back to this, and I did. And it was this article that actually inspired this entire episode. So yeah, lucky you get to sit here with me and dive into this. So the first article again is "Presence of Spirits and Madness" by Wilson Van Dusen. Now, real quick, Wilson Van Dusen, as I have pulled up here, was an awesome guy, and I could do a whole dive on this dude. If my computer wasn't so slow, man. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, Wilson Van Dusen, as you see here, there's not a lot on him, or at least I haven't dove deep enough to find a lot on him, but basically this basic biography here says that he was a clinical psychologist with a PhD, of course, and he spent many years dealing with schizophrenics and mentally ill patients, but he sort of ventured off into more mystical subjects for some time, but unfortunately he wasn't able to study it for very long. He wasn't able to study these mystical subjects for very long before the secular world pulled him back out, and he ended up achieving a lot for the mental health industry, stuff like that. But this first article is going to be by Wilson Van Dusen, and he's from the early 20th century, born in 1923 in San Francisco, and died out in Ukiah, California. Hey, shout out my NorCal broskies. But yeah, so this is from him. It's titled "The Presence of Spirits and Madness, a Confirmation of Swedenborg in Recent Empirical Findings." Now, real quick before we get started, we also have to go over who Swedenborg was, because as you'll see, he's very important and integral to this whole subject and episode. And again, I could do a whole deep dive on Emanuel Swedenborg as well, and I think I will, because I've been needing to, and he's amazing. So Swedenborg basically was a Swedish pluralistic Christian theologian, scientist, philosopher, and mystic who lived from 1668 to 1772. And he's got a lot of fascinating writings having to do with the mind, with heaven and hell, with spirits, and basically what we call psychosis now and what they might have called back then possession. And so, yeah, Swedenborg, just super awesome guy. Again, so this is Wilson Van Dusen's essay, article, whatever, basically comparing his research of psychosis and spirits with the works of Swedenborg. All right, so this article was reprinted by the Swedenborg Foundation, and there's a cool little intro about Van Dusen, which I want to start off with. And it says here that Wilson Van Dusen was the chief psychologist at Mendocino State Hospital in California, where he worked among the mentally ill for 17 years. In his spare time, he had discovered a way of getting an unusually accurate, detailed picture of the inner experience of hallucinations. Unfortunately, the press and other administrative responsibilities took him away from his fascinating area of research towards the design of national programs, especially in drug abuse treatment. The dude was just an angel, man, a mystic psychological angel, mystic psychologist angel. Yep, that's what it says on his resume. All right, so we're gonna get into it. These are the words of Van Dusen. All right, 17 years in the game. Let me just minimize my miniature self over here, or move me to the side. Okay. So, by an extraordinary series of circumstances, a confirmation appears to have been found for one of Emanuel Swedenborg's more unusual doctrines, that man's life depends on his relationship to a hierarchy of spirits. I notice similarities between what 20th century patients describe and Swedenborg's 18th century accounts. I will first describe how I worked and my findings, and then relate this to Swedenborg's work. All the people involved hallucinated. They included chronic schizophrenics, alcoholics, brain damaged, and senile persons. That one shocked me, to the fact that alcoholics would be thrown in there. I myself have dealt with alcoholism and actually am quite in the process of still dealing with it, and it's something that I'm not totally yet vulnerable to be completely open about, but that one sort of shocked me. And yeah, anyways, it shocked me because, of course, it's something I've been dealing with, but I myself have also had a very strange paranormal and psychedelic experiences on and off drugs, and so this article, this whole presentation, to be honest, these 3 articles have changed my life. Literally tonight, I read all these tonight, and I'm going through a sort of existential. I wouldn't say like, I don't know. I'm just going through an existential shift. It's an awesome, exciting shift. You know, it's that same feeling that like when you just read a really good book that you love, and that just changes the way you perceive things. That's how I feel right now. Just very existentially uplifted in a sort of subtle psychedelic state. But anyway, so getting back to the words of Van Dusen here, he says, the average layman's picture of the mentally ill as raving lunatics is far from reality. Most of these people have become entangled in inner processes and simply fail to manage their lives well. Some become so enmeshed in inner processes that they slip to lower levels of mental disorder. The most severe disorder is usually that of a person who sits all day involved in inner processes, who obediently obeys the request of hospital staff to dress, eat, bathe, and sleep in the hospital routine. That kind of reminded me of like, you know, the sheeple, if you will. You know, it's like, I don't know, after I read all these things, it made me realize that most people in this world are subtly mentally ill. And it's a strange thing. So there's this whole, I don't know, this whole idea developing in my mind. I'm starting to see it clear. Like the system kind of makes us all subtly mentally ill, which kind of opens us up to psychosis, which could be kundalini or spiritual awakening, which can allow the interaction or interface for spirits. Well, I'm getting way too ahead of myself here. So, as we carry on, a conversation with one of these patients might indicate to the visitor that the patient has an unusual set of beliefs. For instance, that he is kept in the hospital by a gang of thieves, or that ordinary clouds or radiation pollution. I love that one because it reminded me of like all the chemtrail people, you know, like obviously chemtrails are real and that kind of stuff, but I have friends who literally just can't enjoy like a simple cloud formation, you know. It's like everything's a chemtrail. That's a chemtrail, that's a chemtrail. It's like, no, calm down, it's a cloud, okay? There are still clouds, and I think we should appreciate clouds for what they are, you know. It's like, can a cloud just be a cloud? Why do we always have to, you know, talk down on them like, you're not a cloud, buddy, you're just radiation pollution. Let the clouds be, man, what they do to you. Anyways, I just thought that one was funny, and this is very true. You've probably heard me say this many times. I have known at least two, probably more people in my life personally who have suffered schizophrenia and gone through these sort of things, and all of them always feel like they are being followed or watched by some organization or agency. And so it's interesting to see Van Dusen say that these people will feel like they're being kept in the hospital by a gang of thieves or something. There's always that element of some sort of organization or something that's after them. Okay, after dealing with hundreds of such patients, I discovered that it was possible to speak to their hallucinations. It soon became apparent that many were embarrassed by what they saw and heard, and hence they concealed it from others. Also, they knew their experiences were not shared by others, and some were even concerned that their reputations would suffer if they revealed the obscene nature of their voices. I struck up a relationship with both the patient and the persons he saw and heard. In this way, I could hold long dialogue with a patient's hallucinations and record both my questions and their answers. That's wild. You know, so like be mediating a conversation through a schizophrenic to these spirit beings. It's freaking crazy. He says, my only purpose was to come to as accurate as a description as possible of the patient's experiences. I was honestly trying to learn of their experiences. They were not paid or even promised recovery or release from the hospital. On several occasions, I held conversation with hallucinations that the patient himself did not really understand. They seemed to be honest people, as puzzled as I was to explain what was happening to them. The differences among the experiences of schizophrenics, alcoholics, the brain damaged, and senile were not as striking as the similarities. For most individuals, the hallucinations came on suddenly. One woman was working in a garden when an unseen man addressed her. Another man described sudden loud noises and voices he heard while riding in a bus. All patients describe voices as having the quality of a real voice, sometimes louder, sometimes softer than normal voices. When things are seen, they appear fully real. For instance, a patient described being awakened one night by Air Force officers calling him to the service of his country. He got up and was dressing when he noticed their insignia wasn't quite right. Then their faces altered. He struck one hard in the face. He hit the wall and injured his hand. He could not distinguish them from reality until he noticed the insignia. All right, let's stop right there. Creepy stuff, man. You know, oh my God, I've always had this like mild fear of becoming a schizophrenic, and I've spoken on this in several episodes and podcasts, and it was because it's been a real thing for me. And again, I don't know where that came from, but I don't know. I was just very awake at a very early age, and I've had strange, what I would even call schizophrenic episodes, but I've tried to stave off from like encouraging that sort of thought for myself, like I basically just I try to write off some of these experiences as just my mind playing tricks on me, because if the more you think about it, the more you're going to drive yourself crazy. But I have had some strange experiences in my life, and of course some drug induced, but some not drug induced. So I think the drugs might have just had a longer lasting effect on me, and that's actually why I'm enjoying sobriety now. There's nothing more beautiful and awesome to me than just knowing you are sober and clear-minded of any influences. But I have a friend, a very close friend of mine, who I maybe might sit down with to do an interview for the channel because I've mentioned him so many times. But he described to me after he got well what some of his schizophrenic episodes were like, and this one was just kind of funny. He said that frequently President Joe Biden would show up, just materialize in front of him and just ask to shake his hand. Hey, buddy, let me smell you. Shake your hand. Like it's wild, man. To like be able to hallucinate in real life or like without drugs, just like to see like random people like that. It's just wild, And this Air Force one is crazy, There's just be woken up by hallucinations, woken up by Air Force dudes, and then they have this weird insignia on them, just like Ashtar Command here. Come on, boy, we're with the Ashtar Command. We need your help. We're gonna go fight reptilians on Venus, and you're just like in the middle of a sleep, like, well, yeah, okay, yeah, let's go. And then all of a sudden their faces start to morph, and then that's when you realize they're not real. You try to punch me in the face and you hit the wall. I mean, jeez, man. God bless these people's hearts, man, having to go through that. Anyways, we got a lot of information to get through, so let's get back to it. In my dialogues with patients, I learned of two orders of experience. Lower order voices are as though one is dealing with the drunken bums at a bar who like to tease and torment just for the fun of it. They find a weak point of conscience and work on it interminably. They suggest foolish acts such as raise your right hand in the air and stay that way, and tease if he does it and threaten him if he doesn't. The lower order can work for a long time to possess some part of the patient's body. Several worked on the ear and the patient seemed to grow deafer. One voice worked 2 years to capture a patient's eye, which visibly went out of alignment. They threaten pain and can cause felt pain as a way of enforcing their power. This kind of creeped me out when he said that these lower order voices are similar to people who are just drunken bums at a bar who are looking for trouble. It's like, got me looking at alcohol way different, and people who are like blacked out way different, Obviously alcohol, as they say, comes from the Arabic al-ghul or whatever, which is a spirit, that's why it's called spirits. But being blacked out is so strange, to lose your consciousness and be overtaken by the alcohol. And it's crazy how Van Dusen noticed that these lower order voices are like these drunken, stumbling people who are blacked out, who are shouting obscenities and just looking for trouble. It's strange, man. We definitely live in an interdimensional universe, and some of our thoughts are our own, It says here, the vocabulary and range of ideas of the lower order is limited, but they have a persistent will to destroy. They never have a personal identity, though they accept most names or identities given them. They either conceal or have no awareness of personal memories. Though they claim to be separate identities, they will never reveal in detail, or though they claim to be separate identities, they will reveal no detail that might help to trace them as separate individuals. So it's like these voices are always like, no, I'm my own being, but they have like a limited perception or a limited response. They can't ever actually tell you who they are, where they come from. I've heard it said by the higher order that the purpose of the lower order is to illuminate all of the person's weaknesses. The limited vocabulary and range of ideas of the lower order is striking. A few ideas can be repeated endlessly. One voice just said, "Hey," for months, while the patient tried to figure out what "hey" or "hey" HAY was meant. Oh my gosh, that would be menacing, dude, just to hear "hey, hey" for like months, dude. Oh, dude, no way. F that. That would drive me crazy. The lower order seems incapable of sequential reasoning. So the lower order seems to be like this just lower vibration, like barely existing, just muddled formation of just that lower thought forms existing in this lower vibrational realm that kind of like simmer into existence and then quickly fade away or something, you know? They seem imprisoned in the lowest level of the patient's mind, giving no real evidence of a personal world or any higher order thinking or experiencing. All of the lower order are irreligious or anti-religious. This is where it gets weird. They appeared as conventional devils and referred to themselves as demons. In a few instances, they referred to themselves as from hell. Occasionally, they would speak, though, through the patient so that the patient's voice and speech would be directly those of the voices. Sometimes they acted through the patient. One of my female patients was found going out the hospital gate arguing loudly with her male voice that she didn't want to leave, but he was insisting. That has always spooked me out, not gonna lie. Like, I've heard a lot of stories from exorcists or whatever on YouTube and stuff about that phenomenon or phenomena, whichever one it is, that phenomenon or whatever of people speaking in two voices at once. That is crazy, dude. That would be so wild to witness. I remember listening to an exorcist a while back on an interview, and he was asked, like, what's the craziest thing you've seen or witnessed? And you would think it's something like gnarly out of a movie, but his answer wasn't that dramatic, but in a sense was the most scariest thing, I guess, the way he said it. But anyways, his answer was the craziest thing he saw or witnessed was that one time he was delivering this lady or whatever, and her mouth opened up and did not move, but a voice was just booming out of it, like booming, like he said the voice filled the air. And so, dude, F that, please. I do not want to see that ever, dude. Oh my god. Maybe I do, I don't know. I used to actually want to be an exorcist when I was younger. Okay. So, in direct contrast stands the rarer, higher order hallucinations. In quantity, they make up perhaps a fifth or less of the patient's experiences. The contrast may be illustrated by the experience of one man. He had heard the lower order arguing a long while how they would murder him. He also had a light come to him at night like the sun. He knew it was a different order because the light respected his freedom and would withdraw if it frightened him. In contrast, the lower order worked against his will and would attack if it could see fear in him. This rarer higher order seldom speaks. The higher order is much more likely to be symbolic, religious, supportive, genuinely instructive, and communicated directly with the inner feeling of the patient. When the man was encouraged to approach his friendly son, he entered a world of powerful, numinous experiences, in some ways more frightening than the murderers who plotted his death. In one scene, he found himself at the bottom of a long corridor with doors at the end behind which raged the powers of hell. He was about to let out those powers when a very powerful and impressive Christ-like figure appeared and by direct mind-to-mind communication counseled him to leave the doors closed and follow him into other experiences which were therapeutic to him. In another instance, the higher order appeared to a man as a lovely woman who entertained him while showing him thousands of symbols. Though the patient was a high school educated gas pipe fitter, basically me, his female vision showed a knowledge of religion and myth far beyond the patient's comprehension. In general, the higher order is richer than the patient's normal experience, respectful of his freedom, helpful, instructive, supportive, highly symbolic, and religious. Some patients experience both the higher and lower orders at various times and feel caught between a private heaven and hell. Yeah, there it is, folks. Heaven and hell, man. It's all in the mind. And you know, it's crazy because if we're a microcosm of God, the universe, and we're having a heaven and hell in our minds, then maybe a heaven and hell does exist on the macro. But that heaven and hell is just the mind of God, or the universe, the omni-consciousness, if you will. Crazy stuff, man. Wild, wild, wild. Literally crazy, no pun intended. Several things stood out as curious and puzzling. The lower order seemed strangely prevalent and limited. Their malevolence and persistence in undermining the patient was striking, and why they would consistently be unreligious or anti-religious. Just the mention of religion provokes anger and derision from them. In contrast, the higher order appeared strangely gifted, sensitive, wise, and religious. They did not conceal identity, but rather would have an identity above the human. For instance, a lady of the higher order was described as an emanation of the feminine aspect of the divine. When I implied she was divine, she took offense. She herself was not divine, but she was an emanation of the divine. You know, recently I did a dive on Adam Weishaupt's book, Diogenes' Lamp, right, the founder of the Illuminati, and he spoke about humans not yet fully reaching their spiritually developed stage and how we were going to head towards that. And so these higher and lower order voices kind of, remind me of that in a sense that if all of this is merely just psychological and mental, it's almost like the lowest part of our consciousness is these lower voices, and that's all it can express itself as. But the higher part of our consciousness is this higher order of symbolism and religion, and that's also kind of, again, like a micro macro spectrum of human beings. You know, at the very lowest of our nature, we are murderers, we are these vile creatures, but at the very highest of our morality, we are these sophisticated, enlightened, intellectual beings who can achieve so much. So it's almost like we have it innate in us to be either or, and more importantly, that higher order is a symbol or a reflection of what we can become. So Van continues by saying, I read and admired Swedenborg's work for some while, primarily because his religious experiences fit with my own, and partly because of his immense knowledge of the hypnagogic state and the inner structure of the psyche. Swedenborg describes all of life as a hierarchy of beings representing essentially different orders and yet acting in correspondence with each other. The Lord acts through celestial angels, who in turn correspond on a lower level to spiritual angels, who in turn correspond to a third lower heaven, all of which correspond to and acts into man. On the opposite side, there are three levels of hell acting out of direct contact into man. Man is the free space and meeting ground of these great hierarchies. In effect, good and In effect, good and its opposite, evil, rule through this hierarchy of beings down to man, who stands in the free space between them. Yeah, we are the middle ground of heaven and hell. And that's how it was always kind of explained to me in like mystical Christianity. It's like the angels, the demons, they're all jealous of us in a sense, because the angels and the demons are constricted to their realms, whereas we humans can choose more or less what we want to be. We are the great mediator between heaven and hell. Swedenborg's doctrine of the effect of spirit with man is simply the lower aspect of a whole cosmology of the structure of existence. Such, and this is a quote here from Swedenborg, such is the equilibrium of all in the universe of heaven, that one is moved by another, things from another, as if in chain, so that not the least thing can occur from itself. Thus the universe is ruled by the Lord, and indeed with no trouble. From this order of creation, it may appear that such is the binding chain of connection from first to last, that all things together make one, in which the prior cannot be separated from the posterior, just as a cause can.
So yeah, that was not my client, but he's a perfect example of that. And language is so interesting, right? We talk about people having being silver or whatever. Give us from the silver. We talk about being born with a silver spoon in our mouth. So there's things about silver that we know intuitively that tie into that substitute relevance to us existentially. I have found some other examples that people will get a kick out of in the book. Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, who couldn't simply could not act. He would be a perfect candidate for the remedy vanadium. Someone who was a perfectionist, but be aware that something needs to be done, knowing that doing it exactly right will elevate him. But the fear of failure is absolutely crippling. He's a fictional character, Shakespeare, that's of course. But as an avatar of the remedy vanadium, I go into that in some detail. Another character would be Phil Connors from Groundhog Day. That is an existential story that people are familiar with, right? Every day is the same thing, over and over again. I mean, in Groundhog Day, it's exaggerated because that's what art does. He actually literally does live the same day over and over and over again. But the remedy germanium is for people who are stuck in a thing like very similar to that. And I offer a case history about somebody who feels something very much like Phil Connors, and going into physical symptoms that pertain to that.
All right. You mentioned earlier the Greek god Sisyphus, and who for all eternity is tasked with rolling this boulder up a hill, and then of course it rolls back down. He has to roll it back up again forever and ever and ever. And he's an avatar for existential suffering. What would the treatment for Sisyphus be? Sisyphus. What was the treatment for him?
Yeah. Well, one remedy would be osmotium, the osmotium. If it was germanium again, that would be an example of that.
Germanium, where does it come from?
It's a metal. It's on the periodic table.
Okay. And why germanium? What is his
Germanium will go quantum. Yeah. They deny personal implication in their plight. It's always the kind of people who think something is always someone else's fault. If you go into the history of Sisyphus, he was really a pretty rotten character. He actually died twice, and the third time, Zeus decided to make it permanent. These are people who were just really deeply in denial. They're very selfish. They're nasty individuals, and they deny everything is someone else's fault. Life becomes stagnant, and their delusion is self-fulfilling.
All right. I got an email from someone who wanted to know about restless leg syndrome. What's going on?
Restless leg syndrome. who needs zinc is again, you go into the function of that substance. Zinc is used in batteries, it consolidates power. And when someone needs zinc, usually they have a remote relationship with their father, and their energy is very poorly consolidated. Their tendency to have all kinds of random motions, random movements. Restless leg syndrome would be one natural expression of that. But they also would be at the personality level very easily thrown for a loop by the smallest things. So they're the planers. Very neurological remedy. They could be highly intelligent, prone to repeating themselves over and over again, complaining a lot. But the energy dribbles out of them. And as an example, that perfect example is restless leg syndrome. Where are your legs going to go? I mean, it's activity, but it's very poorly consolidated activity. And now zinc in the natural world, they say it's noble and pure. So by itself, it's pretty useless, but it's so important in other allies. It makes other metals more useful by combining with them. So all these things about zinc are reflected in the condition of the existential level. So that's one remedy that comes up for restless legs. I can probably think of other ones, but as I say, you don't prescribe these as just one symptom. If I took this client's case, I would be going into her life history and finding out when this problem originated, what it ties into, if it's a zinc case or something else.
Okay, I'm going to be able to say about myself, and I'm not going to give you my whole case history, but I'm a perpetual list maker. I'm always writing to-do lists, and I don't feel any particular existential stress, but at times I just feel if I don't make to-do lists, I'm going to forget something, and I get overwhelmed with so many things.
Okay, that's perfect. By the way, not every homeopathy lab, we don't need the pathological for it to be useful information. What you just told me does suggest actually the possibility of calcium carbonica that I talked about earlier. So the people who need that are analytical. They bring things into their parts. They're list makers. And usually when I take their case play out, what do they like at their work? They say, I get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Now, when you need that remedy, and I have to get a good look at you, that there are other remedies that can come into play. It has the impact and the creating a slight defect in the metabolism. We talked about Sora earlier, and this is number two, this existential issue, and am I okay in the world? So now calcium and carbon are the building blocks of life, and they constitute what the oysters show us about. So the feeling is, when will these seams in the roof of my shell come together so that I'm fully protected? The go-to mode is to break things into its parts, but of course, when you break a problem into its parts, you suddenly say, oh my God, I've got so many parts, I'm overwhelmed. Now I'm in crisis, what do? Break something into its parts. So that's an existential loop that you have to break your way out of. It won't work by telling you this. I'm not a therapist, and the problem is in this level of the subconscious. But the remedy calcaria carbonica, if it's correct for you, and the other aspects of it, that would be something that would enable you to move past that. List making is analytical behavior, and it's useful, it's fine, but if that's your only mode and you find that you get overwhelmed because that's what you're discussing, then a remedy like calcaria carbonica could be quite useful.
Is that quantity number 3, oriented in space and time?
No, that's number 2. That's Sora. It's sustainable.
Right. Okay.
And it's
All right.
that's what it is. Yeah.
And obviously, Western medicine, they consider homeopathy to be quackery and so forth. But is there evidence that this stuff works?
That's a lot. I mean, in Western medicine, it's mainly in this country that you get that idea. About 400 million people around the world rely on homeopathy. It's the mainstay of the Swiss system. It's both in South America. In India, there are hundreds and hundreds of homeopathic medical schools. But the reason is, it's a paradigm problem. When you do conventional medicine, you have to pretend that everybody is alike. It counts on the similarity between people. And all the research is based on that, even our language, right? What's normal, what's abnormal. talk that way in homeopathy. Everybody is so individual. So, that we have a completely different way of doing research, and how we validate what's going on is through practice. And on individuals, we have base histories, like when I told you about the robot boy. We have journals. It's all about money. The remedies are not patented, so they can't make money for a pharmaceutical company. The political and economic gap with conventional medicine is enormous. If you want to get well, if you want to take a medicine that doesn't require somebody to make a big profit on you, and you're willing to learn about why you're sick, go to homeopath. If you want to fix things, if you want to make the pharmaceutical companies happy, well then stick with conventional medicine. But you're buying into a set of goods there. Their idea of what works and what isn't is highly, highly massaged by their interest in making money. And then they won this battle all over the world by them, and destroyed the health of millions of people with this philosophy. What works and what doesn't work. When you have something individually oriented, you cannot research the same way. Same thing with acupuncture, by the way. The treatments are extremely individual, and there's been nothing in the conventional world that has anything to do with acupuncture success, other than the fact that people demand it and it works. It's just like that. Acupuncturists and people who do all kinds of good medicine get awfully tired of trying to, win the argument with people who have a completely different agenda, and have just got this idea of medicine is something that has to make money primarily. So, no, it's all great stuff. Jerry, don't apologize. It's great information. What is the connection between traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, homeopathy? Is there a connection? Yeah, sure. That's the books I've been reading. The first one is Interpreting Chronic Illnesses. Illness is a synthesis of traditional Chinese medicine and homeopathy at the theoretical level. Absolutely. But I'll give you a very simple answer, okay? Something I learned in junior high school. I had a teacher who said, there's no definition of life that would exclude irritability. The fact is, if you poke it reacts. I thought that was pretty funny at the time, and I didn't take all that seriously. But what is acupuncture except many stabbing? Supposedly. And what is homeopathy other than a many poisoning? So, but how you get poked and how you react, express your individuality, how free you have to do what's going on with you, and what will help you. I could poison you with hundreds of homeopathic remedies. They'll do absolutely nothing for you if they do not tie into your individual sensitivity. What your heart button is, what sort of things disturb you, like you told me about that, you get overwhelmed and you're a list maker. That distinguishes you already at one very important level. It may not be important to a physician, conventional physician, but to me, it's enormously important. If I'm taking someone's case as an acupuncturist, I'm feeling their pulse, and I'm looking at their tongue, and I'm observing the color of their face, there's a tremendous amount of individuated information there that plays into my point prescription. Anyway, the idea is we have to go in these kinds of medicines. We are diagnosing a state of individual sensitivity, and we're not running you over with the bulldozer of a powerful pharmaceutical. We're simply exploiting your irritability, finding a way to prompt a response that is actually that's waiting in place, wanting to happen. When you get an acupuncture treatment, the energy in the meridians is balanced, where it was not previously to that. When you get a homeopathic remedy, the remedy produces a revolutionary effect at the energetic level, overthrowing a delusion that is responsible for your illness. I'm sorry if that sounds really heavy and deep, but that's just how it is. People either get that or they don't. In America, where we're addicted to quick fixes, it's a very difficult sell. But I'll tell you frankly, people like me have busy all the time. We can't draw clients out of our office fast enough. So those who know get it, don't ask questions about whether this works or not. I personally have very little time for anybody like that. So, people can do what they want. But people who want homeopathy, they just aren't enough practitioners.
Give us another, we've got about a minute here before the break at the bottom of the hour. Another existential homeopathic remedy.
Okay, geez, each of these examples would be something I would go into like for 45 minutes. The remedy canaya, which is based on poison hemlock, which is what Hamlet was forced to drink. You have to make a sexual quandary. The state of resignation was he was accused of corrupting the use of acid. And he didn't argue with it. He said, yeah, no, my ideas are probably are absolutely not torture with her. Just, but this, and that's the end of it. People who need that remedy have resigned themselves to their fate. And that's a state that you don't have to have Socrates to need that. People who've lost a sexual relation, long-standing sexual relationship, who have, been widowed or widowers become widowers, and the juice of life has gone out of them, and they become resigned. They tend to get indurations, which is lumpy things. They will get gases, which have hard neck, hard prostate glands, various kinds of tumors, which are hard. But the juice of life is lost. They become dried out, and there's an ascending paralysis that comes with the proving of that substance, like your legs start to lose their power. And so that's clearly an existential state. A state of, at mental level, resignation to your fate.
All right, Gary, sorry, got to jump in here. We're going to take another time out. We'll pick up on the other side. Winding Roads steps in for Stephen Marley, the Grammy Award-winning Jamaican-American musician, the son of the late Bob Marley, taking us into the break. Coast to Coast AM. I'm Brooke Walker in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Southern California man is now sentenced for planting a homemade bomb that killed his ex-girlfriend and permanently injured two others. The bombing happened in 2018 at a day spa in Aliso Jail. Now Stephen Neal is getting life plus 30 years in clincher. On Friday, the LA federal judge described the crime as chilling. The 64-year-old killer was convicted in July on federal crimes. A commercial building in Lake Balboa, where cannabis was being cultivated, went up in smoke Saturday afternoon. LAFC says it happened on the 6700 block of North Havenhurst Avenue. And Kevin Hart is seeking a temporary restraining order prohibiting further viewing of what he maintains are defamatory statements made in the December online interview. That runs weather from KFI. Clouds and rain will continue. Right now, 55 in Santa Ana, 56 Lake Forest, 54 for Azusa, 58 in Hawthorne. We need local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brooke Walker.
This has to be other people to Rosewood Boulevard. And it's not included right shoulder traffic focus here. Madre, Mona on the 60 West at 71 and Atkins, Deputy Purple and up lane block. One of the people involved is facing the wrong way. In another similar casualty, 60 West at Tech Road, south of Monty, another crash in the center of the divider, and a number of people also facing the wrong way. In Long Beach, Center Canadian North at Del Amo, that's another crash in the center of the divider. And the left lane here, KFI in the sky, let's be there faster. I'm Zach Taylor, the This Week's Marketers Report. We learn about the value of local businesses in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers at the local field but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Bravo 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start doing getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations. There's a cold case business so cold.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Every time the Fed has raised interest rates this year, credit card rates have gone up too, as high as 29%. Yikes! At that rate, how will you ever get them paid off? Here's how: a home equity line of credit with the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only could you get a much lower rate to pay off those cards, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. Check with your tax advisor, they'll tell you. Plus, at the Loan Exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the life cap of the line. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539.
That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. KFI AM 640.
The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra.
Welcome back. Say hello on X or Twitter at Richard Serra, the website strangeplanet.ca. NASA is allowing civilians to become amateur astronomers as they search for the answers about mysterious explosions in space. Citizen Earth chasers are being asked to read signals from the events known as gamma ray bursts, or GRBs, and decode what the universe might be saying. Gamma rays are a bright form of light that comes from billions of light years away from Earth, and the American Space Agency believes the cosmic wonder's origin live in the released pulses. Volunteer scientists will examine heavy-scale bursts of energy that the Neil Gehrels Swift Observatory Telescope detects and submit their findings through the project's website. You can find out more in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. Hey, have you checked out the official Coast to Coast AM YouTube channel yet? It's a great place to catch 3 hours of both past and vintage shows. The channel features intriguing playlists, topics like top secret and mysteries and anomalies, and you can watch large selections of excerpts from George Norrie's TV show Beyond Belief. Check it out again, the official Coast to Coast YouTube channel at Coast to Coast AM Official, at Coast to Coast AM Official. All right, back to more of my conversation with Jerry Cantor to discuss homeopathy for existential stress, plus your questions and comments. Coast to Coast AM, back with more in a moment. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, put buying Byrna Less Lethal Pistol at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's Byrna. A Byrna pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Byrna provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection to and from. Byrna is the solution everyone can get behind, legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required, must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Byrna SC launcher, a great compliment to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Byrna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Byrna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancé who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at TTT.org. That's T2. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready. 2024 will be tumultuous. How are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks during times of turbulence. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Simply text POST at 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Text POST at 989898 now. Jerry, I was going to ask you about the placebo effect with some of these remedies, but then I got this email from Judy in British Columbia. And Judy writes, I just wanted to say how I'm enjoying the homeopathic segment. I use it for me and my pets. It works so well for little animals because you can see the amazing results so quickly. You can't dispute it when that happens. It's very misunderstood. Thanks for sharing this info again, Judy in British Columbia. That answers my question. If it works on animals, like placebo effects don't work on animals because they don't know that they're taking, a medication. But there you go. There's placebo. It also works on DNA infants. Even if they take your nose, you sort of ask them to channel their pets. I get very violent face there, and they will read a response to them. The other thing that makes the remedy not a placebo is the aggravation effect. That cannot happen with a placebo. Things get worse before they get better. That's not a bad thing. When we're designed, I think I would say by God, is again they just release this idea of irritability. You poke it and it responds. The body responds and it's something like a fever, which means it's mobilizing against the pathogen, penetrating histamines and antibiotics. Just means that a strong chemical reaction. And that means the body is mounting it, identifies the pathogen, mounting it as a task against it, overthrowing it. That's what has to happen. And so you can feel worse while that's going on. It's never an eraser. The fever goes away after it spikes. And homeopathy is actually not response. That's how it works. And most people don't do that. All right, let's go to the phones. And on the last line, Brian's in Washington State. Brian, good morning. Welcome to Coach. You're on the line with Jerry Cantor.
Oh, excellent. Hi, Richard. Hi, Jerry. Great show as always. And I always got to say, I'm so appreciative about on this show. Best radio station ever in the world. So I was going to ask Jerry if his remedies and that. My remedy has always been, like, say, the power of attraction, and using your mind to, okay, even if I'm having a bad day, I'm going to think I'm going to have a great day. And it'll end up being a great day, just like today was. So I just wanted Gary's thoughts on that. The power of positive energy. Record everything there. Are you asking about the power of attention? No, you are. It sounded like it, that's what he was on about. He was talking about, positive energy. And what are your thoughts on that? It's interesting. Richard Cooper's recently put a little book on the Pygmalion effect that showed that the sufferers encouragement from a teacher would improve the IQs of their children. Of course, positive thinking is an incredibly wonderful thing, but that's not going to be enough. I mean, I've had great results on pessimists and skeptics that say in animals. It's just the accuracy of the prescription for me matters more than anything else. That's my standard. There are people who come tremendously optimistic and hopeful, and where this life will be able to succeed. That's one of the reasons why it might take me a long time. It's quite scientific. I mean, you have to be accurate. You have to really figure out what's going on with a person. And then, that's how I feel about it. All right, Brian, thank you for the call. Dan is in South Dakota. Dan, good morning. Welcome to Coast. I wanted just to report that homeopathic medicine saved my life in 1985. I was diagnosed with a spinal condition by the top bone doctor in South Dakota. And he said, you're going to be in a wheelchair. And so I went to Dr. Jackson, and he prescribed homeopathic medicine. Less than a year, I was bouncing all over the place. Wow. It was like you said, I got worse before I got better. And then I went to a serious therapy. I lost my fear of dying when I was on the homeopath. Just totally lost my fear of dying. So, do you remember the remedies there? Can you share what was the remedy? Well, there were 5 of them. And then Dr. Ham found out that I was a large amount of Agent Orange in my system. And every morning I took so many drops out of this vial, so many drops of that. But my skin was treated a whole lot of oil fires. I mean, I was oily. I looked like a 14-year-old teenager. So that's a really, yeah, there are lots of things like that. We have the routine in our world. But of course, when we go through a healing like that, it's not anything but routine. It's wonderful to hear. Yeah, thank you for that. Let's see. Darren is the first-time caller in Yorktown, Indiana. Darren, good morning. Yeah, hi, Jerry. Actually, the name's Dan. The name's Barry. Can you guys hear me okay? Yes, we can, Dan. Thank you. I'll tell you a couple things. First of all, great interview with Frank Marino last night, which you do. It was great. Second, as far as things you can read that describe people and their correct remedies, a great book is by Catherine Coulter, and it's called Portraits of Homeopathic Medicine. It'll give you examples like Samuel Hahnemann himself, who invented homeopathy, that he was a sulfur personality, and it's often called the ragged philosopher. I'm a sulfur myself. You asked about Suja occidentalis and what plant it was from. And, tree life is correct, but a more accurate description is the white cedar tree. It's even made from the bark or the roots of the tree. That's why I did that thing. As far as placebo, some of my greatest treatments are done on animals. My sister had a canary and it stopped singing. I gave it Spongia toaster. This is a sea sponge.
What's up, everybody? This is Esoteric Eddie. Namaste. Thank you for tuning into the podcast version of Esoteric Eddie TV. I hope you enjoy this episode. Peace. Are the protocols of the learned elders of Zion real? What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Today we are going to get to the bottom of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. I've got plenty of articles here lined up per usual to sift through and kind of just analyze this whole thing. Now I learned about these said protocols years ago, way before Esoteric Eddie TV was a thing. Probably I don't know, probably around 2014 or something. And quick little fun fact and history about me. Way before I was doing Esoteric Eddie TV, I had another YouTube channel that was centered around like some of the hip hop music stuff I was doing years ago. And actually, I made a documentary. The first documentary I ever made for YouTube was a documentary on the history of the Illuminati, similar to the one that I have on my channel now, but it was a lot more conspiratorial and it touched on the Jewish aspect of things. And that video went viral pretty quickly within the first couple of weeks. It hit like over 10,000 views, but then they got taken down from YouTube pretty quickly because of the Jewish aspects of it. And look, I'm not here to talk down on any culture or person or whatever. I was young and I was simply looking at all these things and putting it together or whatever and made this documentary. And so I remade that documentary, which is on my channel now. And it's less, I guess you could say, anti-Semitic or whatever. I don't know, according to YouTube. But yeah, so I've heard about these years and years ago, and it's a fascinating subject. And I wanted to make this video because a lot of people seem to be fascinated by them and curious about them, and the protocols are resurfacing. And to my understanding, they're basically a forgery, but I don't know. We'll come to a different conclusion through this presentation, maybe. And you have the right to come to your own conclusion. So I'm gonna basically just sort out the facts here, take a look at what we can, and decide, for ourselves whether or not these protocols of the learned elders of Zion are real. All right. Anyways, enough of all that. Hope everybody is doing good. Gonna get my presentation ready here and just go for it, man. All right. So we got a lot to sift through. So first article here is the protocols of the elders of Zion, coming from I think like the Holocaust website or something like that. I don't know, but let's move through it with my highlighted sections. All right, so the origin of a lie. In 1903, portions of the protocols of the elders of Zion were serialized in a Russian newspaper, Zemnaya. I don't know how to say it. Zamya, the banner. And it was first published in Russia in 1905 as an appendix to The Great in the Small, The Coming of the Antichrist and the Rule of Satan on Earth by Russian writer and mystic Sergei Nilis. Now, real quick, Sergei Nilis is going to be the center of all of this. And I remember in my previous documentary, I had a section about him. And because he's the center of this, he's the guy who brought the protocols of the learned elders of Zion to the forefront, to the world. So without Sergei Nilis, none of us would know about them. So he is the center of this. And so we're going to be taking a special look into him and his life. And I think after we analyze him as a person and his life, it will give us a better sense of trusting whether or not the protocols of the learned elders of Zion are real or is a real thing. And so we will get into him and his life shortly after this article. And he's an amazing guy, a very fascinating character. And I could do a whole other deep dive on him alone. And so a lot of this is going to be centered around him because I think his life and his teachings pretty weird and fascinating. And so, so the protocols were first published in his book, that great and the small coming of the Antichrist, whatever. And it says here in the article, although the exact origin of the protocols is unknown, its intent was to portray Jews as conspirators against the state. In 24 chapters or protocols, and allegedly these protocols were all just basically summarized minutes from meetings of Jewish leaders. The protocols describes the secret plans of Jews to rule the world by manipulating the economy, controlling the media, and fostering religious conflict. Very enticing thing to believe, honestly. It's a very, just very dramatic and such an easy thing to believe, and such an easy agenda to scapegoat. So this section here is fraud exposed. In 1921, the London Times presented conclusive proof that the protocols was a clumsy plagiarism. The Times confirmed that the protocols had been copied in large part from a French political satire that never mentioned Jews. Maurice Joly's Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, coming from 1864. And other investigations revealed that one chapter of a Prussian novel in 1868 also inspired the protocols. And so, real quick, I actually I had ChatGPT, which I use every now and then just for cool little things like this, kind of explain the similarities between the protocols and Maurice Joly's A Dialogue in Hell. It says here, ChatGPT, our cool little AI buddy here, said that the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, a notorious anti-Semitic text purported to reveal a global conspiracy by Jews to control the world, has long been discredited as a malicious forgery. Its origins, however, trace back to another work, The Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, written by Maurice Joly in the 19th century. This essay explores the connections. Oh, sorry, not that part, but so The Dialogue in Hell. Maurice Joly was a French lawyer and political activist who penned The Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu in 1864 as a commentary on the political climate of his time. Joly used satire to criticize the authoritarian rule of Napoleon III, drawing parallels between the strategies of Machiavelli and the Enlightenment ideas of Montesquieu. In his work, Joly warned against the dangers of unchecked political power and the manipulation of public opinion. Yeah, I have the actual work pulled up here, which we'll take a look at in a second. And it's a fascinating piece of socio-political literature. I think it's an amazing work. And so the theory here is that whoever penned the alleged protocols of the learned elders of Zion were influenced by Joly's work and kind of transformed them into some conspiratorial work, that is allegedly real, that came from some secret meeting of Jews. But the theory is that the protocols are simply just an exaggerated fiction influenced by Joly's work. And so our buddy here, ChatGPT, says, fast forward to the early 20th century and the political landscape had evolved. The protocols of the learned elders of Zion emerged during a tumultuous period marked by anti-Semitic sentiments and political unrest. This infamous document, claiming to expose a Jewish conspiracy for global domination, bore a striking resemblance to Joly's work. The protocols shamelessly plagiarized and adapted sections from Joly's dialogue. For instance, a comparison between Joly's statement, "We shall invest the president with the right of declaring a state of war," and the protocol's assertion, "The president will, at our discretion, interpret the sense of such of the existing laws as admit of various interpretations," highlights the direct influence and appropriation. So I wanted to read through the entire dialogue by Joly, but and I could have, but it's like 100 something pages, and I just got so much else that I'm working on right now. But I did find a really cool section for us to analyze, and I did find some sections in the protocols of the learned elders of Zion to compare it to. Just like as it said right in that section. Now, ChatGPT, of course, it's limited or whatever. But it was saying here that one similarity is part in Jolie's dialogue mentioning that the president will have the right to declare war, and then the protocols part where it says the president will at our discretion interpret laws and whatever. Obviously not a verbatim copy, but similar aspects, and they're both similar works as the article was saying. Jolie's dialogue is a work of fiction. It's a socio-political work of fiction that is analyzing political power, and like the article said, it's masking itself as a socio-political satire, when in reality it was Jolie secretly criticizing the authoritarian government of his time. And like I said, it's an amazing piece of work I think people should read. And the protocols of the learned elders are similar, but they pose to be actual documents from an authoritarian government, a secret authoritarian government who plans to act out the corruption. So so let's look at Jolie's work real quick. Where's it at? Here it is. So again, this work is supposed to be, it's a fiction of Montesquieu and Machiavelli in hell for some reason. I don't know why they have to be in hell, but they're in hell and they are bantering, debating political power. And so there's this one section here where basically Machiavelli says that if his style of government, his style of government, which would be a secret authoritarian government, would have the power to do whatever they want. And Montesquieu says that technically, the president or whatever does not have all the power because there are checks and balances. And so that's where the argument, that's what the argument is, that's where the debate is. And so we're going to pick up right there where these two dudes are debating that fact or debating that theory, philosophy, principle, whatever, while in hell. So Machiavelli says here, if my power was threatened, it could only be so by factions. I would be guarded against them by the two essential rights that I have placed in my constitution, the appeal to the people and the right to put the country into a state of siege, martial law. I am chief of the army. I have all the public force in my hands. At the first signs of insurrection against my power, the bayonets would allow me to get the better of the resistance, and I would again find in the popular ballot a new consecration of my authority. Basically saying that he could just easily manipulate the populace, like the power of the, we'll call it New World Order government, as he says here, could only be threatened by factions, right, by small groups. But all that they would need to do, the New World Order government, is recalibrate recalibrate the public brainwashing and get the public back onto the program, get the masses back onto the brainwash program. And even further than that, the president has power, as they say here, to put the country into a state of siege, martial law. So there's all these loopholes that the New World Order government can take in order to recalibrate everything back into the surveillance slave state. But here Montesquieu says, but let us return to the legislative body that you have installed. On this point, I do not see you to be clear of difficulties. You have deprived this assembly of parliamentary initiative, but it retains the right to vote upon the laws that you present to it for adoption. For And no doubt you do not intend to let it exercise its right. So Montesquieu is hitting them back with a political chess move saying, so you think you have all this New World Order power, but there's the legislative body that can put you into check, which obviously is a freaking joke now. And Machiavelli says, you are more distrustful that because I confess to you that I do not see any difficulties here. I don't even know. That's weird verbiage, man. What he says here, since no other than myself can present laws, I have nothing to fear if someone does something against my power. Thus, I have said to you that it would be part of my plans to let the appearance of these institutions continue. I simply declare to you that I do not intend to leave to the chamber what you would call the right of amendment. It is obvious that, with the exercise of such a faculty, the law could be deflected from its original goal and the economy could be susceptible to being changed. The law must be accepted or rejected. There can be no other alternative. Basically saying that this legislative body would still be under pressure of the New World Order presidency, secret government hidden hand. And Montesquieu hits back by saying, but this faculty would not be needed to overthrow you. It would be sufficient if the Legislative Assembly systematically rejected all your proposed laws, or if it refused to vote for any taxes to be levied. Again, Montesquieu relying on the legislative body to put the secret government in a check and balance system. And Machiavelli ends this debate right here pretty powerfully by saying, you know perfectly well that things could not take place like that. A chamber of whatever kind that, through such an act of temerity, hindered the movement of public affairs would be committing suicide. Basically saying that if the New World Order government got the masses to want a certain thing, even if it was damning to their own freedom, unbeknownst to them, and the legislative body tried to work against that, they would be committing suicide because they would be going against the mass opinion, the mass brainwash. Furthermore, I would have 1,000 means of neutralizing the power of such an assembly. I could reduce the number of representatives by half, and thus I would have half the political passion to combat. I would reserve for myself the nomination of the presidents and vice presidents who would lead the deliberations. In place of permanent sessions, I would reduce the tenure of the assembly to several months. I would specially do something that would be of a very great importance, something in which the practice has already started, so one tells me. I would abolish the gratuity of the legislative mandate. I would have the deputies receive a salary. Their functions would be salaried. I regard this innovation as the surest means of tying the nation's representatives to my power. I do not need to develop this for you. The efficacy of these means is easily understood. I would add that, as the head of executive power, I would have the right to convoke or dissolve the legislative body, and in case of a dissolution, I would reserve for myself the longest periods of time to convoke a new one. I would understand perfectly well that the Legislative Assembly cannot remain independent of my power without presenting dangers to it. But be reassured, we will soon encounter other practical means of tying it in. Basically saying that he's going to make the legislative body employees, constricted employees of the New World Order system, so they would be dependent on it. And that is exactly what we have today, basically, so that's why lobbyists exist, right? Like all the legislative body relies on their salaried employment, relies on the lobbyist money and all that stuff. It's all corrupted by the money. And so Machiavelli wins the arguments, basically stating that all that would be needed to allow the New World Order secret government to proceed is just greed, money. And so it's an amazing piece of socio-political literature, and again, it's very similar to the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. And so some people think that whoever wrote the protocols basically just were influenced by Maurice Joly's work. and I can see the similarities, but as we'll see, they're not exactly the same, right? So let's get back to this article right here. Dun, dun, dun. Where you at? Here it is. It's just smaller. So the fraud exposed. Fraud exposed. In 1935, a Swiss court fined two Nazi leaders for circulating a German language edition of the protocols in Switzerland. The presiding justice at the trial declared the protocols libelous, obvious forgeries, and ridiculous nonsense. The U.S. Senate issued a report in 1964 declaring that the protocols were fabricated. The protocols today, many school textbooks throughout the Arab and Islamic world teach the protocols as fact. Countless political speeches, editorials, and even children's cartoons are derived from the protocols. In 2002, Egypt's government-sponsored television aired in 2002, Egypt's government-sponsored television aired a miniseries based on the protocols, an event condemned by the U.S. Department. The Palestinian organization Hamas draws in part on the protocols to justify its terrorism against Israeli civilians. So that's a little bit of its history, and yeah, it's unfortunate because there's no conclusive evidence on who actually wrote it. It all centers around this guy Sergei Nilis, who we're going to be taking a look at a bit deeper. Where is it here? Oh, here. Okay, so and I have the actual protocols, which we're going to dive into towards the end of this presentation. But we're going to start getting a little into Sergei Nilis here. So here's the actual protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, translated from Nilis' original work by Victor E. Margson. This version was published in 2014. All right, so this here's Sergei Nilis right here, this Russian mystic man. And so Nilis was a priest in the Orthodox Church in Russia. In his introduction of the protocols, he says that a manuscript had been handed to him about 4 years before by a friend who vouched that it was a true translation of an original document stolen by a woman from one of the most influential and highly initiated leaders of Freemasonry at the end of a meeting of the initiated in France. So that's the unfortunate thing. It's literally a he say, she say thing. So Nilis got it from a friend who got it from a woman who stole it from some Freemasonry high priest guy or whatever. You know, so we don't really know who wrote it, if it's real or not. All we know is that Nilis got it from somebody who got it from somebody, got it from somebody, and apparently the protocols were transcripts of summarizations from Freemasonry meetings in which these agendas were spoken. And so Nilis adds that the protocols are a report with a part apparently missing made by some powerful person. Nilis admits the impossibility of producing written or oral proof of the authenticity of this document and says that we must be satisfied with the circumstantial evidence which abounds. In January 1917, Nilis had prepared a second edition, but the Revolution of March 1917 had taken place and Kerensky ordered the whole edition to be destroyed. Kerensky being the leader, I believe, of the Bolsheviks. Should have done a little research on that. But anyway, later Nilis was arrested by the Bolshevik Cheka, imprisoned and tortured. He was exiled and died in Vladimir on the 13th of January 1929. And so again, the entire authenticity of the protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion rests solely on the integrity of Sergei Nilis. And even he himself admitted that, you know, there's no way to really prove that they're real. We simply just have to have faith in it. And they are a very interesting piece of literature. I mean, they were way ahead of their time, even if they were fictitious or whatever. They are very New World Order esque. And so I remember back in the day when I made my Illuminati documentary, I didn't really believe Nihilus. I didn't look too much into his life as I did this time. So I didn't really believe him. I thought he was kind of a quack, to be honest. I thought he was a fanatical. But honestly, after diving into his life more so this time, I realized he's actually a very integritous and honest man. And so it adds a lot of value to the whole conspiracy behind the protocols. So this is Victor E. Marchson, the guy who translated Nihilus's work into the English version. And he's pretty interesting too. It says here, Victor E. Marchson lived for many years in Russia and was married to a Russian lady. He had been for a number of years a Russian correspondent to the Morning Post. The Morning Post was a very popular and popular newspaper out of that time. And naturally, he was singled out for the anger of the Soviet. Victor Marchson was arrested and thrown into the Peter Paul prison, expecting every day to have his name called out for execution. This, however, he escaped, and eventually he was allowed to return to England, very much of a wreck in bodily health. One of the first things he undertook as soon as he was able was this translation of the protocols. He told the writer of this preface that he could not stand more than an hour at a time of his work on it in the British Museum, as the diabolical spirit of the matter, which he was obliged to turn into English, made him positively ill. And so I think all of that kind of adds to the value of the protocols as a possible nonfiction work, as a possible real manuscript for the takeover of the world. Because both of these men faced real political condemnation. I mean, they were imprisoned, tortured, and that says a lot about the protocols that Marchson translated them as soon as he got out of jail. I mean, as soon as he got out of prison, one of the first things he did was go to this work and translate it. I mean, that's how important it was to him. And so that adds value to it, I would say, for sure. Let's see here. So, and also, again, this whole revolution that we're speaking about was the Bolshevik Revolution, and I didn't add that part of it into this presentation, but I'm sure many of you have heard the conspiracy behind the Bolshevik Revolution. Apparently, there's a theory out there which I haven't fully analyzed, but the theory is that the whole Bolshevik Revolution was actually a part of this whole Jewish conspiracy to take over the world. It was basically instigated, designed by the shadowy elite, who some would say were the Jewish elite, to change Europe and to change it towards the international New World Order government. And so Nihilus and Marchson were part of the revolutionaries who were against this whole Bolshevik takeover, this whole fascist, communist type takeover, and saw it as a part of the protocol plan and agenda. All right, so back to this intro to the protocols. Okay, and this is an interesting fact here. So Mr. Henry Ford, right, the famous car mogul, in an interview published in the New York World, February 17th, 1921, put the case for Nihilus tersely and convincingly thus, saying, in response to the protocols, that the only statement I care to make about the protocols is that they fit in with what is going on. They are 16 years old, and they have been fitted, and they have fitted the world situation up to this time. They fit it now. And so, basically Henry Ford was saying that they are real, that they are true, but that's kind of biased because Henry Ford was a stark anti-Semitic. As I have here in this article titled Henry Ford and Anti-Semitism, a Complex Story. So Henry Ford was convinced that bankers and the Jews were responsible for a whole range of things he didn't like. Ford used his newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, to carry on an active anti-Semitic campaign. Between 1920 and 1922, a series of articles denounced all things Jewish. Yeah, so for I think it was, I thought I had it in this article, but for years, Henry Ford literally just ran headline articles just condemning the Jewish people and saying that they were trying to take over the world. And so he believed the protocols, but again, he was biased because he already had some anti-Semitic impulses. He was a pretty wild man, dude, just straight up running newspaper headlines every day for years. Just, the Jews are trying to take over the world. But that's interesting. That's interesting that he read them, he knew about them, and that he believed they were real. Which I think doesn't add value to the whole thing because he was an obvious anti-Semitic, and just was like, so he was probably super just like amped off this whole thing, like, yeah, fuck that, fuck them, dude. They're trying to take over the world or whatever. All right, so the presumption is strong that the protocols were issued or reissued at the First Zionist Congress held in Basel in 1897 under the presidency of the father of modern Zionism, the late Theodor Herzl. And so obviously Zionism was instituted by Theodor Herzl in the late 19th century. And so he's the man behind Zionism, behind the whole secular institution of Judaism, of the Israel state. And so some people believe that the protocols of the learned elders of Zion came out of the Zionist Congress, the Zionist meetings and institution that was started by Theodor Herzl. There are some similarities, as some have pointed out, to the protocols and these pioneers and leaders of the early Zionist movement. Herzl's diaries, a translation which appeared in the Jewish Chronicle of July 14th, 1922, give account of his first visit to England in 1895 and his conversation with Colonel Goldsmith, a Jew brought up as a Christian, an officer in the English army, and at heart a Jew nationalist all the time. Goldsmith suggested to Herzl that the best way of expropriating the English aristocracy, and so destroying their power to protect the people of England against Jew domination, was to put excessive taxes on the land. Hold up, wait, what? So Goldsmith suggested to Herzl that the best way of expropriating the English aristocracy, so like getting rid of them and taking their money, and so destroying their power. Okay, so the best way to expropriate the English aristocracy and destroy their power to protect the people of England against Jew domination was to put excessive taxes on the land. Herzl thought this an excellent idea, and it is now to be found definitely embodied in the protocols. So basically saying this meeting between this Colonel Goldsmith and Herzl created the idea, or whatever, fomented the idea that in order to rid England of its financial power and its ability to protect its people would be to institute taxes, I guess, on the land. And so to slowly over time kind of rid them of their financial power. And without financial power, you have no political power, and so thus you are weakened. And successor of Herzl, Dr. Wiseman, quoted one of these sayings, one of the sayings in the protocols at the send-off banquet given to Chief Rabbi Hertz on October 6, 1920. And this is the saying of the sages which Dr. Wiseman quoted. A beneficent protection which God has instituted in the life of the Jew is that he has dispersed him all over the world. So that's what Dr. Wiseman said at this banquet. And now we compare this with a saying right out of the protocols, which says, God has granted to us, his chosen people, the gift of dispersion, and from this, which appears to all eyes to be our weakness, has come forth all our strength, which has now brought us to the threshold of sovereignty over all the world. And so there are these little instances, I guess, when Jewish elite in public say or do things that are in comparison very similar to what is stated in the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, which does not help the case for them being a forgery or fictional. It seems to be very real and in practice, but again, that's up to you. You can make your own conclusion. All right, and so the review des etudes juvies, I don't even know if I said that right, but I guess some magazine or something, financed by James de Rothschild, published in 1889, two documents which showed how true the protocols are. On January 13th, 1489, Shamor, Jewish rabbi of Arles in Provence, wrote to the Grand Sanhedrin, which had its seat in Constantinople, for advice, as the people of Arles were threatening the synagogues. What should the Jews do? This was the reply from the Grand Sanhedrin, the center of the Jewish institution. The advice of the grand satraps and rabbis is the following. 1. As for what you say that the King of France obliges you to become Christians, do it, since you cannot do otherwise, but let the law of Moses be kept in your hearts. As for what you say about the command to despoil you of your goods, the law was that on becoming converted Jews gave up their possessions. Make your sons merchants, that little by little they may despoil the Christians of theirs. So basically saying that the government was forcing the Jews to give up their goods. So he's saying, the Sanhedrin is saying, make your children merchants, make the, allow them or teach them to infiltrate the markets so that they can take the riches of the people, right? The consumers. Stack $1 stack $1 at a time. As I'm just a little humble merchant. I'm just a little shoemaker, but slowly, we're gonna stack our money together and take over. That's what he's saying. Number 3, as for what you say about their making attempts on your lives, make your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away Christians' lives. Spooky. As for what you say of their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics in order that they may destroy their churches. As for the many other vexations you complain of, arrange that your sons become advocates and lawyers, and see that they always mix themselves up with the affairs of the state, in order that by putting Christians under your yoke, you may dominate the world and be avenged on them. Do not swerve from this order that we give you, because you will find by experience that, humiliated as you are, you reach the actuality of power. Signed by the Prince of the Jews, 21st Caslu, November 1489. Yeah, man, spooky stuff. So in the protocols, and even stated by the Jewish elite, they have realized that their dispersion, or them being a people with no land, is actually a benefit and a gift granted to them by God, because this means they're not destined to one land, they are destined to the entire world. Uh-oh. Damn. I hope I don't get canceled, bruh. Look, again, I'm just reporting what people are saying, what the history and the conspiracy is. I honestly don't give a fuck, man, because you know why? Nobody rules my world, dude. There is no government. It's all a lie. It's all an illusion. The power is an illusion. When you woke up today, was there somebody forcing you to get out of bed? I mean, obviously your alarm clock, work, or whatever, but what I'm saying is there's nobody ruling you. It's all an illusion. You are a celestial, divine, sovereign being. Okay? They might rule the world, the country, but they don't rule the universe. Nobody rules the solar system. It's all an illusion, man. Nobody rules me. I don't care what these secret Jews are doing. I don't care what the secret, Jehovah Witnesses are doing or whatever, man. Okay? They're all weirdos. Doesn't affect me, and it shouldn't affect you. Although in some senses it does affect us, right? My heart goes out to people who are physically affected by the effects of war and stuff like that. But mentally, man, consciously in the heart, walk as if none of this affects you because it's all an illusion. All right, so we'll come back to the actual protocols, but I want to dive into Sir Guy Nillis. Wait, before we do that, I thought there was more. Before we do that, I want to dive a little more into just some other interesting historical facts about other people that were influenced by the protocols. Obviously, Hitler and the Nazis were heavily influenced by a lot of this stuff. But in specific, Hitler was introduced to the protocols by a dude by the name of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's chief ideologue. So in the diary of Alfred Rosenberg, we read that we find that Rosenberg was more than just a writer. From 1923 onwards, he edited the party's daily newspaper. And in 1928, he founded and ran a crusading organization, the Fighting League for German Culture, dedicated to rooting out degenerate art, books, plays, and other cultural products from the German public scene. During the war, he headed up the Reichsleiter Rosenberg Task Force, which began by collecting Jewish artifacts for a projected museum for the study of what he hoped would soon be an extinct race, but quickly graduated to looting artworks, manuscripts, and other treasures from Jews sent to the camps. That's fucking wild, dude. Honestly, that was just so wild. That's such a crazy time in human history. It's so fascinating to me. It's unfortunate, but just so wild, man. Like, I feel like that. I understand why the History Channel is always like making documentaries about it, because it was almost like the center of everything, because the center of human history, which everything pivots, I believe, I mean, I feel like the first major historical landmark, if you will, or event in which everything else pivoted around was the coming of Christ, the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. Be it real or not, that was like the very first pivotal moment in which everything else swivels around, revolves around. But this event was like the next big one, which everything else pivots around. Because everything in history led up to Jesus. If you understand the mythological progression of our human history, right? The Anunnaki, Babylonians, all this stuff. And you can see how it all kind of led up to Christ, and then the expulsion of the Anunnaki and the polytheism and paganism and all that, and then transitioned us into this new age of Abrahamic dogmatism, right? So it's like everything led up to Jesus in order for everything afterward to occur. And it's the same with the whole Nazi event, I believe. Like, because the whole Nazism centers around the Jews, and so there would be no Jews, there would be no Jewish power or whatever had it not been for monotheism, right? Monotheism and the death of Christ and that whole contention. And so it's like it came to Christ, we had that pivoting moment of Christ, and then it caused a contention in the world, tension in the world between the Abrahamic faiths, between the races, the cultures, and then all of that tension built up to the event of the Nazis and the Holocaust, which now everything again pivots around, right? Because everything led up to that, and now the world changed after that, and now we have another contention, another series of tension in which the world is operating from, which wouldn't have happened had it not been for that effective moment of the Jews and the Nazis. I'm having deja vu right now. This is weird. All right. Anyways, so after Rosenberg was captured by Allied troops at the end of the war, he was tried for his crimes and executed. Crazy. While he was in prison, Rosenberg wrote an autobiography published in 1955 in which, far from showing any sign of remorse, he asserted his belief that National Socialism was a European answer to the question of the century. It was a genuine social worldview and an ideal of blood-conditioned cultural purity. Just a wild guy, man, like most of them. And so he was the dude that introduced Hitler to the protocols. There he is right there. Very mysterious, ambiguous figure right next to the motherfucking monster of the millennia, Hitler. I don't even know if monster is the right word. He's just a fucking maniac. The drug-induced occultic maniac messiah of the demons. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? He's like the fucking opposite of a messiah, you know? Like just like the dark multiverse opposite of the messiah. This is crazy. That's actually fucking crazy now to think about it. It's like, because the Jews have been waiting for a Messiah, right? Like, that's the whole thing. They've been waiting for the Mashiach. What is it? Mashiach? The Messiah? How messed up is that, bro? Like, they've been waiting and waiting for a Messiah, and the answer that they got was like the complete opposite of Messiah. A world leader who was sent to fucking destroy and obliterate them. It's kind of weird. It's like, what the fuck, you know? Like, who answered that call? The demiurge? Like, it just makes me feel like we are living in a backwards, mirrored dimension where everything's demented. Like, Hitler was the demented, demonic, occult messiah who came to set the captives more captive. You know, who came to set the people captive. Oh my gosh. Just craziness, dude. Nothing but craziness. Alright, and so, Sergei Nilus, brother and sister, let's get into it. Right, so again, the entire validity of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion centers on Sergei Nilus, the Russian mystic who brought them forth to the world after receiving them from a friend who got them from a woman who stole them from a French Freemasonic high leader. Right? Okay, so Sergei Nilus, Sergius Alexandrovich, as he was born. His parents were nobles and landowners, major ones, moreover. However, they could not escape the general, so to speak, Platonic revolutionary spirit of the times. And he says here, and real quick, so what I'm reading here is I don't even know, it's like an essay or a small book known as The Way of the Orthodox. I don't know who wrote it, but it's an amazing piece of work on Sir Guy Nelis's life, and it has quotations from his actual books and biographies, autobiography. And so we'll get direct quotes from the man himself. And so he says here, this is a quote from Sir Guy Nelis. I grew up in complete alienation from the church. I learned the law of God from teachers who were indifferent, if not outrightly hostile, to the word of God as an intractable necessity of the school's program. So Sir Guy Nelis grew up in a wealthy family of revolutionaries, a secular intellectualist. So he didn't grow up in a spiritual family. His parents were aristocratic intellectuals. But under all the spiritual abomination which accumulated in the course of the years with the freedom of religious education and family, school, and finally public life, the silent but loved field lessons of Moscow, of the country, and of Nanny, his grandma, the boundless Christian kindness of my mother, who ceaselessly did good to her neighbor with the meekness that belongs only to Christians, all this did not allow the spark to go out in my soul. All right, so apparently his mom was Christian, but she didn't push it on him. And I know through this article, which I did not highlight, that his grandma would also sit down and kind of give him some lessons on the Bible and stuff. And so that spark in his soul hardly twinkled in my soul's darkness, he says here. When I received communion, I had what was for me a strange, incomprehensible, secret feeling of trembling, which for a long, long time I did not want to admit to myself. Something came to fruition in my soul. I began to be visited more often by a thirst for prayer, a thirst which I was not clearly conscious of and which was sometimes even violently drowned out by everyday cares. And so Sir Guy went to Trinity, St. Sergius Labra, which is the most important it's called church in Russia. So I have it pulled up here. So he went here, he went to what is known as the Holy Trinity, St. Sergius Labra, which is like this amazing and most important monastery in Russia of the Russian Orthodox. Yeah, so it's just this super, really big, nice Russian church. And so he went there in his younger life, and as he says here, I fell on my knees in front of the shrine containing the holy relics of Saint Sergius, and for the first time in my life, surrendered to a wonderful feeling of prayer. Involuntary, grace-given tears welled up somewhere deep in my heart. This was a deep, irrevocable faith in which creator and creature are invisibly united into one, in which the reverent gratitude of the creatures raises it to the very one who has created it. But the enemy of the human race cannot leave even one soul in peace, still less one who is on the path of conversion. I was no longer the former man, but I had not yet become a new one. I resonate with that so much. After learning more about him and reading his works, I really like him as a person. And again, it adds value to the alleged authenticity of the protocols. But I really like that statement right there. I was no longer the former man, but I had not yet become a new one. I am very much in that state right now. I am ridding myself of old habits, old traumas, and all kinds of things. But I'm not yet the man that I want to be, that I wish to be. But I am in transition, that's for sure. And if anybody else is in that place in life, just know you got this. You got this, and you will shine forth and break out of the cocoon and resonate and align with your higher self. It will happen. He says here, the world and its delights had lost their significance for me. I somehow became detached from people, but the emptiness left by them in my soul did not find its fulfillment. Wow, again, I can resonate with that. I resonate with that and can relate to that very much right now. I have no interest honestly, to like go out into the world and hang out and stuff like that. I mean, I like to be sociable and socialize and stuff like that, but I'd be lying to myself if I said there isn't a detachment that is occurring right now. Like I just don't see, the benefit anymore. I don't know. I don't feel the need energetically to go out there and be a part of the world right now. But he says here, I was visited occasionally by a prayerful mood. I acquired a greater taste for reading the Holy Scriptures, and I rested my attention on meditations on them more often and more deeply than before. Sergius Alexandrovich heard about the great man of prayer, John of Kronstadt, and decided to meet him. In February 1900, when he had caught a cold and had lost his voice, Friar John took me in a glance, a piercing, penetrating glance, like lightning, which revealed all my past and the wounds of my present, and pierced, as it seemed, even into my future. I felt so stripped that I began to be ashamed of myself and my nakedness. In reply, I could not utter even a sound. My throat was simply not up to it. Friar John gave me the cross to kiss, put it on the analogoion, I don't know, and then with 2 fingers of his right hand stroked my throat behind the collar of my shirt 3 times. My fever immediately left me, and my voice returned to me, sounding fresher and purer than usual. It is hard to convey in words what took place in my soul then. For more than half an hour, as I knelt at the feet of my longed-for comforter, I told him about my sorrows, opened to him the whole of my sinful soul, and offered repentance for everything that lay like a heavy stone on my heart. That was the first true repentance in the whole of my life. For the first time, with my whole being, I understood the significance of the spiritual Father as the witness of this great sacrament. For the first time, I felt with all my heart that God Himself, was sending me His forgiveness through the lips of the pastor engraced by him. When Friar John said, "God is very merciful, God will forgive." What ineffable joy I felt. With sacred trembling was my soul filled at these love-filled, all-forgiving words. So something was happening inside Sergei Nilus. He was beginning to change. He was beginning to see the deeper mysteries of life unfold in front of him as he became a religious and spiritual man. Sergius Alexandrovich traveled much around Russia and in its secret corners. He listened to and drank in every word that the simple people let fall. He began to travel, as a mystic and serve the world. Sergei alone or with his wife stayed in Optina Hermitage. He lived for a long time in this last outpost of Russian monasticism. After these visits, there poured out from under his pen remarkable books. Yeah, again, he's got some amazing books, most of them in Russian, but they're amazing works of mystical and religious conspiratorialism. It is precisely to Sergei Nilus that we are indebted for the discovery and deciphering of the conversation of Saint Seraphim with Nicholas Alexandrovich Motovilov on the acquisition of the Holy Spirit. So he discovered this manuscript, which was a conversation between Saint Seraphim, who was a popular mystic before Sergei, and his student Nicholas. And Sergei recalls here, if only someone could have seen the state in which I acquired Motovilov's papers, which preserved in their hidden depths this valuable witness to the God-pleasing life of the holy elder. Dust, pebbles, and dove's feathers, birds' droppings, all the papers were old, written on in a rapid and indecipherable hand, so indecipherable that I was simply horrified. I remember almost giving way to despair, but then a phrase deciphered with difficulty would shine like a spark in the darkness. What did these uninterpreted hieroglyphs hide in themselves? I was in despair. I remembered that towards the evening of a whole day spent in stubbornly fruitless work, I could bear it no longer and cried out, Batyushka, Batyushka Seraphim, Father Seraphim, did you give me the possibility of receiving the manuscripts of your lay brother from such a distant spot as Divyevo, in order that they should be consigned uninterpreted to oblivion? My cry must have been from the heart. In the morning, having set about deciphering papers, I suddenly found this manuscript and immediately received the ability to make out Matavilov's handwriting. You can well imagine my joy and how significant seemed to me the words of the manuscript. So I wanted to add this part because, again, I think it adds to the testament of Sergei Nilis's integrity. You know, he was obviously a deeply mystical person who had a deep passion for religion and for humanity and for the spiritual and mystical works of humanity. And so this Saint Seraphim guy is a trip too. I had one of his works pulled up. Where did it go? Where did it go? Well, I lost it, but I pulled up that work that he translated, the conversation between Seraphim and Nicholas, and it's actually a very amazing work, a very wise religious and spiritual work. Saint Seraphim was a G, and in that work, he talks about basically the importance of leading a spiritual life and what the purpose of life is. And he basically says that the purpose of life is to lead a life for Christ and towards Christ, and that nothing else should be our purpose, that everything we should do in a sort of Taoistic way should be for Christ. Everything we do, every thought we have, every action we have should all be leading towards Christ in our love, praise for him, and so that we can be accepted by him, right? It's a lot deeper than that. It's an amazing work, but here's Saint Seraphim right there, yo. Interesting Russian mystic guy. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick, though, because there was a quote on there that was like pretty badass. But yeah, it's titled "A Conversation of Saint Seraphim of Sarov with Nicholas Matavilov Concerning the Aim of a Christian Life." Yeah, it's cool, man. Very interesting. He talks about acquiring God's Spirit. That's what he says right here. So he says the true aim of our Christian life, while prayer, watching, fasting, almsgiving, and other good works done for Christ's sake, are the only means for acquiring the Spirit of God. So in acquiring the Spirit of God consists the true aim of our Christian life. And says to acquire is the same as to gain. You understand what acquiring money means. Acquiring God's Spirit is all the same. You know well enough what it means in the worldly sense, my son, to acquire. The aim in life of ordinary people is to acquire or make money. And for the nobility, it is in addition to receive honors, distinctions, and other rewards for their services to the government. The acquisition of God's Spirit is also capital, but grace-giving and eternal, and it is gained in very similar ways, almost the same ways as monetary, social, and temporal capital. Bam! Saint Seraphim the G, basically saying we have the secular matrix we live in, which again is the demented, mirrored, altered dimension of what God intended for us. In this monetary matrix, we go out there and we live our lives and do everything for what? For money, for the institution. And once we are rich, we maintain our riches and express the riches so that we can receive honors and dedications and awards. So we're doing all of this for nothing. We're doing all of this for meaningless fiat currency and stupid little statues and pieces of certificates and fame or whatever, just clapping each other on. It's the demented, altered, mirrored dimension aspect of what we should be doing, which Saint Seraphim says is very similar to that. But instead of doing it for money, doing it for recognition from the institutions, we're doing it for Christ and for God and for their recognition, and for their currency, which is eternal life. Yeah, man, that's pretty fascinating stuff. I like it, man. It's spiritual banger. Sergei Nilus brought that work to us, ceaselessly working to translate that, and I think that adds to the value of his integrity and who he was as a person. And again, adds value to whether or not the protocols are real. And Prince Nicholas Davidovich Zhivakov wrote in his memoirs about Sergei Nilus, saying that he did not think up or compose anything. He preferred to live near the famous Russian monasteries and use the monastery libraries. He extracted from the wealthy monastic archives valuable material and reworked it. Being a truly Orthodox Christian, Sergei Nilus fervently loved his own people and deeply understood the heavy burden of that time, sincerely experiencing it in his heart. Again, this adds to his personality and who he was. It says here he did not think up or compose anything. He simply translated or presented works. I mean, obviously he was an author, so he wrote things, but I think this guy was saying, like, everything that he did was for the people. It was for God. No, he wasn't simply just making stuff just for it to be entertainment. No one was taken by surprise by the revolution of 1917 in Russia. Some prepared it, others prepared themselves for it. The catastrophe was inevitable. Sergei considered it his Christian duty to warn not only the Orthodox people, but also the whole world about the terrible times that were coming. In 1903, there appeared the first edition of his remarkable book, The Great and the Small. This book is deeply Orthodox. Nilus approached the question of the signs foretelling the appearance of the Antichrist in a churchly manner. He says here, the events of contemporary world and Russian life, and also my dealings with the people who have devoted their whole life and all their activity to the service in spirit and in truth, in the likeness and truth of real Christianity, have revealed to me something new, great and terrible, the depths of Satan. This revelation, which was drawn from observations of the current spiritual and political life of Christian peoples and the study of the secrets of the religious sects of the East, and in particular Masonry, have given me material of such enormous importance that I would consider myself a turncoat traitor of Christ, my God, if I did not share this material with the God-loving reader. Again, he was a mystical, religious, spiritual man. He was a scholar. He was a scholar, a reporter of truth, and so anything that came his way, anything that he found that he felt was of importance and real and authentic, he felt the need to share. And some of his more important books were about the Antichrist and the coming New World Order age. And so one of the things that he felt that he had to report to us was, as he says here, the imminent triumph of the whole Christian faith is coming, but the imminent triumph of the faith has also brought closer the terrible anti-Christian time of persecutions against the faith. And it's wild because he's writing this about half a century before the Nazi persecutions. I just think it's interesting. The most famous part of Nilus's literary output, and the part which especially drew upon him the wrath of the Bolsheviks and the opprobrium of the Western historians, was the section entitled The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. These were the records of meetings in Paris of the leaders of international Masonry, in which the Masonic plan for the subjugation of the Christian nations and the establishment of Jewish dominion over the whole world was formulated in detail. First published in 1902 in a St. Petersburg periodical, they came out in 1905 in book form in Nilus's The Great and the Small and the Antichrist. Now, Nilus was genuinely convinced of their authenticity. But after the revolution, when the prophetic significance of the protocols became clear to many, the Bolsheviks tried by all means to have the remaining copies destroyed. So that's interesting how the Bolsheviks attempted to destroy these copies. The martyr empress had a copy, as she noted in her diary, under April 10, 1918. Nicholas read to us the protocols of the Masons. And so this martyr princess was the princess prior to the Bolsheviks, known as Tsaritsita Alexandria. And there is a diary of hers, or she has a lot of diaries, but there is a mention of the protocols in her diary, which right here I have. Just here in the footnotes. Oh man, that and it. Yeah, so this Empress Tsaritsa Alexandra, the Empress consort of Nicholas II, Emperor of Russia, was taken out by the Bolsheviks, the communist fascist people knew about the protocols and read them. It says here in the footnote of one of her diaries, yesterday I started to read aloud Millis's book on the Antichrist, to which have been added the protocols of the Jews and Masons, very timely reading manner. And so, yeah, very timely. She was taken out shortly after. I think that's interesting how she knew about them and read them. And so, getting back to Nillis, he says here in his spiritual mind, in the woes and sorrows which like a narrow, heavy ring have oppressed your wandering along the paths of life from all sides, and which have become so much more difficult in recent times, have you ever given a thought, O reader, to the final and only common end for all those who live upon the earth, of their labors and efforts, all their sorrows and joys, disillusionments and hopes, love and hate, good and evil, everything, in a word, out of which the thorny crown of life is woven? Do you even fully know what this end is like? And if you know, do you remember it with that careful thought which its importance merits? I don't think so. So allow me, my reader and brother in Christ, to remind you, whoever you may be, a ruler of the peoples or a poor homeless man, that there is no other end to your life than death, than preparation for death. Oh, how great and terrible is that word, that reality, and how few people in the world think about it. Remember the honor of your death, and you will not sin to eternity, calls our mother, the church. You will not sin to eternity. Do you hear what she says? We have forgotten about this hour, which none can escape. And yet what have we turned the whole world? And yet what have we turned the whole world that surrounds into through our sins? We have forgotten about death, public and family quarrels leading to bloodshed, in which sons raise their hands against their fathers and mothers, brothers against brothers, husbands against wives, wives against husbands, civil strife, in which public garbage and our youth that has been diverted and made senseless by anti-theist teaching rises up in mindless blindness against the powers that be and against everyone that lives in accordance with the commandments of God and not according to the elements of this world. Blood is shed in torrents, and the scythe of death mows down such an abundant harvest that the heart grows cold in horror. It seems that the times have come about which the faithful Christians were warned by the threatening word of the Holy Scripture, that blood will reach the horses' bridles. And if those days should not be shortened for the sake of the elect, no flesh would be saved. And yet people see all this, they see all the horrors of death, but few are those who think about death. And as if only they, among those who are temporarily left among the living, have a guarantee of eternal life upon earth, a guarantee only they know about, and as if only those who are dead were predestined to death. I will judge you as I find you. Savage is the death of sinners. It is terrible for the sinner to fall into the hands of the living God in that desired world in which the faces of the saints and the righteous shine like the stars. That is a pretty harrowing message right there, man. You know, he's saying our time here is limited. Do not be arrogant and remember that your hour will be faced. And so what are you doing with your life prior to that hour? And how will you face that hour? Sergei Nilis, also known as Sergius Alexandrovich, died peacefully in Soviet Russia, in which those who read his books were threatened with death by shooting. Being completely poor, he miraculously received sustenance in the Bolsheviks' land, and himself shared his last clothes with others. And Prince N.D. Zevakov, in his memoirs, describes the last years of Sergei, saying, "It goes without saying that none of the local Soviets, composed of criminals, caused Sergei Nilis the slightest concern, for it goes without saying they did not suspect him of being the publisher of the Protocols of Zion. Some considered that he had died long ago, while even thought that he never even existed." He was a humble, low-key mystic who led a very interesting life filled with miracles, amazing feats of mysticism, and he was faced with, opposition, political opposition, endured political imprisonment and torture. All of that to bring us the message of God, the truth of the Antichrist, New World Order world, all of that. And so I wanted to read you all that so that you have that as a background when you read the protocols or you see any videos or TikToks or whatever about the protocols, and ask yourself whether or not they're real, because their entire authenticity relies on the integrity of Sergei Nilis. But again, there are so many similarities to the protocols and the actual world we live in, and a lot of statements that have been declared by certain elites throughout the decades and now centuries. So that's it on Nilis. And with that being said, man, we're going to dive a little bit into the protocols. I'm not going to recite all of them. You can go check them out for yourself. I just want to recite certain quotes up to about halfway through the protocols. There's 24 of them, 24 protocols. In total, it's close to about 100 pages. There's 24 of them. I only want to examine the first 12 and read you a couple quotes so that we can examine them and ask ourselves, well, is this the world we live? Is this the world we are living in? Whoever wrote these, whoever write these, achieve their goal. We'll see. All right. So protocol number 1. It must be noted that men with bad instincts are more in number than the good, and therefore the best results in governing them are attained by violence and terrorization and not by academic discussions. Political freedom is an idea, but not a fact. Is it possible for any sound, logical mind to hope with any success to guide crowds by the aid of reasonable counsels and arguments when any objection or contradiction, senseless though it may be, can be made, and when such objection may find more favor with the people whose powers of reasoning are superficial? Men in masses and the men of the masses being guided solely by petty passions, paltry beliefs, customs, traditions, and sentimental theorism, fall a prey to party dissension, which hinders any kind of agreement, even on the basis of a perfectly reasonable argument. So they're opening it up by saying that we are flawed. We as humans are flawed. We as society are dumb, and we can't govern ourselves, and we are evil. We are inherently evil and immoral, and by that fact, it gives the shadowy elite a right and a duty to rule over us in secret, which is very Illuminati-esque of them to say. Protocol number 2. It is indispensable for our purpose that wars be brought onto the economic ground. This state of things will put both sides at the mercy of our international agentur. Our international rights will then wipe out national rights and will rule the nations precisely as the civil law of states rule the relations of their subjects among themselves. Basically saying that they will issue globalism, break down countries economically and institutionally to institute globalism, in which the top of that globalist pyramid will rule the states, the countries of the globalist system. Protocol number 3. This isn't coding thing. Protocol number 3. Protocol number 4. It is indispensable for us to undermine all faith, to tear out the minds of the Goyim, the very principle of Godhead and the Spirit, and to put in its place arithmetical calculations and material needs. In order to give the Goyim no time to think and take note, their minds must be diverted towards industry and trade. Basically saying, take church out of our minds, take God out of our minds, instead implement material needs and wants and desires. Protocol number 5. We shall regulate mechanically all the actions of the political life of our subjects by new laws. These laws will withdraw one by one all the indulgences and liberties which have been permitted by the Goyim, and our kingdom will be distinguished by a despotism of such magnificent proportions as to be at any moment and in every place in a position to wipe out any Goyim who opposes us by deed or by word. So again, instituting new laws that go against the constitutions of the countries that will be used to manipulate people, to condemn them. Moreover, the art of directing masses and individuals by means of cleverly manipulated theory and verbiage, very similar to what we're seeing today, by regulations of life in common and all sorts of other quirks, in all which the Goyim understand nothing, belongs likewise to the specialist of our administrative brain. Wow. So saying they're going to infiltrate the administrative sectors of life, the institutions of life, change laws, change rules, and use those changed laws and rules to manipulate us and position themselves in places of power where they normally would not have been powerful. Principal object of our directorate consists in this: to debilitate the public mind by criticism, cancel culture, to lead it away from serious reflections calculated to arouse resistance, to distract the forces of the mind towards a sham fight of empty eloquence, get us to fight on trivial matters rather than uniting. Protocol number 6. We shall soon begin to establish huge monopolies, reservoirs of colossal riches, upon which even large fortunes of the Goyim would depend to such an extent that they will go to the bottom together with the credit of the states on the day after the political smash, economic crash. Yeah, basically saying they're going to position themselves to be a sort of BlackRock institution where they own all the fortune, in which even the richest people will have to rely on them, financially speaking. That's the name of the game, right? Economy. Whoever owns most of the institutions, whoever owns the credits, the banks, all that stuff, owns all the money that flows in and out of it. It says here, we shall raise the rate of wages, which, however, will not bring any advantage to the workers. For at that same time, we shall produce a rise in prices for the first necessities of life, basic necessities, alleging that it arises from the decline of agriculture and cattle breeding. We shall further undermine artfully and deeply sources of production by accustoming the workers to anarchy and to drunkenness, and side by side therewith taking all measure to extirpate from the face of the earth all the educated forces of the Goyim. Wow. Yeah, so raise wages and raising prices. So raising wages means that the owners of the businesses are losing out on money. But the fact that prices for everyday life necessities are also being raised means that the workers aren't benefiting at all, and if anything, are also losing. So it's a clever way to slowly impede everybody, the workers and the owners, from gaining any true success or wealth in life and just being stagnant. It's fucked up, man. Protocol 7. The intensification of armaments, the increase of police forces are all essential for the completion of the aforementioned plans. Police state, man. They want a police state. Throughout all Europe and by means of relations with Europe, in other continents also, we must create ferments, discords, and hostility. Therein we gain a double advantage. In the first place, we keep in check all countries, for they well know that we have the power whenever we like to create disorders or to restore order. Order out of chaos. Order ab cow. The old Illuminati saying. Protocol 8. We shall surround our government with a whole world of economists. That is the reason why economic science is from the principal subject of the teaching given to the Jews. Around us again will be a whole constellation of bankers, industrialists, capitalists, and the main thing, millionaires, because in substance, everything will be settled by the question of figures, like money. Okay. Protocol number 9. The words of the liberal, which are in effect the words of our Masonic watchword, namely liberty, equality, fraternity, will be changed by us into the right of liberty, the duty of equality, and the ideal of brotherhood. If any states raise a protest against us, it is only pro forma at our discretion and by our direction, for their anti-Semitism is indispensable to us for the management of our lesser brethren. Again, saying they're going to change verbiage, change laws, change perceptions of liberty, equality, and brotherhood so that they can be used by them, right? Instead of having liberty, we have the right to liberty. And so by saying you don't have liberty, you have the right to liberty, because now it becomes an institutional thing, a political thing, because you can change the definition of what a right is. A right is that which is given by the institution. And so if the institution is not giving you a right, guess what? You don't have liberty. You don't have the right to liberty. So you see how they plan to, whoever wrote this, apparently, plan to cleverly change the definition of things, change the perception of things, so that we no longer have the sovereignty to navigate these things ourselves, but now have to go through the mediancy of secret government to be given these things. You see what I'm saying, man? All right, so it says here, we have fooled, bemused, and corrupted the youth of the Goyim by rearing them in principles and theories which are known to us to be false, although it is by us that they have been inculcated. Again, infiltrating the mind of the youth through the universities, through music, through entertainment, to create these ridiculous, trivial theories and principalities and perceptions, so that they could be a force of confusion for the world. Because you have the old world, the old traditions, and then you have these corrupted youths who come with all these backwards, corrupted, trivial theories and passions, who are now upsetting the natural world, the natural order of things, and changing it. And so they are just basically brainwashed agents of the New World Order, who are there to be used as manipulation agents. Right? Manipulation agents, because if somebody of the old world, of the old tradition, comes and says, this is not right, some brainwash youngin who is an agent of the New World Order can come along and say, yeah, you don't have a right to say this is not right. You don't have a right to say this is not right. You cannot say that. We're going to cancel you, so on and so forth. And it all just funnels and spirals, and it sucks. Protocol number 10. The mob cherishes a special affection and respect for the geniuses of political power and accepts all their deeds of violence with the admiring response. The mob will exalt us and bear us up in their hands in a unanimous triumph of hopes and expectations. We shall destroy among the Goyim the importance of the family and its educational value, and remove the possibility of individual minds splitting off, for the mob, handled by us, will not let them come to the front. Again, right? So they just have to brainwash the masses, and the masses will self-police. In this way, we shall create a blind mighty force which will never be in a position to move in any direction without the guidance of our agents set at its head by us as leaders of the mob. The people will submit to this regime because it will know that upon these leaders will depend its earnings, gratifications, and the receipt of all kinds of benefits. The money is the root of all evil. Or no, I think it's the actual verse is like the pursuit of money is the root of all evil, right? That's all they need. So all they need is for us to just keep wanting money, riches, fame, gratification, validation. Those are the true currency of the New World Order. And in order that our scheme may produce this result, we shall arrange elections in favor of such presidents as have in their past some dark, undiscovered stain. Then they will be trustworthy agents for the accomplishment of our plans out of fear of revelations, blackmail. And these presidents will be a puppet in our hands. Independently of this, we shall invest the president with the right of declaring a state of war. Puppet presidents. Protocol number 11. In order to obtain in a roundabout way what is for our scattered tribe unattainable by the direct road, secret masonry which is not known to, and aims which are not even so much as suspected by these goy cattle attracted by us into the show army of Masonic lodges in order to throw dust in the eyes of their fellows. Basically saying they're going to utilize Freemasonry, secret societies to further these plans, right? So there's like a secret top, and the secret top infiltrates even the secret societies, which think that they are, the ones who are going to take over the world, and really they're just being used to further trickle it all down. All right, protocol number 12, the last one that we are going to examine for this presentation. The word freedom, which can be interpreted in various ways, is defined by us as follows. Freedom is the right to do that which the law allows. This interpretation of the word will at the proper time be of service to us, because all freedom will thus be in our hands, since the laws will abolish or create only that which is desirable for us according to the aforesaid program. And there you have it, man. In many words, more than one. Pretty harrowing stuff, right? And hey, look, you get to make the conclusion for yourself. Are the protocols of the learned elders of Zion real? I mean, whether or not they're real or not, the world that we live in and how it operates is very similar to how this document describes it to be. So do I think they're real? I don't know, man. They're prolific at the very least. They're very prolific. Like the verbiage, the wisdom is very prolific, and in the wrong hands can definitely be used to create some disastrous new world order systems and institutions. And so the guy who brought it to us, Sir Guy Nillis, I believe, was honest in his heart and believed they were real and believed he was doing us good by bringing this to us. I don't think he fabricated them. I can say that for sure. I don't think Sir Guy Nillis fabricated these. I think he believed they were real. And if anybody were to fabricate them, it was the person he got them from. But no, I don't know, man. I think they are real. I think that they are real, but I don't want to play into the anti-Semitic aspect of it. Not that, I don't know, it's just because that part just leaves so much room for disaster, man. And it's like, I don't know, man. For me, it's like all of it's whack, you know what I mean? Like all of it is just trivial, all of the Abrahamic faiths are in some ways a hindrance, and so for us to play on the anti-Semitic aspect of it, it's like we're kind of siding with the Christian aspect of things, it is interesting though how in the Old Testament, or I think the New Testament says that there will be a synagogue of Satan who pretends to be Jews. So it's crazy, man. It's like it's all prophetic. It's all mixed in with the Abrahamic faiths because even the New Testament says that there will be a fake synagogue of Jews known as the synagogue of Satan. So are they the protocol? Are they the learned elders of Zion who wrote out these protocols? Who knows? And obviously, in the actual history, in our actual world, a lot of the stuff is ran by Jewish men and women, and look, I'm not here to say anybody is more evil than the other. I mean, to me, it's just all human fanaticism. It's all human fanaticism. It's just all human dogma. It's all human ridiculousness. Because to placate one side is to just condemn the other, right? Or a better way to put it is to condemn one side is simply to placate the other. So if we condemn the Jewish side of it, and we're just saying like, okay, we believe in the New Testament, we believe in the prophecies and all that stuff, and then if we do, then that means we have to go all the way with it. And it's like, all right, where do we go with that? I don't know, man. It is what it is. We live in a fucking crazy world. We live in a very crazy world, a loony world. And I personally just want to step outside of all of this dogma, man, as much as I can, because it's just crazy, Because, I mean, yes, we can say that very wealthy, powerful Jewish men are ruling certain aspects of our world, but so are very wealthy, successful, powerful Muslim men and Christian men and so on and so forth, So it's all coercion. It's all working together. The true God is money. So any agent of money is of the synagogue of Satan to me, and we're all guilty. We're all guilty because we live and operate in the money matrix, and I'm guilty of it, So until we really, really get to the deep core issue, which is this backwards mirrored altered dimension of money matrix, then we're going to just continue to be ruled over and faced with these New World Order-esque systems, So is it real? Sure, it's real. Sure, it's real, but so what? What does that mean? Like I said, ain't nobody gonna rule me, ain't nobody gonna brainwash me. I'm still here to live my life. And as Saint Seraphim said, I'm gonna live my life not for the money matrix system, but I'm gonna live my life for the Christ system. Joshua Christ. Yup. Anyways, I hope you had fun. Hope you learned something. Comment down below whether or not you think the protocols are real or not. What's up? It's Serge Inilis, a G, with Saint Seraphim, a G. Hey, love y'all. Have a great rest of your day. Peace. What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Thank you for tuning in to the audio version of Esoteric Eddie TV. I hope you enjoy this episode. Peace.
I was born into like a pretty notorious doomsday spectacle called the Children of God. I tried to kill myself when I was 13, but then I found out why we're here and what suffering is for.
What up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. This is a conversation with Mami Onami on Instagram, and it is very powerful. She is a practitioner of ritual magic specializing in the Enneagram. Check out her content. Check out all the links down below. Comment, like, subscribe. Let me know what you think. And of course, because it was an Instagram live, some of the audio and video is choppy, but I'm sure you'll still find some value. Love you all. You know what it is. Esoteric Eddie TV. Namaste. Peace. Yeah. Okay.
I always have so many glitches on my podcast whenever I have a host. Like literally, it'll be totally fine when it's just me. And anytime I try and do even like the slightest collaboration with someone else, it goes so like the amount of glitches I hit. I'm like, is this a sign that I'm supposed to be in it by myself? But if you've never had like these glitches before on your end, I guarantee you they're coming with me.
Oh no, I definitely have, dude. Definitely have. You're not alone. But yeah, thank you. Welcome, Miss Mommy Onami.
Thank you so much.
Real quick to everybody listening, thank you to everybody checking this out now, or whoever's checking this out, post later on YouTube or whatever. We're gonna get deep into ritual magic and so much more. And real quick, I just want to explain to people how it is I came across you and why we're doing this. So I think I saw one of your reels on Instagram first, and you were explaining the Enneagram and stuff like that. And I was just fascinated, and I checked out your other content, and I was like, wow, she's got a lot of wisdom, a lot of information, and just a really cool personality, too. So I was fascinated with all of that and definitely knew that we had to collab. But before we get deep, and I do have some notes here and stuff like that, but before we get deep, just go ahead and tell the people, who you are and what it is that you do.
Cool. I do a lot of things, but since you brought up the Enneagram, I'll show you guys. I have it tattooed right here on my palm. And the first time I saw it, I was like, oh my God, this is the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. When it comes to ritual magic, because that's what Eddie says we're talking about today, there's so many different paths of ritual magic. There's Solomonic magic, there's Wicca, there's all of these Egyptian magic, there's all these different things that you can do. And the Enneagram in particular is a way of looking at them all through the same lens and being like, no matter what the lineage is, they're all following these 10 steps. So let's just like focus on the 10 steps. And that is behind everything that I do. That's behind every workshop that I create. But the bottom line is that I'm an esoteric teacher. I'm a mom of two, and I've had a super crazy life. The type of life where people are like, why have you not killed yourself yet? And I'm like, oh, believe me, I tried. But then I found out why we're here and what suffering is for and why things had to go down the way that they went down, not just in my life, but in other people's lives. And so with a perspective like that, I've been able to create a career for myself, because when you know exactly, like in every situation, why things are happening the way that they're happening, and if it can or cannot be changed, that gives you a pretty good advantage in the confusing and tumultuous ride that we all share together. So that's what I do.
Awesome. And real quick, before we get started, Instagram only lets me do about an hour. And so if we go over that hour and need to do part 2, is that going to be fine with you?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, because we can just end this and then jump right back in for part 2. So that does have to happen. Okay.
Pumpkin at 90 minutes, like my words, I start sounding drunk, but it's just because I run out of words for the day. So, so if I disappear or like go blank at 90 minutes, that's my caveat to all y'all.
No worries. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm sure we can't get into everything today, but let's try to cover some awesome stuff. All right, so I want to get started with just your general story. I know there's a lot of other things I want to get into, but let's just start with who you are as a person. And so, before you found occultism or esotericism, what kind of person were you, and what led you to finding occultism and esotericism?
Oh, thank you for asking. So I was born into like a pretty notorious doomsday spectacle called the Children of God. I was born into that, so that was the only world that I knew. And I never got down with it. I was like, this is fucking weird. I was asking, quantum questions when I was really young. I had, they say in magic, thorns on the outside, roses on the inside. So when there's thorns in the external world, we really bloom internally. And so I grew up in a thicket of thorns, but I was having really rich spiritual experiences that didn't allow me to fully adopt the mindset of where it was that I was growing up. That's not to say that I was immune to conditioning. I would find out, 25 years later, how strong the conditioning can actually be. But I didn't get down with it, and you weren't allowed to leave until you were 18. And so I tried to kill myself for the first or second time when I was 13. I got excommunicated, and that's when I moved out of home. And the next, I hated God. I was like, no. Because I was like, look what devotion to God did. My parents joined a pedophile doomsday cult where they're literally trafficking children and having orgies and believe that I had lived through like 3 doomsdays by the time that I was 13. So I was like, how love of God obviously doesn't get you anywhere useful. And tons of drugs, tons of alcohol, eating disorders those were the addictions that got me through. I didn't process any of it. I just left and I had to survive. I was 13 years old. And so I was very anti-God. Like I wasn't agnostic. I wasn't atheist. I just absolutely refused to think about it. Unconsciously, I felt like, maybe God hated me because I ran away from some cult that I was told we were going to be the only people to survive at the end time. But that was unconscious. I had no idea that was going on. So I wouldn't look at the stars. I wouldn't look at the ocean. I wouldn't like anything that would cause my mind to go in like, I wonder what's out there territory. I would just completely ignore it. And that seemed to be working, the way that all of us feel like our coping mechanisms be working. But that was how I lived my life from age 13 to age 27. And my life was just never, every day was like a repeat of the day before, miserable. But I had a best friend who I really, really loved, who got me through. This was like my home. We lived together, best friends. And we ended up dating, and I was like, yes, my life is going to take a turn for the better. This is it. I'm changing my luck. And I had a dream that he died. I woke up in the middle of the night, had a dream that he died, that I came home and found him dead. And there was something about this dream, like I said, I wasn't thinking about anything quantum whatsoever at all. And I had a dream that he died. He got addicted to heroin at the end of his life, and 24, this dream just wouldn't leave me alone. I told his mom, I told his brother, I told him, it wouldn't leave me alone. And 24 hours later, I came home from work and I found him dead exactly as I had dreamed it. And I had never had an experience like that before, ever. I came home from work. He was dead exactly the way that I dreamed it. And it was my first time ever seeing a dead body. And I was resuscitating. I called the EMS and they were like, you have to try and resuscitate him. But the ambulance couldn't find my house. And so for 22 minutes, I was having my first experience with death. I was out of body the entire time, watching myself pump his chest for 22 minutes. I had the on the call with EMS the whole time. And during this time, it's like all of the back end and spirituality that was coming for me came through at once. I understood what life was, what death was, why this had to happen. I understood that the body was hardware and that the spirit was software. But most importantly of everything, I was like, I don't know what I want because this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, and I can see that this is happening for my own good. And it was just, I just completely woke up in that moment, came back to earth with a lot to deal with, but that was my awakening. And after that, I just couldn't go back. I was like, okay, I have some questions that I need to answer. How the fuck did I see the future? Or how is this person talking to me after they're dead? What does this mean? I don't know what I want. So I couldn't go back to work. I maxed out my credit card, went on a one-way ticket to Thailand, and devoted my life to finding out, what is all this for? And so that's
Dang, what year was that? What year around was that?
Oh, that was September 9th, 2015, baby. I'll remember that day for the rest of my life. I'll remember that day. That was the day I went full time in spirituality. I tell people, I'm because the psychic had told me, 2 years, I'd gotten into yoga and stuff a little bit, but it wasn't really, I had an eating disorder for a really long time, so I started doing yoga to white knuckle my way and to not throwing up my food anymore. But I had gone to see a psychic, and he was like, yeah, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. You have a destiny healing people, so you can either dump your boyfriend and do this the easy way, or you can do this the hard way. And I was like, no, boyfriend, whack, no, they don't have to do that. And then so I got the overnight job, if you know you're supposed to do something and you don't want to do it because you're stubborn or you can't tell that you're not happy anymore, you think it's the best it's gonna get for you. I would be like my biggest nightmare to be like spiritual, you know? It's like what? But if you don't do what you came here to do, like you're not doing here what you came here to do, and your whole life is going to be hard. So if you get a nudge, like don't get an overnight job like I did. It's really not that fun.
I work some graveyard shifts. It starts to mess with your circadian rhythm, your mind, and everything for sure. But I like what you just said about living perfect, and I want to get to that later because that's actually something I'm exploring right now a lot, actually. But before we get deeper, actually, to have fun, you grew up where I'm from originally. So I'm from North County, San Diego, and so you grew up here originally, right?
Well, I lived there for a little bit. So when I left the cult, I moved to South Africa. And then I moved back to the States when I was around 15. And all of my older brothers went because they all left together. I have 10 brothers and sisters, but all of my older brothers left together, and they like took up a house in Vista, off of Vista, 930 Osborne, off of Vista Way, and they would have huge parties there. And my brothers were so great to me when I left the cult. They would take me because I was working in Encinitas. I worked at Swami's, and then I worked at Miracles in Cardiff. I always had really cool restaurant jobs, but they would pick me up from Encinitas every single weekend and let me go out and party with them. And my older brother sold a lot of mushrooms at the time, and so for about 6 or 7 months straight, I took mushrooms every single weekend, and like I said, was having these really big experiences, life-changing experiences. And it was interesting because I went back there recently to see some old friends of mine at Booze Bros, at the brewery that they have. And I went back. I was hanging out with some of my old friends from there, and people were telling me left and right, hey, I had this experience with you on mushrooms where you said something to me that changed my life. And these were not things that I knew about whatsoever. I had 3 or 4 people tell me last time that I was in San Diego that I was doing basically the same type of healing work I'm doing now, but back then, to be fair, I was on mushrooms and now. Kind of feel like I am though, because I worked the graveyard shift last night. But it was interesting to me. It was like a real full circle moment for me where I was like, wow, maybe this really is what I've always, been meant to be doing. But I didn't live there for very long. I lived in California and San Diego from when I was 15, and then I moved to 17. I moved to New York when I was 17. I like San Diego, but I don't drive, and I'm at the time, all of the girls, it was surfer girls or Ugg boots and really skirt, who were a lot bigger than me. And I just didn't feel the guys that I liked always were going for healthy surfer girls, which is a complete opposite of me. I'm a dark, a dark kid. And so I was I can't compete with the surfer girl, man. I'm gonna go somewhere. I went to New York City when I was 17. I saw a guy on a leash, and I was like, I'm gonna be fine here. Try on versions of yourself, trying to figure out what works. But in California, I felt like I didn't know who I was. I had just left the cult, and I felt like I kind of had to fit into 1 or 2 categories, and I just knew that I was going to need to try a lot of different versions of myself before I found out who I was. So New York really gave me the space to do that.
Yeah, so your parents are the ones who got you into the cult, who brought you into the cult?
Yeah. I guess you could say I was grandfathered in. My parents joined in the early 70s, late 60s, and I'm the 9th out of 11 children that was born into the cult. So that was just all I knew. I didn't know that there was a life outside of it. We lived in compounds and stuff.
So your parents still around? What's your relationship with them now?
I have a really, really good relationship with my mom. And I'm actually no contact with my dad. But there's something interesting. I used to feel really bad about that for a while because I didn't understand the esoteric meaning of the Bible. So they always talk about honor thy father and thy mother. And I felt that in order to be spiritual, that you had to have a working relationship with both parents. I was really struggling with it because it seemed to make my dad really uncomfortable when I was around him, because I want to talk about real stuff. And my parents spent basically their entire lives in a cult, and then the cult dissolved around them, and now they're trying to integrate back into society. and something that they thought was going to be like their 401k and also headed in the right direction. Like as they spend more time outside of it and the dust settles, it's like, oh my God, I was in a pedophile doomsday cult. Like this is not good. People don't want to know about this. And so my mom and I spent a really long time being willing to hear each other's side of the story. Like she had to be willing to hear, like, I got really hurt as a result of these choices that he made. And I had to be able to listen and not just blame her for making the choices that she did, to get a real 360 view of what her life was and not just how her choices had impacted me. And as a result of like both of us caring enough to have these conversations, we have a relationship that's like so much. It was totally broken. I didn't speak to my mom for 7 years. I tried to kill myself and when I did in order to be excommunicated, and my mom was like, I wish you had died. I'm embarrassed of you. And I had no contact with her for 7 years after I left. And it was the odd cocaine fueled phone call. But I'm in a situation. But now our relationship is super, super good. But my dad doesn't want to talk about the things from the past. And I'm learning the more that I'm on this path that like the most loving thing that you can do is not try to change somebody. So if I need my dad to change in order to have a relationship with me, like I need you to be okay to talk about these things. I need you to, be able to come eat with me or call me on my birthday or any of these things. Like that's not love. And so if I can shift something in myself that says like, you don't need to change anything about who you are and how you are for me to love you. And if that means that this is what our relationship is, like a non-hostile, no contact, where when I think about you, I send you love, but if that's just what the relationship is, now I'm at peace with it. And then after making that peace with it, I learned, where did I learn this? The esteemed gospel of peace, which is like Jesus's direct teaching. When he talks about honoring the mother and the father, he means the heavenly father and the earthly mother, which is the heavenly father is basically like the world, the base, God, like God, the unknown and the unknowable, and the earth is where you live your life. And Jesus's like esteemed teachings, which is just what he was teaching to his disciples, were really all about balancing that relationship, having the ascended grounded paradox, being able to be in contact with the higher while also staying grounded and helping and being somebody that's like in earth but not of earth. And so when I first got I was like, ooh, okay, cool. Feeling, for some reason.
Yeah, I see that a lot in your work. That's why actually one of the things that I really like about you and your work is like you have all this occult knowledge, this esoteric knowledge, but you're still very just like human, like just down to earth and not afraid to like just show that side of yourself. I'm going to get more into that too. And that's kind of where I'm at in my life too. It's like I have all this esoteric and spiritual knowledge and experience, but I identify more as like an existentialist. Like I'm in between heaven and hell here right now in this avatar, in this realm, living it up. But let's take it back a little bit. So you leave the cult after attempting to commit suicide. And so did you attempt to commit off yourself for that reason so that you could leave?
It was like a 50-50. It was like a 50-50 thing. I knew that there was a 50% chance that it would work and I would die, but I was like, if I die, this is worth it to me because I just can't. We had a schedule every single day, and every single day, wake up same time, eat same time, and for the last 3 years of my life had been the same on the schedule. I knew that for the next 3 years going forward, that my life would be the same way. And actually, all of the great changes of my life have come from a moment like this of being like, I can tell you where I'll be 3 years from now, and I don't like that. So I'm going to, really drastically change something up. So it was a toss-up for me, but I was like, if I'm dead, I won't know the difference. But if I live, I'll be excommunicated. So I actually took a lot of care in case I lived to make sure that not only did I attempt suicide, which is a pretty big infraction. But I also I just tried to break as many rules as I could in one day. So I went to a movie theater to watch we weren't allowed to watch movies, we weren't allowed to listen to music, we weren't allowed to talk to people that weren't in the cult. And so I went to the park and just grabbed some random people, as an American in Mexico City. I was like, you guys want to come to a movie with me? And what I was hoping was going to happen was that people that didn't know who I was would call the house, tell them that I was unconscious in a movie theater, and they would be like, in a movie theater with non-members, taking, killing people, you're out. And it actually did work in that way, but it was a pretty scary experience because I took 300 aspirin, the only thing I had in the house. But they couldn't take me to the hospital because it would look like I had been kidnapped. My mom wasn't in the country at the time. That's was my moment. So they just had to feed me milk for 3 days to try and get me to throw up or encapsulate the poison. But I lost my hearing. I was in a lot of pain. It was a very a very uncomfortable situation, but that's how I was very hard on myself for a long time, maybe because I felt like I should have died or that I should have given it a more valiant attempt. When things got hard, that was the first of 4 times that I tried to kill myself. I could not find. I'm sorry, it was the second. I tried when I was a kid, but it was kid version. But now looking back on it, I actually just went back to Mexico City for the first time in 20 years. I was there in September. And it was actually being there again for the first time and realizing that it's sad that a 13-year-old, that those were the options that I felt like I had as a 13-year-old, was live or die. But I knew I couldn't stay until I was 18. All of my friends were getting pregnant when they were 14, 15. I was like, I gotta do something different. They say that when chicks hatch out of the egg, it's not because they're this is my time to break free. It's because they get suffocated in the eggshell, and so they don't know they can no longer breathe. There's not enough oxygen for them, and so they don't know what's on the outside of the eggshell, but they only have one option. They have a heartbeat, and they have this wall basically. And so that's where I found myself, and I'm happy, I was always happy to be able to get out, and I was proud of myself for leaving before I was 18. But looking back on it, I ran into a 13-year-old American girl that was there with her parents, and seeing her, such a baby. That's when I grew up. That's when I left my home. Seeing this little 13-year-old girl, I'm like, fucking baby. I was a baby. So it was actually, going back to Mexico City was kind of sad for me. So I was like, oh.
Oh yeah, that's epic. So you get out of the cult, you go through these experiences with your ex, and then you go to Thailand. And so at what point did you start to really cultivate the person you are today, Miss Mami Onami?
Everyone just calls me Mommy. Everyone just calls me Mommy, but my kids actually call me Mommy Onami, which is funny. I think they just like the way that it sounds. So my first, I had a whole spirit. There's 3 levels of spirituality, and what makes the way that I talk and the taste of my work different. It's second level, not third. So the first level is the exoteric, and everybody has to start there. All teachers in the exoteric get there by sharing their story. And as you grow as a teacher, you'll share your story over and over again, of course, but that's your one teaching, and that's what it's meant to be. And in sharing your teaching, you learn what was right for you and what was wrong for you, but you're not at the level yet to know that there really is no good and bad, period. There's one thing to know it, but if you actually understood that there is no good and bad, then you would be talking at a higher level. There'd be nothing that could disturb you, because you're just like, oh, whatever, I don't care what happens, because it's safe. So it's very different to know it versus to understand it. I think Kanye West was a really good example of somebody that knows it but doesn't understand it, because he's so higher creative, and then he's back into his holy work. So the exoteric is that first level of duality, good, bad, right, wrong. And the metaphor they usually use for this is the outside of the temple. So anybody can go to a temple and be like, wow, it's a big temple, but they can't go in and meditate and be like a monk. They can see the monks meditating and be like, something like that, but it's not, they're not initiated. And so the second level of spiritual teaching, which is what I teach, is the mesoteric. And in the mesoteric, the teachings are dismissed and with poetry. And so the mesoteric, the symbol of that one feet, is the inner temple or the inner courtyard where the monks live and they practice, and there's a full world going on. And you can't just like order a robe off of Amazon and go into the temple and be like, okay, I'm here now. Like you have to be, and people have a really hard time with this. It's just because we live in the age of information, and it takes a lot of humility to go to a higher level, because you have to be a total beginner. That's when Jesus says, like, you have to be like little children. You have to it feels so good to be like at the top of your game as a spiritual teacher, but then to have to go back down to like baby level and be taught is hard. So you always have to be initiated to go from level 1 to level 2. And initiation's really, it's not as complicated as people think it is. Basically, you just need to find a living teacher that's at a higher level that can explain to you how these ancient teachings, how myth and parable applies to you in your life right now. Because you're at the level of reading the story, and they're at the level of objective myth and parable. So they need to help you digest it, because that's just how it is. There's really no way around that. So that's the mesoteric realm. And then the holy of holies in the temple, where only the high priest can go, that's called the esoteric. And the esoteric, we use that a lot now, and that's totally fine, because it's a broader word for like occultism, so like esoteric studies. And I tell people I'm an esoteric teacher, but actually I'm a mesoteric teacher. But esoteric teachings are disseminated with symbol, and they are wordless teachings. So somebody that's at a level of an esoteric teacher, those like epic swamis that you hear about that like don't say anything to you, they just looking at their, I've got goosebumps because I know a lot of these teachers, but unfortunately I've never met a living one, but just looking at their face like does something to you, or when they die they leave behind a symbol, and just looking at the symbol can like awaken you. So if we were to use the Bible, which is like, the Bible has exoteric teachings, which is all of the chapters, people saying, this is my story of experiencing God. And then there's the mesoteric teachings, and it was for all of the parables that Jesus was sharing. But people that aren't initiated don't know what the parables mean. So they go, Jesus has a story about sowing seeds on rocks. Like, isn't Jesus cool? And you're like, what he means by that is that it's believing a false teaching. You can't uproot it. You have to let it grow alongside the real teachings until they can discern it from themselves. Otherwise, you're going to create schizophrenia in them by uprooting something too fast. Like the parables unpack and unpack and unpack. So Jesus would say things like, "Ye that have ears to hear, let them hear," because he's like, advanced teaching alert to my 12 followers. Like, I know only 12 of you guys are going to get this, but I'm just going to drop it here anyways. And then at the most advanced level, the symbol of Jesus is the cross. And so many people have big experiences just from contemplating the symbol at all. So with all of the religions and the base, every single religion has a 3-level structure, has deeper teachings that you can go to. But like in Christianity, it's like Christianity, Gnosticism, and then God, Judaism, Kabbalah, and then I don't forget what their name for God is, and Judaism, Hinduism, Tantra, Brahma. So there's every religion has
The Ein Sof, as it's known in Kabbalah.
Oh, okay, cool. So that's what, so I was initiated into these teachings in 2019. It was really, really, really expensive. And then once I learned them, I could be initiated by a teacher, but then I had to really go through it on my own, leaving behind duality and entering oneness. This was not a test that I passed on the first go whatsoever. I got heavily fucking distracted during pandemic. All of my teachers got fucking psyops. I got psyops. I was like, like, I know that there is no good and evil, but my teachers say that these are the fucking bad guys. Like, I was very like hostile, very mad. These are all like I said, that Christian conditioning. I didn't think it was there because I left the school and be like, fuck these people, you know, like, and I thought that because I never believed it, that it hadn't done anything to me. But I'm 34, 35-year-old, or however old I was during the pandemic, 33, I think, and when I didn't know what was going on, I was like, wait, maybe these are end times. So could have been a teacher. I probably could have been at this level a little bit sooner, but I thought I like descended an octave during pandemic and then had to slowly work my way back up. So I'm extra sympathetic to the people that are having a hard time really graduating, because that's what I do for people now is I initiate them from level 1 into level 2. But I have a lot of compassion for people that are finding it hard to make that transition because they know on some level that God is love and all things are a facet of that love, but it's so hard to understand like why such horrible things happen on earth, or to let go of that control, or even let go of the idea of like the devil and stuff. I have extra care for my people that have a hard time during that graduation because I fucked up.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. You said a lot that I want to touch on, and before we are going to get into the Enneagram after this, but I just want to talk about what you said right now. So I really like your message about nothing is bad. I've seen you speak about that on different reels, and that is something that I also believe in, and I don't push it on most people because obviously most people out here have extreme opinions and beliefs, but me personally, I walk a middle path, a neutral path, a tranquil path, and just like you, I understand that, you know, in the end, there's a love, there's a creative force that supersedes all of this, and whether you are worshiping the devil or you are worshiping God through its many various forms, you are ultimately worshiping the one force that exists. It's the same, it's just fractured. And so that's really the secret. It's funny, I was talking to a friend the other day, and she was talking about celebrities worshiping Satan and stuff like that. And I kind of jokingly said to her, you know, the big secret about Satanists and celebrities and everything is that they're actually worshiping God. That's the big secret. You know, kind of a little joke. It's just a little more here. Sorry, what was that?
It's hard for people to digest that. It's a hard thing, but everybody incarnated on Earth to incarnate in this dualistic mindset. So you can have the joy of awakening. You know, you'll never know how good it feels to wake up if you can't compare it to a life that you spent asleep. But that conditioning, especially when world conditions make it feel like things aren't in your control, when the things in the seen world are out of control, people will go to the unseen world and cling to, instead of moving in towards the unknown, being like, I don't know what's going on in the seen world, and I don't know what's going on in the unseen world either, but I know that it's all going to be okay. What usually happens, and this is how a lot of cults start as well, is when things are out of control in the seen world, people will say, well, I know what's going on. Let's cling to the rock of ages, baby. Like, this is what's going on in the unseen world. And it's always like a descent, because it feels better to cling to something cool that you know than to like free fall into the unknown. But that's really schizophrenia. A good symbol of it is like clinging to a cliff with your hands and with your feet on another cliff behind you, so you're hanging in between the both of them. And this is what it feels like to know but not understand that like duality is not the truth of existence. But when you can't like let go of it, to know it is one thing, but to be able to actually let go of it is so scary, because you're like, it's everything about that level of consciousness, everything about that dualistic thinking is telling you, if you let go, the devil's going to grab you. And the truth is, like, if you let go, there is no devil. Can you handle that? But I just want to acknowledge message that it's really like, especially for people that grew up with any level of religious conditioning. And everybody has some of it, but for people that grew up with like religious family, going to church and stuff like that, it's extra hard to dislodge from something like that. And to use you as an example again, like, it's really clear how much this holy war of his like sabotages his life. You know, it's like, God is love, but I hate that fucking guy. And it's like, no, like, let go. So hard.
I agree. I mean, a lot of my work, most of my work is deconstructing religion and politics and stuff like that. Yeah, so I got two questions for you as we transition into the Enneagram. So who were one of your first teachers that really started to put all this in perspective for you? And how did that lead to your fascination and work with Enneagram?
Oh yeah, easy question. And I wish this for everyone in their life. So I teach, I'd say 75% of what I teach is a lineage called the Fourth Way, which comes from a teacher named Gurdjieff. And I had heard of him. I had like kind of gone into Osho, and Osho was talking about Gurdjieff and stuff a lot. But the only thing is that every time I would try to read it, and this is when you know you need to be initiated. Like, I'll probably get somebody to initiate me into Kabbalah when I'm ready to do it, because it's like when you try and get close to it, it kind of pulls a little bit further away from you. You know you want it, but like it's all written in code. The thing with that parable of Jesus are in code that aren't initiated. So I finally bit the bullet and I found myself a Fourth Way teacher. And I've always invested in my spiritual practice. Like when my fiance died, I was in debt $5,000, but I still took $60 and went and paid my psychic to be like, help me figure out what's going on here. And he was actually a Fourth Way teacher, but I wasn't ready for it yet, so it wasn't made available to me. You have to be ready. When the teacher is ready, the student is, and vice versa. But when in 2019, I got initiated by a teacher named Yes Lincoln, who is a teacher in New York. And at the time, it was just really, really expensive for me. It was $15,000. I know that was 2019. I know she charges a lot more for it now for 6 sessions. And I was a brand new, I was a full breadwinner, hardly profitable in my business. My well in New Mexico went dry, and I had a 6-month-old baby. So that's 2019. That was 4 years after I had devoted my entire life to teaching. I had built a whole business. I had taught a lot of workshops and stuff at that point. But I was really ready for more, and so I paid her $15,000 to learn from her for 6 sessions. And then once she opened the door for me, I could start reading the books and I could start learning by myself. And that's really what I've just devoted myself to. The main issue that I had with it, though, was I was like, this is so expensive. Like, it's so expensive, and the world needs this now. And especially with the Fourth Way, like, people are very, very secretive about it. It comes with a certain price point, and that's all good. That's like the classic rite of passage, is that you don't really get access to higher teachings until you're the type of person that can handle financially being able to really focus on the full time. You need to be able to focus on it full time to really get the benefits and not have to. This isn't to say that people don't have jobs. My teachers all had jobs. Gurdjieff had a job. Rudy had a job. But the work needs to be passive enough that you can really focus on that. So I set out to make it less expensive, and I started teaching the Fourth Way in 2019, and it's really just been a process. It's been a process, and I just want to, for everybody out there who knows that they're ready to teach, but you're like kind of scared of your teacher. Like, everybody that you've ever been taught by had to outgrow their teacher, and teachers are always going to say, like, you're not ready, it'll take 10 years, but there's plenty of disciples out there. There's plenty of disciples, but none of them have changed your life. Who's changed your life are teachers, and every single teacher had to, at some point, go to their teacher and say, I don't care how you feel about it, I'm going to go teach. And it can be really, really hard to do that, but that's like the unspoken truth of second level teachings. It's like to teach something is to master it. And if you don't ever master these teachings, you'll stay at the foot of a teacher forever. And it's a great way to live. But if you feel like you're called to teach and you feel like you're outgrowing your teacher, just know that that's a sacred rite of passage. Don't stay for humility. Don't stay because you're afraid of what anyone else will think of you. Know when to call it, and as you cannot repay a teacher in 10,000 lifetimes, no matter how like abusive the teacher might have been to you, you're always grateful for whoever it was who showed you how to do this. Steal everything that you can from them and go and teach it in your own words and in your own way, because that's how every teacher that is a teacher got to be doing what they're doing. So I just want to call that out for anybody that might be struggling. Knowing when to leave a teacher is one of the hardest parts about being a student, and do it lovingly. Even if you'll probably like hate them for a couple of years, just keep your fucking mouth shut about it, because in 2 years you'll be like, okay, I understand why that had to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree with that for sure. Man, there's so much to get into, and I wish I had everything in here, but as we can see, Instagram's playing game. So, to err on the side of grace right now with the time that we have. Okay, so you went all through all that with your teacher. Now, how did you discover the Enneagram? Let's get into that. So how did you discover that, and how and why did you start to incorporate that into your life and your work?
I feel so lucky that this teaching chose me. Like, I feel so lucky that this teaching chose me. So the Enneagram was popularized by Gurdjieff, and if you were to read about it nowadays, you would really only be able to find out about it through derivatives of the fourth way. The unfortunate thing is that the offshoot of it, the Enneagram of personality, like overtook the whole thing. And to say that the whole Enneagram is a personality test would be like calling a pentagram like a metal symbol. You know, and it's like, no, like it doesn't mean metal, like it means like it's protection, like it's so many things. Symbols are the highest level of teaching, and they unpack it. So my first teacher that I told you 2 years before my fiance died, telling me you can do this the easy way or the hard way, he gave me his card, and his card had an Enneagram on it. And it would take me 5 years to even know what this symbol was called, because how do you even look something like that up? You know, like what is this 9-pointed thing? I was just enchanted by its beauty. So when years later I came across the fourth way, and they started talking about the Enneagram, and in the fourth way you only get things bit by bit. They're never like, okay, we're going to do a deep dive on the Enneagram. Like it's not like that in the fourth way. You have to earn like every single piece of it, and a little bit here from this teacher, a little bit here from that teacher. And the thing about the fourth way is that like everybody picks up something different from it. So like, for example, the teacher that I worked with, she was into the Enneagram, but not like not obsessed. She was into other, you know, she was into the more psychological aspect of things. A lot of the people that teach fourth way and a lot of the Gurdjieff groups are really focused on the movement, which is kind of the same principles as Kundalini yoga or even sex magic at the highest level. When you act out a law of the universe, you get that law lifted from you, and then when you live under less laws, you have more freedom and you can do things that look like miracles consistently. But a lot of the groups really focus on the movements, and hardly anyone focus on the Enneagram. So I just doubled and tripled down on it, because when I learned that the Enneagram, when you first hear about it, you're like, oh, that doesn't really seem that cool. But basically there's no such thing as like manifesting or like getting lucky with stuff. Every magical ritual, every event that you want to do, whether you're, you know, raising a bird from the dead, writing a book, cleaning a house, buying a house, going to your next wealth level, like one a lot of people come to me with is like embodying their higher self. Every single event has 10 steps that need to be completed for it to go from an idea to realized. So every manifestation, every project, every event, from the microcosm to the macrocosm, all the way through space, on other planets, like every single creation takes 10 steps to go from idea to realized or manifested. And when you know what these 10 steps are, you can accomplish anything, like literally anything. And what I personally love it for so much is when there's big, complicated ideas, for example, sex magic, where so many people are like, oh, try this. And there's a lot of hostility between the schools on like what is and what isn't sex magic. And they're very like, one school will say, if you come, that's it, like you're done. And the other school is like, come and let us do it. But they're each threatening you with like chaos if you do it. And I'll explain to this person why 10. But to be able to take a complicated concept and say, okay, it's just 10 steps, and to look at all these different rituals and see, like, because if you don't know the steps for a ritual, you're probably doing a lot of stuff that isn't necessary. Like I use this analogy, but like if you thought that a touchdown was scored because the touchdown dance is like a prayer to the touchdown gods, then anytime you didn't score a touchdown, you'd be like, oh, I just got to focus on dance perfectly. And it doesn't actually have anything to do with the dance. You've just been told that that's part of the ritual. And ritual magic, especially Solomonic magic and sex magic, is so much pageantry and so much stuff. And all of these things serve a purpose, but are they essential to creation? The Enneagram says this is what's essential to creation. So the reason why, to answer this person's question, the reason why it's 10 steps, first of all, why it's 10 steps and not 9, because Enea means 9, but this, you count the number 0 and you count the number 9, or the note do. You count it at the beginning, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, and then again at the end, do. So that's why it's 10 steps. Now, where these 10 steps come from, 3 of them are the law of 3, which says that for anything to be created, it needs an active, passive, and neutralizing force. So that's the first 3 that you get, and that represents the triangle in the Enneagram, or like what Tesla talked about with the 369, or energy, frequency, vibration. There's a lot of sperm, egg, womb. Like you can find this in any and all creations, from the microcosm to the macrocosm. It exists all the way up to the top. The reason why I want to specify it exists all the way up to the top is because on different planets and in different worlds, they have different laws. Some of them are the same as here on Earth, some of them are not. This is one that goes all the way to the top. The other 7 that you get is what's called the law of octaves. And the law of octaves says that nothing ever goes from A to B in a straight line. There's no straight lines in nature. And what this means, like, you might hear this, but I'm just going to say a prayer that, like, the seed lands on fertile soil and starts to grow in you, because just understanding this could change your whole experience of life. Life doesn't travel a straight line, and it is law that at 2 points in every creation in higher schools are measured in octaves. 2 times in every single creation, you're going to fall off track. You're going to fall off track. You know how I said, like, I fell off track during pandemic? That's not because I did something wrong. When you are off track, it's not because you did something wrong. You're not being punished, like, yes, you're out of flow and everything feels hard and things are a struggle, but it's natural law that this is how creation goes. So when things are hard, God is not punishing you. It's not a sign that you failed. It's a sign that you're off octave or off key. And all you need to do is work really hard to find the key again so that you can go forward. And what's more is that when you're in these pit stops, like my pit stop of being really distracted in the pandemic, created in me a lot of compassion for people that are going through that same thing. And that compassion is something that I really need to be the kind of teacher that I'm here to be. And that was a stop on my journey, a stop that had to happen, even though all of us, if we had our way, we'd say, can't we just go from A to B without the bad stuff? That's just not how it works. It's law. Now, on an Enneagram, you will know exactly when you're going to go off key. And if you know when you're going to go off key for any creation from the top to the bottom, you can prepare for it. That doesn't mean it'll be a smooth ride, but you'll be like, I get why this is going on right now. And if you're in my school where we use Enneagrams for everything, like you might even have a laugh. One of my students just got hit by a truck. 0.3, and to be able to have a laugh about being hit by a truck, he's fine. It's totally reshaping his career. But to be able to have a laugh about it, be like, fucking 0.3, right? Like, it gets every time. It's chaos. Every single time chaos occurs here. When you know what it is, you can have a laugh about it. And when you can have a laugh about things not going your way, that's when you're thinking with the mind of God, and that's why they call the Enneagram the face of God. It's like God's. I love it.
Fascinating, and I'm the same way. Like, I love dark humor, any humor. I love comedy. It's been a huge part of my life all throughout. And somebody said that, like, if you can make light of a situation, that shows super high intelligence. I agree with that. Like, it goes back to that neutrality. Like, nothing's happening to us; it's all happening for us. It's all just one big cosmic joke anyway. I like to say, when we die and go wherever we go, we're just gonna hear God laughing. Like, it's pretty fucked up, huh? Pretty funny, right?
Yeah. But the only thing that a God doesn't have, like something that has everything. If something has everything, what does it not have? The only thing it doesn't have is limitations. And so when you love limitations, we really go into this in my sex magic workshop because you're working with deities. But when you love a limitation, when a limitation comes up and you're like, ooh, I thought I was going to do it like this, and then this huge roadblock came in the way, I love that. That's when you know you're thinking like a God. If you love a limitation, you're not thinking like a human, because humans go, no, my life is nothing but limitations. But God goes, this is why I made life. So if you're thinking with the mind of God, like, there is no problem, like, ever. And that's like a specific way where you can measure, like, am I getting somewhere in my spiritual practice? How am I dealing with limitations? Being cool with them, being tolerant of them. Level 1, you're getting there, you're learning, but having a fucking cake for them and being like, like, that's God tier thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no limitations, only challenges.
Yeah, I love this. Because if there's a lot of limitations, the path ahead is really easy. Like they say in business, that it's so much easier to make 10 times your income than it is to make 2 times your income, because there's so many ways to double your income. Like if I said, write a list of 50 ways to double your income, you could do that. But if I said, how could you 10x your income? There would only be one way. There's so many limitations. I couldn't do it like this. I couldn't do it like this. I couldn't do it like this. Limitations create style. Like if you go, you ever find that you make the best food when you don't have any ingredients in the fridge, or when it's laundry day, you wear like the dopest outfit? It's because there's so many limitations that something really new and unique can come through you, which is what we want in creativity and in business. So when you have a lot of limitations, like for example, how would I make 10 times the income? The style becomes really apparent because there's only one way to go. And if there's just one way to go, it doesn't mean it's easy. It's like, yeah, just keep going straight uphill. But it's so easy to just go that way versus like, where do I go? What do I do? So I love that limitations always come up at point 4 of the Enneagram. The Enneagram also teaches you how to travel in time, or to use both functions of time, which is something that I'm like super adamant about with teaching. I'm like, 4th dimension, you guys, fuck the 5th dimension, 4th dimension, like that's where the real power's at. But limitations always come up at point 4 of the Enneagram, and it's my favorite part of every workshop because like people come to me with the craziest stuff, and I'm like, this is great, like so easy to spot the solution here, like when it's not happening to you.
Yeah, I love that. Like I have a lot of people in my life who are going through struggles, and I try to help them. I have my own way of mapping out their lives and consulting them on how they should go about their obstacles and challenges. And I love it. I love when I have challenges in my life because those challenges have made me who I am today. And I've gone from the abyss, from the bottom to the proverbial top, and like you're saying, you can't enjoy the wakefulness without the sleep, and it's the same. You can't enjoy the abundance without the lack, but it's always like, it's a dance, it's what's the word, like a toroidal field.
Yeah, it's a yin yang.
Yeah. I love that teaching, man, because I got a lot of people in my life right now who are struggling, and I try to get them to understand, like, it's okay, like, and it's funny too because a lot of the struggles that we have are mostly mental. Because a lot of people are like, oh man, I don't have this money, I don't have this job, I don't have all these things. But it's like you're still alive though, and you're still here. And all these things you're wishing you had are just illusions anyway.
No, it's so hard though. I got major mental problems. Like, I got major mental problems. I gotta tell you, let me tell you this mental problem that because maybe I need to like hear the answer to it. Maybe you guys can help me out in the comments. It's more just like leaving duality behind. But I'm like shit scared of the paranormal, like ghosts and jinns and all. Like, I'm fucking shit scared. And I just bought a house, and it came to us divinely, because the last house I knew exactly what I wanted, and I got it, but it wasn't the right fit for me. And the guy that I wanted to be with before I met my husband was exactly what I thought I wanted, but he was the wrong fit for me. And so with my husband, I said, surprise me. And I got like the best husband. He's great. I'm crazy, so nobody hit on him. But with the house, I was like, okay, surprise me. And the house that we got was built in 1810. And and then up the street there's a cemetery, and so I've been trying to like brace myself by listening to the Other World podcast, because I know that I have, like, I've been told by everybody, like, you have all of these powers, clairaudience, clairvoyance and stuff. I took a mediumship course, but when I had like my first Kundalini awakening, which happened in between 2015 and 2019, because a really shit time, TBH, in LA. Not a good time. But during that time, I was talking to all types of entities, people that had died. Well, I was out there. And then after that, I had such a bad experience that I turned my paranormal settings like all the way down to zero. I was like, I don't fucking deal with this anymore. Like, I can't even figure out like 3D. Like, I'm here because these fucking ghosts and stuff, they're like so high priority. I'm like, I don't even fucking know you. I don't know anybody that you know either. Like, why do I gotta like do your shit? Like, I'm fucking busy. Like, this isn't useful. But I feel like I can't experience the unseen world if I have my paranormal settings turned all the way off. So I was trying to listen to like the Other World podcast and be like, okay, I'm gonna like face my fears. Except the exorcisms and stuff, I know this stuff's all mental, but hearing ghost stories like literally scares me so much to the point that I'm scared of moving into my house because I'm afraid there's gonna be a ghost in it.
That's hilarious. I grew up with like a lot of paranormal activity and stuff like that. I'm Mexican, so we are just filled with ghost stories and stuff like that. But I think you already have the answer, because actually one thing that you said that I liked in one of your contents, one of your pieces of content, was that black magic isn't really real in a sense. That's actually something that I had on my notes. Is I saw that a lot of people come to you for black magic protection. And your method was like, well, it's all has to do with confidence, right? It's all confidence. If you are lacking confidence, you are afraid that somebody's doing black magic on you, it's already working.
Yeah.
It's already penetrating you and your energy. And for me, it's the thing with ghosts. I grew up with paranormal activity, and as a child, one of my techniques to combat the demons, whatever that were around me, was again to make light of it, to literally make fun of them. I would make fun of them. I say, get your fucking ugly ass out of here, you fucking bitch, or whatever, like, just, I would make fun of them. Yeah, I would make fun of the ghosts. I remember when me and my sister would watch scary movies, and like she would like shy away, close her eyes. I'd make her look at it. I'd be like, no, look at it, and let's make fun of it. Like, call her ugly, say she's ugly, or whatever, And so it goes back to that confidence again. Like, I'll give you two more examples, and then we'll move on. But I had a friend, right, who she's like super spiritual as well, and she was concerned about me because I do all of this work, and she's like, man, you open up yourself to too much energy. I'm gonna send you some stones, some whatever, some protection stuff. I was like, I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that because I walk with the stones and the cross inside me. Right? I don't need a cross. I don't need a stone because I have the cross and the stone inside me. A cross within me. And so when I walk around with that confidence in me, all those spirits, that's what they're actually afraid of. Is that confidence.
Yeah. I did. First of all, a lot more people come to me asking me to do black magic than protect them from black magic. People really, but they're like, oh, you need to have it. No, I don't fuck with that anymore. And in my book on sex magic, which is free once a year, you guys have to get in line for that one. But if you send me an email, I'll get you a copy. But I talk about why I don't do black magic anymore because it didn't really go that good. But when the day that I met my husband was the first day that I did an exorcism. And I had assisted on like a classic IFA exorcism. So IFA is, same as like Santerisma, Lukumi, like all the Yoruba traditions. And I worked with the IFA priestess who was a friend of mine, and she asked me if I could come and assist on it. And this was in 2017, so I was not established in the second level of teachings. It scared the shit out of me, and so I was like, I'm gonna go and do it. This is what I really needed to hear. I was like, I'm gonna go and do it. And very elaborate ritual, chicken sacrifice. So it took maybe like 2 hours, a lot of little different moving pieces going on. But then afterwards, I talked to the guy, and I was like, how do you feel? I was translating in Spanish for the priestess. She's Cuban, and he was like, I don't feel any better. He had been to 7 exorcists. And he was like, I don't feel any better. And what was really funny was that he worked on the show Ghost Hunters. And he had like he was like a bald guy with like a fat neck. And when he looked at himself in the fat, he had a picture taken from behind, he thought he saw a demon's face, but he just had like a fat neck. But he thought he had a demon's face, like, coming out of his neck. Big problem. And I knew, like, when I was like, this is a mental problem. I knew in the moment, like exactly what this is, why it was going this way. And the day, so I was like, I told him, I said, if you're still having this problem, you can come and see me and we'll handle this. But the day that I met him, I was like, all I need to do to be ready for this exorcism, I know I can handle it. I don't need to burn fucking stage or anything like that. All I need to do is just meditate beforehand. And that was like my whole plan. He was going to come over to my house at 10. I went swimming early that morning and met my husband that morning. And I was so busy fucking hitting on him that I ended up getting home with just enough time, right before not enough time to meditate. And that was such a good lesson for me. And the whole exorcism took like 2 minutes. It was like, what's stronger, God or the devil? And he's like, God. Then what's the problem? Like, what could possibly be the problem? That was it. And that is, and I have goosebumps because even if there is, like, this Otherworld podcast, it'd be scaring me, like, it's fucking scary to me. But all paranormal activity, all ghosts, all jinns, all demons, all anything at any level is only coming from one source. All of it is an expression of the divine. The divine has 3 faces. Sometimes it's creating, like Brahma. Sometimes it's destroying, like Shiva. And sometimes it's neutralizing, like sweet baby Vishnu. I can handle all the faces of God. There's not a side of God where I'm going to be like, you must be the devil, I can't handle this. Like, I can handle this. And you know what? I'm going to make you this commitment right now. I'm not even going to stage my house when I'm in bed. I don't have a house.
Man, all the spiritual people coming after you on that one.
I'm not fucking
What the heck?
But like so many, when I teach about black magic at all, like I always get so much hate from people, but I don't have like receptivity to that. Magic is super simple. There's according to your faith be it unto you, that's white magic. Part of the path. There's according to your fear be it unto you, black magic, and that's the path. And when you're listening to scary stories, it can start to kind of rattle up that soil in your mind and says, hey, we could plant a fear-based thought in there and it would grow. The same way in fertile soil you could plant a faith-based thought, and that would grow as well. But then there's red magic, which brings all of them together, and that's surrender. And it's like, you guys can play just like in Twin Peaks, you know, you can play in the white lodge, you can play in the black lodge, but everyone's got to meet up in the red room. Nothing gets done on earth that doesn't pass God's desk. No magic is ever done on one path only. White magic is not enough. Black magic is not enough. You need all of them together, black, white, and red, because nothing is ever done on earth that isn't sanctioned by God. God's cool with it, all of it. It's just that when you're stuck in duality, you know, when you get something you want, you say, this is God. Well, it's very robotic. When you get something you don't want, you go like, that's the devil, you know, can't believe the fucking devil again. And it's such a shitty world to be in, because it's like, this is not a war. Like, Jesus versus the devil, like, that's, you know, that's mano a mano. Like, Jesus lost the last one, rematch is coming, you know, but God versus the devil, like, I created the fucking devil, you know, like there's no game there. So I'm very stoked that we had this conversation. I can't wait to go downstairs and tell my husband. I'm not even going to stage the house, because we were listening to the World podcast the other night. It was one about a djinn, and I experienced a djinn when I was in Sedona, and after that I turned my paranormal settings all the way down. But I was like, I'm fucking saging the house. He's like, my husband loves the paranormal. He's like, cedar, you know, like, let the good ones stay in the back. I said, no, sage everything. I'm not going to, like, but I'm going to tell him I'm going to stage this fucking house. Bring it on, baby.
You are the sage. You know?
Actually, that is my official spiritual title. Yes, a sage is somebody. So there's like three main titles that you get when you like are on the spiritual path devoted to it and are going to initiate. So the first one is a saint, and a saint is usually somebody that stays on one trajectory, for example, like Catholicism or something like that. But if somebody goes through a lot of internal and external suffering, so like I said, like thorns on the outside, but the ability to also create thorns on the inside, to really put yourself through things and not just take the easy way out. Somebody that's had a higher gradation of suffering gets the title of saint. So they're changed in their being, they're devoted to one path, and they become a saint. Somebody who has not gone through a high external gradation of suffering, but has awakened by all manner of objective means. So let's just say like a King Solomon character that didn't have a difficult childhood, but was very, very passionate about learning. And so just studied every possible magic, every possible lineage, was completely devoted to it. They get the title of learned or learned, which is the traditional pronunciation of it. Somebody who has, so those are the two, the learned and the saint. The sage is the combination of the both. So somebody that had a higher than average gradation of suffering, and then awakened by all manner of objective means. So like the saint path, but they didn't stick to one lineage. They had all of the suffering, and then they said, I'm going to study every lineage. I'm going to awaken like the Hindus. I'm going to awaken like the Buddhists. I'm going to awaken like the Christians. I'm going to awaken like all of them. When you have those two things, you get the title of sage. So I received that at my last graduation. And so when you say I am the sage, like I'm going to fucking claim that in my house. For fuck's sake. I'm so happy with this conversation.
Yeah, girl. Yo, sage my house, man. The only thing that I do is I just cook up some buttermilk pancakes, let that smoking aroma go around the house. All of the demons are chill.
I love that. I gotta tell my husband, things don't smoke when I cook them, but you know.
Yeah, I'm not too great at it, but I like it crispy. But yeah, there's so much we can get into. We might have a big part two. So in wrapping, I'm gonna ask you one more question, and then I'll open it up to you to say anything else you want. And before we close it up, just thank you to everybody that's been rocking with us, and thank you to everybody who's watching and listening post this live. And obviously, thank you, Mommy, for being here with us. My final question to you, going back to what you said in the beginning, you know, we all are here, and we agree to be here for a purpose. And that's something that I'm really diving into right now. Like, what is the purpose? Who gave us that purpose? So I want to ask you, what is our individual purposes? What is our collective purposes? And who do you think gave us this purpose?
So I'm going to give you the exact answer as it applies to the macrocosm and all of humanity, and then I'm going to bring it way granular and give you a one-word answer of how that would apply to the human. So in the fourth way lineage, which is many different lineages out there, but the fourth way is the one that I like the best. It doesn't mean it's the best. It's just one can only be so lucky in their life as to find their lineage. So the function of humanity, the purpose of humanity is to translate influences from the planet and to send it to the moon. Basically, our little slice of creation, everything is trying to climb the ladder to get closer to God. So Earth wants to be a sun one day, the moon wants to be an Earth one day, etc., etc. Everything wants to climb a ladder and return to its God state. So this is true of evolution, this is true of space, but everything is trying to climb somewhere. And so the function of humanity from this fourth way perspective, and you'll see different, sometimes you'll hear this in a myth story, for example, like Enki, the Sumerian fish god, and humanity as slaves and stuff like that. In the mesoteric teachings, depending on where you're getting it from, they'll tell you the same story of like humanity, used to be like a slave ship until the gods basically took pity on us, gave us consciousness, and was like, if you work really hard, you can get out of these slave-like conditions, you'll stop recurring into the same life cycle over and over again, and you'll be able to actually leave the like Westworld existence and be able to do something new, which is, really nice, especially if you're starting to get the hint in this lifetime that you've done this shit before, you're like, I'm kind of sick of these little coils that I find myself in. But the function of humanity was to translate planetary influences and to send them to the moon as like energetic forces. Now, it's not just humanity, but it's part of something called organic life on Earth. And organic life on Earth has about a 3.5 million year lifespan until it resets. And we have about 600,000 more years until it's set to reset again. So if anyone's like panicking, you got 600,000 years to continue wondering what the fuck is going on here. So that's fine. But organic life on Earth, it's basically like a filter. So the purpose of humanity is to do that, and that's one of the reasons like we have wars and things that make no sense. Is like little things happen out in the universe and create very big things for us here. Now, one day, all of these energetic, things, the same way solar flares happen, and we interpret that, we're sending our own flares off to the moon, and one day that will be an Earth, and one day Earth will be the sun. So that's the macro side of it from the fourth way tradition. One of the hardest things to accept about something like this is that you are not currently awake, and that you have to work really, really, really hard to wake up, and then you have to work to stay awake. It's a lifestyle. Basically, you can never break out of prison if you don't know you're in prison. And every spiritual level, if you don't know how to humble yourself and go to the next one, will eventually become a prison. That's the only gatekeeping in spirituality is your own ego and being like, I'm there, like you have to know when you've read everything that is to be read at that level and know that there's a higher level, and really pray and ask for teachers to come and find you so that you can go to a higher level. To bring it granular, so what does this mean for you? If you're part of organic life on Earth, then like, what's your purpose? Your purpose is to enjoy it. Having the human body and all of these limitations and all of these experiences, the devastating heartbreak of a breakup that you might not even really remember 2 or 3 years later, that heartbreak, or like the taste of a lychee, or sex, or sweaters that you love the feel of, all of the 5 senses are a unique experience that only humans have. If you don't know what you're here to do, that's okay. Like, you'll find it, but what you're here to do is the things that you enjoy. Ruby says, let the beauty you love be what you do. So, like, what do you love? You don't have to go super big on this and be like, well, what do I love and how is it going to impact the world? How I'm going to, like, try following your joy around for a little bit. try falling. Delight. I'm remembering now that I did have an paranormal incident like 6 years ago with the Archangel Michael. I was like, oh, he needs no introduction. I was like, you angels are real. But he said to me, he goes, delight is in the heart of the Almighty. Delight is in the heart of the Almighty. At the absolute root and core of God, the absolute where all of these laws came down from, where everything that we are in, they say that Brahma or God breathes in and out the universe. You can calculate who you are versus how big God is because we are in one breath cycle of God. This whole universe and all of existence we know, like that's how big God is. And at the root of God, like what's God's like get down, God's like big, like, oh yeah, I love this. Delight. For you to be delighted. And if you have no idea what you want to do, take 40 days and every single morning, the first thing that you do, ask yourself, like, what do I want to do today? And you'll be afraid to ask yourself this because you'll be like, if I say, what do I want to do today? I'm going to say, oh, I want to get on a one-way ticket and go to Bermuda and never come back. But no, that's not true. You're going to wake up in the morning and you'll say, I think I want like a nice cup of coffee. And try and follow that. Just see what happens. Just see what happens. If you can let go of the devil or what you want is bad and desire is bad and all of that other conditioning and just follow around what it is that you want just for 40 days and see where you end up and see what kind of ideas you have. Because what I love is learning new things and sharing them with people. And that's what my whole job is. Learning new things and sharing them with people. And if you never find another purpose for the rest of your life except to just do your best to enjoy the very small amount of time that you have here, that'll be enough. You'll impact the correct people and you'll die happy.
Yeah. Beautiful. I love that. And that's a very similar message that I also share in most of my work. It's like, just what's the purpose is to enjoy it. You know, like I just texted my friend this morning. She's going through a really tough time. And so I just told her, I was like, buenos dias, life is happening. So let's just enjoy it. Let's be some silly, mystic motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, make it happen. Have fun,
Every single storm cloud will run out of rain eventually. Like in the Tao Te Ching, they say, not even nature can handle storms all the time. And like, think about when you're having a stormy day. And I just want to honor, if you've had a stormy week, if you've had a stormy life, I just want to honor that that's been really hard and that's been really sad for you. But when it's weather, when we're looking at shifts in the weather and your emotions are like weather, when you're noticing that it's like a rainy day outside, you're like, I feel like eating like sad girl things. I feel like putting my sweater on. There's all of these unique things that you feel like doing that you wouldn't feel like doing if it was a sunny day. And every single emotion is pleasurable in its own way. There is a way to enjoy being profoundly sad. If you don't push yourself to like try and be happy, there's a way to enjoy being profoundly happy, even if you're surrounded by people that don't like to see you happy. But everything will pass. Like I used to have this spiritual clause for myself, well, like, God, I'll do your work, but if one of my kids die, like I'm out, I'm killing myself. There's no way that I could go on with my life if that happened to me. And I was doing a meditation with the older version of myself because that's like a big paranoia of mine, like what if something happened to my kids? But my future self looked at me like very deeply in my eyes and she just said to me, time heals all wounds. And it was something about the way that she said it where I was like, I will literally survive anything and I no longer have like a contract with God of like the list of things that I won't do is zero. Whatever it is, I'll be grateful for it. Whatever it is, I'll see the miracle in it, and that's what I'm here to do. And that's like at the deepest level. If fourth way they talk about like having a chief aim, like a chief purpose of life, the ultimate chief purpose is to see the miracle in what's going on, and seeing the miracle in something like is enjoying it. I'll tell you this piece, and then I'm sure we have to wrap up. But that painting from the Sistine Chapel of the two fingers.
Yeah.
And so God is reaching at Adam with everything he has, right? Like, whoa, like very big, very muscular. He's got his angel posse. Like they're all really, really, really reaching for Adam. And Adam's like soft boy status, sitting there all kind of like limp. Looks like he kind of just woke up, looks like he's asking somebody to like pass him a juice box or some shit. And if you look up closely, the fingers are like this. So this is God's finger, like, come here. And this is Adam's finger, like this. And all Adam would have to do to touch the God that's like reaching for him with everything he has is just straighten his finger. It's literally it. That's all he would have to do to get all of that power and all of that might, be zapped and changed forever. As humanity, we have so much power that's reaching for us at all times. Something that nothing else in our universe has been given. Like we've been given this. And all you have to do is just straighten your finger. That's it. The least amount of effort. So like how do we metaphorically straighten our finger? We ask to see the miracle. In every moment, in every situation, there is a miracle that's happening. And if you ask to see it, you will be shown. And when you are shown, you have all of that power, all of that available to you. So
fascinating. Yeah, I never really realized the symbolism in that. But that's true, right? That's true. All we have to do is just extend ourselves. And in the words of Prodigy from Rabbi, R.I.P., I'm going to meet God halfway and extend my life.
yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mommy. Thank you for hanging out with us. Is there any last words you want to tell people where they can find you and offer?
Yeah, definitely. So like I said, I initiate people into the second level of teachings. My favorite way to do this, because like I said, I'm here for the working class. Like I believe that this should be more accessible to people, specifically financially. I teach a lot of different workshops. All of them are backed by the Enneagram, so all of them will guarantee you a result if you do the work. But my favorite way to work with people is over the course of a year. And I built my own app and I built my own school with a series of workshops so that I can answer your questions every single Friday and so I can check your homework every single week. Because it's really important with higher teachings that they're not just given but received. If you have undigested spiritual information, it's going to turn into psychosis. So that's really like the function of a teacher, is to help you bring these teachings down, and not just letting them sit up in your mind. And so at my school, I have Q&A for my private students every single Friday. And I check homework every single Friday as well. You get all of my workshops together, but I'm like your guidance counselor. So basically you sign up for the year, you text me, we take stock of what you're doing, and I say, okay, this workshop is the first one you should work on. They're enrolled, I see them every Friday. And then when it's time for them to do a new workshop, you come and meet with your guidance counselor again. You say, this is what I want to do, this is where I want to go. And we do the whole thing over again. Now, I only let people in on an annual basis. Like I'm putting a big commitment in you, and you're putting a big commitment in me, and I need somebody that's just prepared to put their head down and do the work for a year. But if this sounds like you, it's $2,000 for the year. And January 1st is a really, really good time to start. We all start with the money workshop together. It'll really change. Faith without works is Delulu, baby. You don't want to be one of those spiritual Delulu people. You want to have, your earth element, and you want to secure that financial level of good householders so you can get higher teachings. I have all kinds of information on my Instagram, on my YouTube. But if you're like, I want to work with you for a year, then please go to my website, mommyonami.com, go to the tab that says Safe House and read about what school would be for you, because I am literally one text message away from the other side of that. But that's like the only way that we can really work together like that. I do one-on-one, but I try to, that's 15 for 2 sessions. So take the other option. So that's what I'd love to share with you guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, you heard it, everybody. Go check out her work. Go learn from her. This was powerful. Thank you again, Mom. Thank you, everybody. This has been Esoteric TV. Thank you. Namaste. Love everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you for fixing my house.
Just sage it with some buttermilk pancakes. You'll be all right.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Thank you for tuning into the audio version of Esoteric Eddie TV. I hope you enjoy this episode. Peace. I did DMT for the first time. Check it out. Yeah, so I had the opportunity to do DMT, and no spoiler alert, but you'll see what happened. And it was interesting how this whole experience came about for me. This year in particular has been very serendipitous for me. There have been so many coincidences or alignments or all kinds of things that have just been leading me further down this path of spirituality, of aligning with my higher self and my higher purpose. And this was one of those cases. It's pretty interesting. So I'm going to tell you that story first before we get into this trip. So earlier this year, I started going to healing ceremonies when I moved back to California to kind of combat the craziness that I've been involved with since I've been back. But I've always been into healing ceremonies, and it's something that's been a part of my life for many years, and I never really noticed it. Actually, one of the first people to ever introduce me to the spiritual community was my cousin, Luis, and this was years ago, way before I was really in tune with practical spirituality. And he used to take me to Trilogy down in La Jolla, where there's always all these ceremonies and cool events being held. Years ago, back when I was just a stoner hip hop artist, very street oriented. And he would take me to sound bowl healings and guided meditations, and I just thought he was crazy. I thought he was a weird hippie. I thought he was all kind of stupid and silly. But I always liked the meditation aspect of things, like laying there and getting deep into the mind. And of course, I liked, cannabis and mushrooms and stuff like that. But it wasn't until many years later, now, where I really started to appreciate practical spirituality and how it can really center you and open you up as well to all kinds of multi-dimensional quantum experiences that you can bring back into everyday life to help you cope with or deal with or simply elevate with. And so this is something that's always been a part of my life, healing ceremonies and psychedelics, traversing the multiverse and stuff like that. And so DMT had always been on my mind. And at first, it frightened me. I mean, I wanted to do it, but it frightened me. The idea of it always frightened me. And so it was awesome that I finally reached a point in my life where I felt like I could do it. Like I could really take it on and receive what the medicine was going to show me. And the first time I learned about DMT, I was in early high school. And it was when I read DMT, The Spirit Molecule, which is an awesome book about the doctor who was like the first doctor who was legally allowed to experiment with it and his experiences with his patients. It's an awesome book. So I read that in like 9th grade, and ever since then I wanted to try DMT. And I had some other opportunities to do it, but I never had the courage to until now. And so I got back into healing ceremonies, or really got into healing ceremonies this summer when I moved back to California and started incorporating that into my life. And early on, so this is weird. So this is the chain of events, I guess, that led me to DMT, right? In one way or another. So I was at the car wash one day. This car wash that me and my family have been going to my entire life. So I went to that car wash to get my car washed. I saw my dad there for one, which I'm not surprised, of course, he was there, we were hanging out. But I saw this interesting gal there, I was like, she's very interesting. And so I decided to talk to her or whatever. And I come to find she was a yoga instructor, into spirituality and all these things. And so we exchanged information, and I ended up going to one of her healing ceremonies. And at the healing ceremony, I had to do, we had to partner up. So I partnered up with this other gal there who was very familiar. And so we're doing all these exercises, these healing exercises like eye gazing. And so me and this gal, this chick, are eye gazing, and we have to repeat to each other, I love you. So we're looking into each other's eyes and we're saying, And I didn't hear the teacher say that we had to say "I love you," so I didn't know that's what we had to say. And so she's looking at me and she whispers to me, "I love you," but I couldn't really hear her, so I thought she said, "I know you," and I was like, "Yeah," holding her hand, looking her in the eyes. I was like, "Yeah, I know you too." And she's like, "No, you're supposed to say I love you." And I was like, "Oh, sorry." So I was like, "I love you." But then afterwards, I said, "Why do you look so familiar?" And then I got it. I looked at her and I said, "Mille Fleur." And she's like, "What? How do you know that?" And so it turns out we both worked at Mille Fleur, which is like the top French restaurant in San Diego. And years ago, when I was homeless living in my car, which is a whole other story, and I remember back then having a crush on her, a little crush. You know, I was a dishwasher, and she was the hostess, and so she'd come back and throw her plates down. And I don't know, I thought she was cute and everything. And that was a whole other era of my life, man. It was a trip. I remember during that time I was homeless, and I was working 2 jobs to stay distracted. I was working a job down by the beach, Solana Beach, right by the beach, at Naked Cafe during the day in the morning. So I'd have breakfast there, do my morning thing, go to the ocean, take a shower, and then go to the other side of Solana Beach towards Rancho Santa Fe and work at Mille Fleur during the night. You know, do the night shift there, get some food again. It was a cool gig, and then drive back down to the beach, sleep in my car, do a little reading. It was a very psychedelic time because on my breaks at the restaurant, I go and sit in my car, sometimes go smoke, smoke cannabis with the guys, and read. And at the time, I was reading a book on lucid dreaming, and so I learned a lot about lucid dreaming and circadian rhythm. And I remember being inside the dish pit, like sometimes looking around, like, am I in a dream right now? Like, what is consciousness? What is waking and sleeping self and this whole thing? And it was a very psychedelic time. So anyway, I'm at this healing ceremony that I got invited to by the homegirl, Sundari. Shout out if you're watching. And me and the other homegirl that I reconnected with, Jade, we're sitting there eye gazing, saying "I love you" to each other, and it's this weird, like, full circle thing. And it was really weird too because check this out. So the intention for that healing ceremony was forgiveness. And so I knew that prior to getting there. So I was like we were asked to think about forgiveness and who or what we want to forgive. And we had to go around and tell each other, what we're forgiving, what our intention is. And I decided to forgive my cousin, Luis, who had initially brought me into that life years ago before I was ready, because we have been distant and broken for years now, for 2 to 3 years, because in my opinion, he betrayed me, in a very vile way. But I cut him off ever since then. But time healed me, and I didn't think it would. Obviously, I thought I was done with him forever, but time did heal me, and I healed myself, and I matured and was able to look past what he had done to me. And so, literally the day before that ceremony, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna be brave here. And so, I decided to try and call him and text him to forgive him and just to catch up. And he didn't answer, which is fine. It was just the thought of it, the action of actually releasing that from my heart, like actually picking up the phone, trying to call him was a big deal for me. So that was really cool. And it was kind of full circle again, because he initially brought me into that life. And here I was getting back into it. And he came back into the picture in that sense that I was going to try and forgive him or whatever, So that was beautiful. And then I reconnected with Jade there, eye gazing, saying "I love you," and then so we reconnected. And she remembered me too, like, "Oh yeah, I remember you." And so we reconnected there. And then so months passed by, and I'm living my life here, integrating and balancing spirituality and secularism and existentialism in between. And so I end up going to one of Jade's ceremonies. So now we're close, or we're connected again. And so I go to one of her ceremonies, and then it's a beautiful, awesome people. And there are 2 ladies there, who I end up connecting with. One of them, her name for now, but I end up connecting with her. We'll just call her G. We'll call her G. I connected with G and Leia. Now, I want to pause on Leia for a second here, but get back to G. So, me and G were talking, and she looked familiar for some reason. Actually, her and Leia looked familiar for some reason. So me and G get to talking, and come to find out, we had already met each other. We met each other years ago during my crazy years. When I was in a band, and she was in a band too, and we used to go to the same open mic at Aztec Brewery in Vista. And so we met already. I remember we met each other years ago. We were talking, and her bandmate actually was trying to recruit me into their label at the time. And so we'd already met. We already knew each other a little bit back in our crazy band days. And so here we were reconnecting, having a great time, and then me and her decided to attempt, dating for a little bit, and that's a whole other thing. Didn't quite work out, but we still had fun nonetheless. And so I met her, and then her friend Leia was there, and me and Leia talked a little bit there, but we didn't really connect deeply. We ended up following each other on Instagram later, but there was something there with me and Leia. I didn't know, there was some energy there, but I didn't know what to think about it because I was just so focused on G, like, oh, this is awesome, And later I would find out that there was another reason I was there, and that was to meet Leia. And so, so I did that. I left that, and months go by, and I'm doing my life, living my life, and I ended up going on a date with this other chick, a friend of mine. We're now friends. We've established that we are not going to be dating or anything like that. We're just going to move forward as friends, and we're talking, we're chilling, and I didn't expect her to be so cool. Like, the first day we hang out was just so awesome. She was so amazing, very spiritual and experienced, and just awesome. And in passing, she tells me, I have a DMT pen. I'm like, what? No way. Like, I think I'm ready to do it, So she has this DMT pen, and she gives it to me, or lets me borrow it. And so I have this DMT pen, and ready to do it, So we hang out, and all of this happens, and DMT comes my way via my friend. I'm sure she won't mind if I name her, but my friend Luna. So Luna gives me the DMT pen, and I'm just anticipating it. And the moment I knew I was going to do it, that same night, I reached out to my friend Leia at the event that I met G at. And I was like, this is why I met her, because Leia is an awesome facilitator, and we're going to be collaborating more and doing a lot of awesome work together. Leah, I'm not sure what she goes by. Honestly, I need to ask her. It's Leia or Leah? I'm going to call her Leia. Sorry, Leia. But you're Leia in this video. And so I reached out to Leia because she's an awesome facilitator. She's traveled the world. She's done a lot of healing ceremonies, psychedelic ceremonies for people. So she was the perfect one. And actually, like a week before that, I went to a ceremony that she guided. It was an awesome ceremony. There was like 40 of us, and she was guiding us all with her awesome sound bowls and drums and everything. So it was that ceremony that really gave me confidence in her as a healer and facilitator. So I reached out to her. I'm like, yo, I got this DMT pen. Like, are you willing to do a one-on-one ceremony with me and just watch over me and make sure I'm good? And of course, she was excited. She's like, yeah, let's do it. So man, all of that led me to DMT and in that moment. And so this is where the DMT story officially begins. So we schedule a day, and the day comes. The day comes, and everything was strange from the moment I woke up that day. I woke up in a jolt because I was dreaming, and I remembered in my dream that I had to get up at a certain time. So I'm dreaming, I'm like, oh dang, I need to wake up. It's time to go do DMT. So I jolt up from my dream and was instantly hit with like doubt and fear. And so I almost instantaneously said out loud, I am ready to do DMT. And I just took some breaths, stretched, and got up. But I was in a haze as soon as I woke up because I had a strange dream, a very ominous dream. And in my dream, I remember I was with my friend, another girlfriend, and in the dream, she was supposed to be the one administering the DMT to me. But
I remember in the dream finding her and be like, hey, do you have it? And her saying, like kind of whimsically, like, oh, actually, no, I don't have it. So-and-so has it. And I was like, what? What do you mean you don't have it? And I remember my dream was like getting dark. It was evening and the sun was setting. And so I was like in this hurry to find the DMT. And she's like, oh, so I don't remember what she said or who she said. So I remember being upset that she didn't have it and that I had to go find it and that I wasn't going to be able to do it in that moment. And I also remember in that dream on 2 occasions as I was looking for the DMT, I looked up at the sky and the cloud formed on 2 separate occasions into the form of a lion. And the lion looked at me and the eye of the lion turned into a real eyeball, a fierce one. And then the lion swooped down on me twice throughout my dream and came down towards me as if it was going to smother me or engulf me or hit me. I didn't think it was going to eat me, but I just felt like it was going to hit me or something. I remember just being super daunted by it, super scared. And so like I would like run from it. And so I woke up still in that haze from that dream, like, it's kind of weird. Didn't think much of it, I thought maybe it was like the gods or something saying like, do you really think you're ready? Like, almost as if the gods are saying, we don't think you're ready, which made a lot of sense. I'm gonna find out why later. And so I'm like, whatever. I rub that off, I shake that off, and I go to the farm. I live on a farm, and I work several hours a week here. So I went to the farm to go milk the goats and feed the animals like I usually do some of the mornings. And as soon as I get to the farm, I notice right away that something's off. I noticed that all the chickens are loose. They're not supposed to be loose. They're supposed to be in their coop. And I'm like shocked, like what the heck, how do they even make it through the night like that? Because a lot of times we'll have coyotes sneak in and eat them. That's why we put them in the coop at night. So I was shocked. That was already strange. And they were just to see all of them out there like that was kind of like bewildered me. And not just to see them out there like that, but all of them like, what do you call it? I don't know, gawking or whatever you could call them. Just screaming at me, like, hey, feed us, so there's already a strange scene. I'm like, okay, whatever. Didn't think much of it, And so I go to milk the goats, and as soon as I squeeze the teat for milk, the first thing that comes out is blood. So blood comes out of the goat, and I'm a little shocked because that's never happened. I've been living on this farm for 8 months, and that's never happened to me. So I see some pinkish tint come out of the teat with the milk. I'm like, what the heck? There's no way that's blood. It's weird. And so I do a couple more squirts just to see if it'll filter out. And on the second or third squirt, this thick glob of blood comes out. And now I'm freaking out. Now I'm like, am I still sleeping? Like, what the heck is going on? I was weirded out. Like, these were all bad omens to me. And at that point, I'm completely doubting this DMT trip. Like, man, maybe I'm not supposed to do DMT today. And so I go bring up the blood. I bring the blood to the attention of my landlord. We do the whole thing and basically get her off of the feeding or the milking table and let her rest for the day. She's doing all right, by the way, but that was just strange, really strange. And so I go about the rest of my day with all of that in mind, and I'm starting to have these weird doubts, these weird thoughts about life, about DMT, about psychedelics, questioning whether it's really my time to do DMT. And so as I'm getting ready, I'm thinking about the worst that could happen. I'm like, maybe in my trip I'm going to go off into some weird hell or something. And I'm like, nah, it's okay. Like, to me, the devil's not real. It's all some psychological projection and archetypal stuff. So I'm like, the devil's not real. I'll be fine. But then I start thinking about the nothingness. What if I just disappear? What if my consciousness fades away and I go to some strange nothingness for what seems like eternity? But then I started thinking to myself, well, if everything around us came from nothing, then that nothingness must be the most miraculous and beautiful nothing there is. So then I was kind of like quelling these thoughts within me. I'm like, okay, whatever, man, whatever happens, I'm ready for it. So I'm getting ready, and I wanted to put on like some kind of tunic or some kind of spiritual garment, but I don't have anything like that. It would have been cool too, but I'm like, whatever. I'm going to just dress in my regular street garb, something that makes me feel comfortable.
But as I was getting ready, I felt like a sort of astronaut or something putting on their suit, getting ready to leave this world. And so I take off and I get ready to drive down to Ocean Beach to have my first DMT trip with my friend Leia. And on the way there, I'm having more thoughts. And I'm also listening to Terrence McKenna speak about DMT and psychedelics because he's been the biggest encouragement for me for this experience. Listening to him portray his experiences and give advice on the experiences gives me a lot of excitement. Like the way he talks about it is exciting and makes me want to do it and be ready for whatever comes my way. So I was listening to him on the way down there. Had an hour drive, so the anticipation was building up. And it was funny because on my way there, I was like, yeah, I got this, no problem. But as soon as I got down to OB, like the energy changed. I was like, this is it, man. Like I'm moments away from leaving this universe. And that's what I've been looking to do. That's why I'm ready for DMT, man, because I've done a lot of psilocybin, some LSD, and although I still want to go back to those medicines, mostly psilocybin, for new reasons, more mature reasons. Right now, I don't feel it necessary to incorporate those medicines in my life because, to be honest, for me, they don't do much than just tell me what I already know about this life here. Not to say that there aren't more lessons that they're going to show me, because I know there are. But doing mushrooms or acid, it's just, to me right now, it's not going to do much other than just have me hallucinate here on Earth. And I don't really need that. I don't need to walk around for 8 to 12 hours hallucinating here on Earth, just getting these downloads about how corrupt and messed up this place is. I already know that, so I'm not looking to just walk around hallucinating for hours. I'm ready to leave this universe, leave this reality, and go experience the other dimensions. I want to see that. I wanted to see that. And that's what I was looking to do. And so I get to OB. I sat in my car for a bit. I was hesitant. I was gathering myself, my last thoughts. Kind of like the man on the moon in the lunar craft. Are getting ready to take those first steps on the moon. Moon landing's fake. I know, but I'm just speaking informally. I felt like a man on the moon, just getting ready to take those first steps. So I chill in my car for a bit. I get out. I go to Leia's place, and she gives me a warm welcome, and she has everything beautifully set up for me. It was very awesome. I loved the way that she prepared her space for me. And of course, she's a professional. She's been doing this for many years. And so we did a lot of cool things to get ready. We did a healing. So she started off by saging me and blessing me and having me do some affirmations and prepare my mind and body. And then we also picked out a tarot card, and I ended up getting the Father of Swords, I believe. And in this particular deck, the sigil for that card is an owl with a sword. And that was particularly awesome because I have been pondering what I'm going to get tattooed next on my arm right above this piece right here. And one of the main ideas that I have is to get a horned owl right here. That's exactly what that card was a horned owl. So I'm like, maybe it's a sign. I don't know. I'm on the right path. Who knows? And so that was cool. We did some, exercises to get the mind and body prepared, soul prepared.
Do you want to make a podcast? Spotify's got a platform that lets you make one super easily and allows you to distribute it everywhere and even earn some money for free. Here's how it works. Spotify for podcasters lets you record and edit podcasts. Then you can distribute your podcast to Spotify and everywhere else. You can earn money in a variety of ways.
ways, such as reading an ad like this one that I'm doing so I can make money and fight the system a little bit more. Ever since I discovered Spotify for podcasters, I've been able to reach such a wider audience. Download the Spotify for Podcasters app or go to www.spotify.com/podcasters. Back to the show. Thank you. And then there came the moment. Without further hesitation, I had nothing left to do but face the medicine, take the medicine. And so Leia was there to facilitate and guide and watch over me. She was playing music. She was also attending to my body, hitting tuning forks, all kinds of stuff, giving me encouraging words. Now, spoiler alert, the DMT did not work. It didn't work. It was a vape pen. So, but I still had some crazy experiences. So stick around because I did have some crazy experiences. I just did not blast off, and I was warned of that by a couple friends. They told me that the vape pens don't really work, and even Leia told me that too. She said that she had tried the vape pens, and they're notorious for not, blasting people off. You can still trip, which I did, but they're just low potency. These vape pens. And Leia also told me that her first DMT trip was just like mine. She never blasted off. It wasn't until she took Bufo or other more potent forms of it that she was able to blast off. But anyways, I took the first hit, and as soon as I took the first hit, something did set in, and I was like, whoa, okay, this is wild. Then I took the second hit, and the second hit really got me. I started to feel, I started to feel really intense. I started to see everything around me kind of shifting. I saw, like, with my eyes open, I saw this weird, like, white, I don't even know. It was just like this white colors, I guess. Not even that, man. I don't know how to explain it. Like, my vision slowly became encased with, like, this, I keep saying white, with this white space. There's just like this white, I want to say canvas, but like I feel like there's just nothing you can ever say to like properly explain these things, right? But anyways, as soon as I took that fat second hit, my eyes became encased with this white shade, and over the white shade were these geometric symbols. And so I felt like, oh man, like I'm gonna blast off, this is it. But it was so intense, like all of that was so intense, I simply could not pick up the pen again and take that third hit, which I was told you need to do. Because, McKenna and many people say that, you need those 3 full hits. And I messed up that first session, that first round. I possibly could have blasted off had I taken a fat rip after the second one, but I just couldn't. It was too intense. I was like, oh man, like I started to lose my vision and see things, and I started to feel that intensity in my brain and started to kind of hear the humming that is typical of DMT trips, that buzzing, that drone noise you hear before you blast off. And so I sat back and kind of just sat with that for a little bit, like feeling that out, like, because I didn't know. I was under the impression that this pen was just full potent DMT. Like all these years that I've heard about DMT, I was told all you need is 3 hits and that's it, you're off, and sometimes even 1 or 2. And so I was under the impression that as soon as I hit that thing, I was gonna basically leave this universe. So I wanted to sit back and feel that, like, oh, is this it? Like, am I blasting off? But to my astonishment or whatever, my disappointment, I didn't. I sat back. I sat with that psychedelic experience for a little bit, and was like, well, okay, I didn't blast off, so I seem to try again. But I was just like, there was a point where my body was like shuddering because of how nervous I was about it. Because before, I had no context. I didn't know what to expect, so I was just kind of going at it naively. But now, after I hit it and like felt the intensity, felt the hit, felt the punch of DMT and what it could be, I was like, oh man, I don't know. So I was like shuddering. morning, and I had Leia kind of calm me down. She did a great job of calming me down. And after I was soothed, I was ready to go again. And man, let me tell you, we did like 4 rounds, bro. Like I must have hit that pen like 50 times. Close to that. I don't know. I hit it so many times, held it in, did everything I could, did everything anybody told me to do. But I simply could not blast off. But there were some really awesome experiences, awesome visuals, and just some cool thoughts and downloads that I got. I remember like in the middle of the journey, when I got really comfortable with the pen, was like hitting it. I would close my eyes and then put my hands over my eyes to make it even more dark. And at the peak of the experience, like probably the most intense part of the entire experience, I did see a portal in my mind start to open up. The chrysanthemum, as McKenna would say. And that was really awesome. So I had my eyes closed and my hands over my eyes. And I remember saying, I can see the chrysanthemum. And what I saw was like this rose petal looking thing out in the distance, slowly coming forth into my third eye vision, and like just beautifully start to open up. And around it were these other like neon geometric shapes. And all of it encapsulated in total darkness. And so this beautiful chrysanthemum was opening up for me, but I just couldn't go through it. I couldn't leave my body and go to it. And what was interesting about that is that I realized that chrysanthemum has always been with me all along. Now, here's something about me that I might have shared here and there on some podcasts. I have been doing weird spiritual practices my entire life without knowing it. For example, ever since I was a kid, I did like weird sun meditations. I remember when I had this very vivid memory when I was doing this when I was young. I was at the park with my siblings, Brindle Terrace Park, Vista actually to be exact. And I remember swinging, facing the sun, and I used to love closing my eyes while facing the sun. And the sunlight on my eyelids would like basically fry my eyes or something. I don't know. It would like, basically fry my eyes and kind of like, what's the word? Basically, transition. I don't know. The sunlight on my eyelids would make the contrast extreme. Basically, the contrast of my vision extreme towards the lights, right? Like so the whiteness. The white contrast of my vision would be extreme because of the sunlight hitting my eyelids. And so I would let that happen for like a little bit, and then I would like violently open my eyes and then allow the contrast and the light to readjust. And like that experience was so amusing to me because when I would open my eyes, everything would like flicker in, sort of like kind of fade in a little bit, and that experience was like psychedelic for me as a kid. Like whoa, like seeing everything kind of fade back in and normalize. And so that's one thing. But all throughout my life, when I would like meditate as a kid and as a young adult, I would see, and I have seen, and I will see whenever I do it, this chrysanthemum, this little red portal thing, this little red petal thing. And I have been chasing that my entire life, basically. And whenever I meditate, that's actually one of the goals that I have. Is first I try to shut the monkey brain off. I try to quiet my mind and focus. And once I achieve that, the next step for me is to focus in on that chrysanthemum. I've been doing that for years, and I didn't know the power of that until I did my DMT trip. I didn't realize that thing had been there my entire life, but I never realized that chrysanthemum had also been a gateway for me to the spiritual realm. I just always thought it was awesome and cool to kind of like make it appear and see it with my third eye in meditation and watch it kind of dance around and grow. But when I did DMT this time, I saw her in the fullest form I'd seen her yet, and it was beautiful. She was huge, and she was ready for me to enter, but I couldn't leave. The pen was too low potent. It was a low potency pen, so that was really cool. But what was interesting is like I realized the intensity of nothingness. Because all throughout my podcast, in a lot of recent podcasts, you've probably heard me say that going to heaven and hell are privileges. To die and go to a heaven or a hell is a privilege, as crazy as that sounds. To have any experience after death is a privilege. To have your consciousness continue after death is a privilege, either which way. And that is my opinion. Because either way, it says that, there's still a chance for you. If you go to heaven, I mean, you made it to heaven, right? There's no complaints there. But if you go to hell, to me, that's still an indication that there's something more for you, that there's more lessons to be learned, and you can possibly get out of there. But to go nowhere, to just cease to exist and to fall into some nothingness, that's the worst thing. And so I felt disappointed about my DMT trip, and I felt like that's where I ended up, in like a nothingness. I was in the corridor, as Terrence McKenna would say. Actually, I was laughing during the DMT trip at one point because I was like, man, I'm just hanging my hat in the hallway. And Leia was like, what? I was like, it's what Terrence McKenna calls the hallway. Like when you don't blast off, you're simply just hanging your hat on the hallway. You haven't even made it into the door. You haven't actually had the actual experience. You might think you are, but you're not. And so, yeah, I never actually went anywhere. I was just having a small psychedelic experience, a teaser. And I kept trying. I remember sitting there should we just stop or should I go again? And so it became kind of addicting or challenging. So I went through a series of sessions trying to go in, but it wouldn't work. And I felt like at one point I got barred from it. The last session that we had, I took a valiant attempt. I took 3 fat hits. At one point, I took 6 hits back to back. And towards the end, though, I started getting barred from it. I wasn't even seeing the chrysanthemum anymore. At one point, I remember seeing these Joker faces, these menacing Joker faces. But I do remember too, also seeing this very archaic and heavy, beautifully decorated door. Stone door slowly opening, but it didn't open all the way. It just kind of slowly opened and then faded away. And then I remember seeing this gorgeous, almost elf-like queen or something coming out of this palace. And it was just this golden, beautifully decorated, cult-like palace with these very sharp ceilings or whatever. And there's a lot of pentagrams too. It wasn't like a heaven thing. It was weird. I almost got the vibe that it was a palace in Hades, not like hell or something, but it definitely wasn't of the light. It was a palace in some sort of dark realm. But this gorgeous goddess came out, and as she came out, I'm not there, but this is just visions that I was having as I was closing my eyes. As she came out, these very beautiful neon sacred geometric symbols started unfolding in front of her there were steps, as she was walking, and she came out, and then it kind of all faded. Never really got to meet her or anything. And so that was basically it. Leia did a great job. She encouraged me and told me not to think much of it because she had the same experience during her first DMT trip. She wasn't able to blast off until she had the full, actual potent form. So I was disappointed, but I still had some fun. It was interesting. It was fun. It was fun to go through the roller coaster of emotions and see some cool things in my mind and connect deeper with that chrysanthemum. Now I know she's there. Now I know that when I see her, it's a gateway. So I'm excited to try the actual form. And it was funny, I went back home that night with the pen and I ended up smoking it more by myself. Okay, let's see if I can do it. Maybe, because now I was confident in the pen. So I tried it again. I tried it 2 more times by myself in my bed. And it was cool, but it didn't work. And it's not just me, because my friend took back the pen and she said she was going to experiment with it and see if it was just me or the pen. And she said, no, it's the pen. She's experienced. She's an experienced person as well. And she said, yeah, it's the pen. It's just low potent DMT. So yeah, I did DMT, but I did not see God. I did not blast off. But I did have fun, and I can't say that I did DMT. I just can't say that I blasted off, but I will, and I'm determined to, and I think I will. But yeah, that's my DMT story, man. I'm determined to blast off one of these days, and I know if I don't do it before this year is over, which is like a couple of weeks, I will definitely do it next year. And as a matter of fact, while you're still here, I need you to know, I want you to know that I'm starting a ceremony organization. It's going to be called Mente Ceremonies, Mente, mind in Spanish. And I've already partnered with two people, two really close people that I know, to throw events, to put together ceremonies, healing ceremonies, events, fun spiritual parties and mixers. And we're going to be having our first one at the end of this month in San Diego. So stay tuned for that. Follow me on Instagram to learn more. But if you don't make it to this one at the end of this year, 2023, I'm already speaking to, again, these two people. But we already have four venues, I believe four venues in mind to start throwing these parties and mixers, and also hosting ceremonies, healing ceremonies. So that's going to be a new passion project of mine next year in 2024, to start organizing and hosting ceremonies and also spiritual parties and mixers, and also dive a little bit into local music and stuff like that. So I'm excited about that. And this is something I've always been passionate about. I'm a musician, and I was in the music world for many years. And back in high school, I used to put together events. I used to make my own flyers, and I used to book all the artists in high school and organize it all at my friend's venue. He was very kind. They were very kind to have faith in me as a teenager to organize these things and put them together. And so I've always been passionate about content creation, organizing events, connecting people, elevating people's lives, and through art and esoteric and occult experiences, stuff like that. So look out for that. I'm going to be hosting a lot of events and ceremonies, and not just in San Diego. I plan to, as this grows and gets to be more efficient and successful, I plan to host some of these around the country, around the world. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. And hey, if you got some DMT, hit me up, send me an email, send me a DM. And if you have an awesome DMT story, please email me that to my email in the description below, and I will share that story. Tell me if you want it to be anonymous or not. I'll share that story, or you can DM it to me, whatever you want to do. Thank you everybody for listening. Thank you for hanging out. I've got a lot of stuff in the works for next year, 2024. So thank you to everybody for rocking with me. I love you all. I couldn't do what I do without you. So yeah, peace.
What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Thank you for tuning into the audio version of Esoteric Eddie TV. I hope you enjoy this episode. Peace.
At age 27, I had a massive heart attack. 15 years later, I had colon cancer. First, I thought I'm going to die. Fear kills. After all these years, I find out the power of higher power, and you can heal yourself, and you can be a better person by thinking positive.
What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Today I have a great guest, very awesome man. His name is Nader, and he operates a facility here in San Diego that centers around healing people with the power of sound.
Welcome to Amazing Auto Healing. We provide you just unconditional love. Love heals. And that's the only thing I do. We built this room. There's a professor in Paris that he heals cancer, terminal cancer patient with 432 hertz sound frequency. The way he made it, we have a special equipment here that generates over 20,000 hertz frequency. The
extreme sound, you heal yourself with your own brain. So after 10 minutes that you lay down there, you start to floating and you feel warmness in part of your body, and that means the sound is affecting your body. Sadly, we had this vibroacoustic cable that with the vibration and sound, we are going to prove that vibration and sound reduce cancer cell, helping people with all different kind of mental health. So this is the medication and healing of the future, even though it started thousands of years ago. It's just for knowledge management. I went through cancer and I wanted to inform other cancer patients. After we do treatment in that room, we come here to happy room. We build it for different kind of musical instrument, especially kids with autism. They come here and they play different kind of musical instrument, and we always get extra, and they get very jolly and happy. I do some of my bioenergy healing transformation in this room. This room just shows everything is about love. Love heals, and whatever we do, we give unconditional love to all of our clients, all the patients that come here, and we trying to have this center helping the healers, but they don't have a place to go and practice their, knowledge and the magical power they have. So we have a center that we call it Healing the Healers. So they get together here once a month, we do gathering, and we brought our singing bowl and gong, and we do group healing and full moon, men's group, women's group, and different kind. Here is a workshop and conference room to show and teach. And this room is for acupuncturists and massage therapists that we have, and we just got lucky to have this doctor is a chiropractor that he joined us yesterday. So we have a few professional doctors and physicians and artists that are helping us. So we are going to prove sound and vibration and heal and kindness and love heals.
What's up, later?
Hey,
Good to have you here,
nice
man.
to see you again.
Yeah, thank you for doing this, man. So we're gonna get deep into your story, your journey. Before we do, just real quick, just for fun, I want to tell people, how we met and how this came to be. This year particularly, I've been having a very strange year. It seems like my path has been rapidly unfolding towards my higher self this particular year, and I'm going through a Saturn return, which means I'm going through the ages 28 to 32, 33, and I don't really know much about that, but all my astrology friends tell me that it's a big deal. I'm going through a transitory phase. My life is changing, and so it's no coincidence that I met you and landed here. And so when we met, I was placing your water heater because I'm a plumber, and so I had no idea you were going to be this fascinating. And what was interesting about it was I placed your water heater on a Sunday.
Mhm.
And that entire weekend and a few days before then, I had already been doing a lot of spiritual things. I've been going to certain ceremonies and all kinds of stuff. So it was already a spiritually packed weekend.
And you were in San Diego too that weekend.
Yeah. So it was like I did all this spiritual ceremony stuff, and then I met you on Sunday, the last day, and then come to find you do all the spiritual healing stuff. So it was like the path just kept unfolding. And so you were really nice. You hooked me up with some cool beads from Tibet and some other jewelry to give to the women in my life, which I have. They really loved about it. And you told me about some other cool stuff. And your wife, if I may say, was the Palomar College prom queen of '79.
Yeah.
And she was nice enough to hook me up with a little bit of that good old cannabis. Thank you for that too. So that was interesting. So I replaced the water heater. We met. We spoke about your facility and everything, and then we arranged this. And so now it's the beginning of something even bigger. So that's how we met. So before we get deep into your story and everything, just tell the people a little bit about who you are and what it is that you do.
Okay, I was foreign student here long time ago when I went to Panama College. My uncle was living at Poway, so that was a closest place to go to junior college to and get accepted. And I started, and I was so into it. I started to looking into become a president of international students. So I started from beginning to be involved with all different kind of kids from different kind of the world, and I started to feel the problem they go through as far as the family, as far as immigration law, as far as classes that they have to go through, and I started to do something for them from the beginning. The first few months I started to work here.
How old were you then?
Yeah, I was in like 20s.
Early 20s.
Yeah, early 20s.
So you started working for your uncle in your early 20s. That's what led you to
And that was, because I had the power from my childhood that I could see stuff is happening in the future. My grandmother passed, and I was in high school. And she came to my dream and explained it exactly the way she passed. And nobody saw her. When I got home, everybody was crying. So I asked my neighbor that what happened, and she said, "Yeah, your grandma passed." And the next day, I said, "How did she pass? Was it this way?" And her eyes got open. I said, "How do you know?" I said, "She was explaining it to me last night." And she said, "Yeah. But it was." And, that was the time I started to see she's with me. And be one of my, the angel going to be with me all my life.
Wow, that's amazing. So that was one of the first times in your life where you realized you had like a spiritual gift.
Yeah. Yes.
So prior to that, where were you born? Where did you grow up in your first developmental years?
Well, I born in Tehran, Iran, and that was in a good time that everybody had great contact with US and everything was good. So I was proud to call my name, but after revolution started, so this people thought, this people, olive color coming from Middle East are all, Arabs, or they're all terrorists and all this stuff. And it was kind of nerve-breaking, and that was one of the reasons I started to get into, getting lots of stress, because while I was going to school, I started to work, and but first 2 years college was very easy for me, so I could handle the club that I had for foreign student, and I got past everything with 4.0 without studying that much. So, and I thought, oh, this is so great, I can, study. And I got 1C on history, US history, and because I was connected to the whole staff, president of the school, all the deans, he said, "Don't worry, we're gonna let you have your 4.0." So they changed my C to no credit. So they wanted to, foreign student advisor wanted to ask to get from MIT scholarship for me, but they find out that foreign student they can't get to anywhere. So the only school they gave me a scholarship for 1 month, 1 semester was San Diego State.
Wow.
So I ended up to be San Diego State, and that was a great start. I was working, going to school, got my engineering degree in aerospace industry, and I started to work in aerospace industry. So that was the beginning of my challenge.
Yeah. Okay, and so you live in Tehran, Iran, and then how old were you when you left?
I was in early 20s.
Early 20s when you left. Okay, so when you said you were working with your uncle, that's when you came here, right?
Yes.
Poway, San Diego. Was there anybody in your early life that kind of instilled this spirituality in you?
No, it was just me. I thought always I have to do my best. My dad was
military officer, and I was always in fear from him to, if I do anything wrong, that I will be punished, not physically, but just mentally. And I was worried for my mom because this color was black. If my dad said this is black, I had to look at it black. It was no other way. So that was the stress level that my childhood I started. But I tried, maybe because of fear, to be always the best. So always, no student because I had to prove. And he said, hey, your only job you have to study. So big deal. You got 100. So what? You have to get 100. You don't have it. So, but all my friends they had long hair in little times, but I was the only one like in the military guy with short hair always.
Wow.
So that was the beginning that I felt that I go under stress, even though I do all the good things. So
Looking back, are you appreciative of the way your dad raised you, or do you think he could have done a better job? How do you feel about that style of
that style was, made me to be totally 100% opposite. I have two daughters. They both graduated, one from UCSD and one USD. Never ever got discipline, and I just gave them love. And I mean, full love. Still, my kids are grown up. Still, they come sit on my lap. I'm still, Papa, and they're my little babies. And I start to just give love, love, love. Even though right now I have a grandson that is 5 years old. I tried that nobody say anything to him because I know love is the best weapon that you, for the rest of your life, you can, teach other and have that deep, powerful feeling that to get in a better place in life.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. So it basically just allowed you to feel that and understand that the opposite of it is what you really wanted to do and how you wanted to lead your life.
Yes.
Okay. So your early 20s, you start to work with these kids, and that started to make you realize that the world needed some healing.
Yes.
So and you were an engineer, so at what point did you really start to get into this style of work?
Well, because of the stress at age 27, I had black belt in judo back home, so I knew about martial art. Here, while I was working and studying, and still I was going to jiu-jitsu, American jiu-jitsu class to get my black belt in karate, but at age 27, I had a massive heart attack. And
27.
At age 27, so I was in San Jose to see my parents. They came to see my brother over there. So, and that was the time I felt it, and the stress is, is bad thing that I'm going through it constantly. And because I want to do everything the best, so that caused it. And the doctor said, hey, how much you smoke? I said, I don't smoke. How much you drink? I said, I don't drink. And he said, so what do you do? I said, I'm working on my master's degree. I have a wife, I have a kid. And he said, hey, stupid. So to have a glass of wine every night. I said, take it easy. So maybe you don't start to smoke. So that was, part of it. And then 10, 15 years later, I had a colon cancer, and I was lucky, and it was a big mass, kind of like terminal, but I'm still here after like almost 20 years. So I beat that one, and at the same time, my mother got breast cancer same month. We both beat it. We were very fortunate to be cancer survivor. But for me, I studied and I knew alternative as far as sound.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I want to go back to the heart attack at 27. So you grew up in a harsh family, and obviously you had to go through the stripes of leaving your country, coming here, and dealing with that. So you had a lot of stress. And so, what actually happened the day that you had the heart attack? I don't want to walk you back through your trauma or make you relive that in any way, so you don't have to speak about it if you don't.
But if you could, what actually happened? What actually led to the heart attack, and how did you heal afterwards?
Well, first I thought I'm gonna die, so I stopped all the activity. I thought, because fear kills. I thought anybody have heart attack, they may get another one, dropped it, and I was worried that what's gonna happen to my kid, and what's gonna happen to my wife, and all the things I did. So I tried to just to learn how to deal with the stress by meditation that time and try to because I wasn't into any drug or alcohol, so just try to think about the higher power and the energy. That was the time I started to get into even though after 10 years I got cancer, still because the stress of work in the aerospace industry, it was tremendous. And so I was working to get my master's degree. I thought by having a master's degree and be top engineer and go to aerospace, they will open the door, say, hey, this is the director's office coming. But nobody said anything. They had a couple of dollars to buy, and that was, then I, found out this is not the place that you can do whatever you do, as if you're a foreigner, even though we are US citizen, but yeah.
So you faced a little bit of prejudice throughout your life.
Always, yeah.
That's unfortunate, man. So 27, you have a heart attack, and then you get into meditation. So what led you to that healing? Was it like a book that you read? Was it like how did you know to turn to meditation and God?
My wife, she had colitis, and she had osteoarthritis, and she was going through bleeding, and this is a time I got introduced to Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
I set up the time to take her to UCLA Medical Center to take the complete colon because nobody could stop her as far as bleeding. So one of my colleagues said, hey, there's this Chinese healer that in Claremont, you can go to church and this guy does magic. So I said I tried everything before, take the whole system completely on. So we met that holiness, and after 2 times he said, hey, I can heal your wife, but what is your religion? I said my religion is love and kindness. That's what I do and try to help people. And but grandparents were Muslim, but I'm not into it because to me it's just a religion stuff. I know that could be not good to it's about blood and killing and stuff, so I'm totally against it. So he said you have to start to believe in Lord and feel the power of Lord Jesus Christ, and I can heal your wife with that. I said I do anything to help my wife. So we got baptized in Methodist Church. I don't even remember how long ago. And that was the time I started to feel that some kind of a peace in my heart. And, so I said, even though right now after all these years, I find out the power of higher power and God and Lord and Jesus and Moses and Dalai Lama. This is all you. So it's all your brain, your thoughts. So maybe this is not good for your listener, but I find out after my going through cancer, when I learned about Buddhism, that this religion is all about love and giving and kindness. And law of attraction, you can find out, you can heal yourself, and you can be a better person by thinking positive. The same thing that you wake up in the morning and say, damn, another day, your whole day gonna be, bad. But if you wake up in the morning, at the beginning, you say, thank you, God, Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Higher Power, that I'm another blessed day. I'm alive today. So, and think about something positive. In the first 17 seconds, when you wake up, you open your eyes, your whole day gonna be a great day.
Oh yeah, yeah, I agree with that. That's something that I try to incorporate for myself. I feel one of the things I'm most afraid of. I don't know if afraid is the right word, but whatever. You know, one of the most things that I'm most afraid of is not living in the present moment and being appreciative of what's around me. Like, because we don't get time back, you know. And like, there's been a lot of moments in my life where there's awesome things happening around me, but I was like inebriated or stuck in some like depression or something, and so it just that time just passed me by, you know. So to be thankful, to live in a thankful state is like being fully present.
There is no future. Future never come because every second we are in the future because every second history past and never come back. So the past is history. We have to learn about it. It's just history. The future is mystery. Is never come. So we call it now present time. So that's the only time we have to live for.
Yeah.
And every minute we have to appreciate that we can breathe. When you have, asthma, when you have, the health problem, you see you can breathe. You have to get inhaler. So when you breathe, you have to appreciate the time that you couldn't breathe. So you have to appreciate. I take a shower because a few months ago I had shoulder pain or my I had arthritis. I say thank you God. I'm just capable today that I can take a shower without any pain. So that appreciation gonna help you to enjoy the present moment.
Oh yeah, there's nothing better than the now.
Yeah.
You know, when I used to work for people, I would get in trouble for being late sometimes, and I'd get whenever I'm late, my boss would be like, "What are you doing? You're 5 minutes late." And I'm like, "No, I'm here now.
Yeah,
I'm a Buddhist, sir. Nothing better than the now."
absolutely right.
No, but yeah, there's nothing better than the now, man, for real. And the past is just a future that already happened.
Yes, absolutely.
A
Amen.
future that already happened.
Yeah.
But okay, so you found Jesus Christ, you found the Lord, and so that's what led you down this path, which is cool. I grew up in a Christian home, so I'm like default Christian. Jesus has been the only power that I pray to, the only name or energy that I've ever prayed to. I don't feel comfortable praying to anything else. It's probably just my default upbringing, but it resonates with me. You know, lately, actually, just for fun, I've been calling him Joshua Christ. Because that's like the more literal translation of Yeshua.
Yeah.
So I just call him Joshua. The man Joshua. But real quick before we go further, just because I'm interested and I'm curious. So you've never drank or smoked anything?
No.
Ever? No. That's amazing, and that's really awesome. It's very rare to find somebody like that. So what made you that kind of person where you were able to just not be interested in smoking anything?
I listen to my inner gods that people they say, my 7 or 8 chakra or light or the higher energy. That if I do anything that lose the power of present, I lose some of the power that I learned through all these years. I do bioenergy healing transformation. If I do anything, I'm going to lose that. This is just a fear I have. I do anything. And one professor, long time ago, when my grandma passed, he told me that try to be good, honest, do good stuff. Don't lie, don't say, don't do anything bad. That way, your grandmother's soul gonna be always, the spirit gonna be always with you. And that was like always was in me to just always try to do your best. And God bless my mother's soul. She was upset with me because of love. And she was telling me, why do you do so much? Some people they say there is something behind it. Some people they take it the wrong way. If you do it to the mothers that are single mom, they think you have you're after something. When you do it for the neighbor, they need something, you go buy a refrigerator. This is crazy, the things you do. Stop all this. Extra love is painful. She said, what you do to me sometimes, is too much. Try to be moderate and to that I'm totally different. So she was even telling me that too much of everything is not good. You have to be moderate.
Yeah, see, yeah, I know this about you because we spoke outside of this. That you're the type of person to give a lot to people. I mean, your entire organization is nonprofit. So you
It's a blessing yourself by blessing others.
yeah. So that's a philosophy you live, and you've been betrayed by that.
And a lot.
Yeah, a lot. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Some of the betrayals you've had?
No, it's past and I forgive and I don't even think there is a karma because I don't want anything happen to any people. And in my point of view, people they like steal something if they didn't need it, they didn't have it. So that's they need that thing. Even though I talk to a few people that you need something, tell me. Even though it's the most expensive things, we're gonna work it out. You can borrow it instead of stealing it. So I believe in that. So I don't want any harm to go to anybody did anything bad. So
that's honorable of you. Not many people think like that, and I feel the same way though too. I've been robbed when I was like living in my car before, But I always just say to myself, well, they must have needed it more than I did. Like I remember this one time I was living up north and I was struggling for money at the time. I just bought a whole brand new set of tools. It was my mistake, I guess. I left them in my car and I left the window down just enough for them to get in there. And yeah, they stole about $500 worth of tools I had just bought.
and you need it.
Yeah, those are my tools.
Yeah.
But they were kind enough, I guess. I don't know. They left a rose on my windshield. So I was like, oh, wow. Thanks, I guess. I look over and my neighbor's car has a rose on it too. I was like, well, I guess they got him too. Yeah. And it made me spike.
God was louder.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they needed it, but it made me a little spiteful because I didn't know who did it. That's always the frustrating thing. Is like, you don't know who did it. It could have been anybody. And so, like, for about a couple months, whenever I'd be driving, I would see, like, homeless people or transients asking for money. I'd be like, probably you. I don't know. I don't know if I want to give you any money. Like, I don't know who it is. But no, I had to let that go. Let it go. Like, they must have needed it more than me, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's a narrow path to be able to like just live in the middle and not see things as happening to you, for you, or something just around you. Things are just happening around us, But okay, so you survived the heart attack. You found a way to connect to the source via Jesus Christ, Joshua Christ, and then you live another 10 years. And so from that to your next big medical thing, which was the cancer.
Yes.
Colon cancer. So within those 10 years, did you continue the spiritual path, or did you kind of fall back into the secular world?
Well, always try to do my best and work as hard as I could because it's very expensive to do in San Diego. Try to, and my wife worked next to me from the day she came to US to go to Panama. We were working at library, and we were making $2.18 an hour. So, and we we couldn't work more than 10 hours a week, because that was part of having. But because I was president, the foreign student advisor was giving me $50 a month just because of all the work I was doing. So they were trying to help me. And one of the things the lady that was handling the bookstore was telling me that, hey, in this country you can always ask. The worst they tell you is no, so don't be afraid. If you need something from me, come and ask. Don't be shy. So, and American people are one of the most generous people in the world. So I believe in that because they help. Anytime I needed help for somebody else, and not to get it for myself, they were, trying to. The only thing I have to do to ask for it, even though I don't ask for my center to get help, but
Yeah. Okay. So you fell back into the world. You were struggling, and then the cancer hits.
yeah.
And so when the cancer hits, take us through that. How did you survive that? What was it like afterwards?
Well, it was kind of really scary time of my life, and the first few months after that, I thought I'm not gonna make it because from the room that it was my daughter's room to go to bathroom, it was a hallway like 10 step. I thought I never can make it for 10 step. So I said, this is the end. I'm wearing a bag. They hated it, and I thought this is it. And one time I felt it. This is after surgery that actually felt it. My soul is going out of my body, and I start to acting crazy, and I start get scared and scream. And my wife and my kids, they said, what's wrong? I said, I don't want to die right now because I feel it is coming out of, and I was really physically felt it. My soul is going, and I didn't want it. I was screaming, crying, don't I want to be alive. And my wife got scared, calling my doctor, said what to do. Give me the shot of something, medication. So I feel this stuff. I feel so connected to my soul and my, so I have that connection with myself too. So when I meditate, I feel that I'm not in, especially after cancer, I feel I'm in another dimension. That's one of the reasons the people around me, they don't understand me. So the things I do is not sometimes normal, but I try to do, and I told my family, I do this because touching other people's soul, bringing a smile in other people's face, that's the only thing that fulfill my, you know, body and soul. So this is what I'm living for, and I try to make it bigger that everybody can do it. The same thing I do. I know you are in the same group. Other healers they want to do it. They don't have a place, and I open my center that other healers they can come here and do the same thing I do. They do, and a few times my wife and friends they said, "Hey, they're gonna come steal your idea, steal what you do with the audio room, the vibration room." I said, "I love that the people steal it. I want they steal it and they do more because no matter they want to charge people or not to charge, it's still this is helping other people with anxiety and stress. It's like a future medicine that we can right now prove that the sound and vibration heal your soul and your physical body. So mental health is extremely, especially after COVID, is very high. And so many kids are thinking about suicide. It's very expensive to live here. I know a bunch of people that they kind of give up and they want to move, they can afford to move. So and they can afford to leave. So I do try to just have connection with all these people that I'm here that hey, there is always here, we are here. I know we can sleep here, but people are always welcome to come and get, whatever service we have. Hopefully one day, one good philanthropists give us some kind of a donation that we have a bigger space to do this one more and with more healer like you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna be partnering up and doing a lot of cool things next year, 2024. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that you said thankfully you knew holistic healing when you were going through the cancer process. How did you cope with the cancer? How were you healing holistically?
Well, I knew there is alternative. I studied, thank God, to Google and other way that right now through computer. So I find out lots of herbal medicine that is very cheap. One of them is soursop, guanabana fruit that is in South America. They have it. the leaf is really magical. You make tea and you drink it like iced tea. On the back, it said has 10,000 times more power than chemo. But they don't allow people they know about all this alternative. So I did all this and I started to do because the nightmare of cancer when you go through it, doctors they never talk about things that is available. The only thing want to do, heart doctor want to open heart surgery, oncologists they just say chemo and radiation, and nobody talk about alternative. And that was one of the things I tried to study and heal myself and not try to heal other people that are in need. Knowledge management.
Why do you think that the medical industry doesn't want us to know about this stuff?
Multi-trillions of dollars every year. Money. And anybody come up with way to heal cancer, get rid of cancer, they get vanish.
Yeah.
So, our plan is with the doctor that is with me to do a study and do research. What we publish every month, whatever we accomplish. So we are going to measure the people before of getting through sound and the vibration.
Yeah.
And after, so we are going to prove that how it does. So
you're gonna set them up some EEGs or something? Or
this doctor has so many equipment, and we have to buy a bunch of other stuff to be ready. So there's a group of scientists and doctors who are going to do it. Hopefully everything goes good because we are going. This center going to be scientifically that we're going to prove.
Scientifically backed up. Not that we need it, but we need it. In today's world, nothing's cool unless the scientists say it's been approved or whatever. But no, that's fascinating. It would be cool, also really awesome to have that data too, to actually see the physical effects, the physiological effects that these things are doing to people, so they can see it and believe it. Because some people need that data. Like, wow, like I was this stressed out according to this chart, and now I'm not stressed out according to this chart or whatever.
A week ago, when you came here a few days ago and you wanted to do this interview, I said no. I said, why not? I said, you have to try what we have because there is no way that you can explain the energy that room with 432 hertz sound. Almost, I can say, I can prove it with the sound that is over 20,000 hertz frequency that you feel in the room, and the low vibration from the vibroacoustic table that we built. Nobody has it. We build it here. So that it does really magic. You start to, I say it, they say, yeah, sure. But I said, you see it, you try it, then you can talk about it yourself. I don't need to say anything.
Oh yeah, you gotta try it. You gotta try it, people. This is the real thing. Yeah, I was here like last week or whatever, and I thought we were gonna do the interview. You're like, no interview. I was like, what? So I just laid on the table for like half an hour. I don't know. It felt like endless time.
7-8 minutes, you start to tingle in your body, and you feel that your spirit, your soul is start to floating. This is like, I can explain it. I can explain how it is, but it does. There's a special magical energy in that room.
Oh yeah, I felt my entire body was tingling, and for whatever reason, my brain area needed a lot of healing because I felt a lot of stuff going on in there. It felt really nice, and then there was a moment where I like almost astral projected. Like I felt my spirit like just lightly above my body. But I think I was so exhausted, I was just kind of enjoying it more than anything. But yeah, thank you for that.
Last night, this chiropractor doctor that joined us, he asked me, I said, you have to try it. And he went, and he was kind of not sure. And I right now have around almost 50 people that as soon as they come, because we need some data right now, because of the team we are putting. Before people that are coming and going, I never ask the last name or what you do. They come to get services here, They know they pay, they don't pay is always open to everybody. So he said it, and I will show it to you after this. He said that after like 5 minutes, my third eye, for the first time, I could see. You're gonna see this one, and that's amazing. Yeah, this, yeah. And he said, this thing is crazy. And now, so he is chiropractic plus what we do, because he said this is exceptional tool for people, especially patients.
You help activate his third eye through this machine.
Yeah, this guy did. So I can say, each person has different kind of reaction, but everybody talk about start to float in their own majority.
Well, you can put that on the data side effects. Third eye may activate.
Floating in the room.
Yeah, you may float as well. Cool. So, speaking of which, when did you start this organization? And by the way, tell people what the name of it is and when did it start?
Amazing Art of Healing.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. And so, at what point in your life did you start this? Hold on, let's take it to the beginning. At what led you to say, you know what, I'm going to start this organization?
After I find out that I'm not going to die, this is like 2 years that I was in my room, didn't want to see anybody, because when you go through cancer, you kind of, first of all, you are in fear constantly, and then the people, they see through so many people that who is a real true friend and who is not. So the people, they, first of all, one crazy thing is people, they think cancer is contagious. So they say, oh, he has cancer, so we don't go, we're going to get it. So that's something crazy. Majority of people, they think, hey, this guy has cancer, don't get close to him. So that's something, I thought this is kind of a bit more education.
I know. I watched my uncle go through cancer, and he passed away, and there is a sort of kind of like repulsiveness at first, but I had to learn how to be around him because it was disturbing at some points. I learned it's a mental thing more than anything.
So after a couple of years, almost less than 2 years, I said I have to do something about it. I got the, even though the aerospace industry that I was working, they gave me enough time to go back. So for 2 years, they helped me to have computer at home, but I couldn't attend any meeting. I couldn't go to all the staff meeting that we're supposed to. And after 2 years, they said, okay, come or go. And because I lost my mom through cancer, I said, I'm going to start to dedicate my life to do this and help other people that deal with it. So I didn't know how, but I started, and that was the beginning of my journey to go to this healing. First, it was art. I opened a business with,
you're an artist.
Well, I used to be, but right now it's just color therapy. It's just putting paint together. I used to, when I was going to college and high school, doing very detailed, painting, but after cancer, kind of I lost it, or I don't have enough patience for it, so I just mix color together. So it's abstract, but it's pretty painting.
So, you have a lot of stuff here. It's pretty awesome, yeah.
So I started with that, and I was getting 1/3 of my salary, and I started helping homelesses and the people I know that are in need. For example, in this neighborhood, it was like 4 or 5 guys that were working with, shopping cart, and I start to feed them and talk to them, and most of them are very educated but lost, and majority of them have mental health issues. So that was beginning of my journey.
Helping them out. What were you doing to help them out?
Or just share what you gotta have. Buying them food, buying them cigarette. And this is before you get legal. Buying, the pot, to the one that the medicine that they needed because of the pain they were. Some of them, they were, veterans that they were in pain. So
Yeah.
That was the start of it.
So no,
Then I got into, then I got lucky to get this space, and I started to do, study and get involved with other, healers, and I started providing, buying all different kind of herbal stuff and give it away. And of course, I always say Google it before you take it. But instead of paying $800 for this medication, this is $14. It's good for 3 months that you use. So I give it to you for right now. The first 3 months free. But from now, you can just Google, study. I don't, if there is any side effect, I'm not a doctor to tell you, but I'm trying to help you. It helped me help a bunch of other cancer survivors. So this is the way I start. This lady in 2016 that had brain cancer, and she was going to Kaiser hospital getting injection, and she was starting to come here for first time.
no, I was checking the camera.
Okay. She coming here once a week. I had to go to downtown, pick her up, bring her here. She said, what you do is, you can have a non-profit organization. I said, I don't have time. This is all on me and a few people volunteer here, and I can't afford to go, doing that. She said, let's start doing it. I do non-profit. So we apply for it, and even though it's very hard to get 501c-3,
Yeah.
they granted, and I was just came from nowhere. So in 2016, we got the non-profit got approved. We have the license number to. So the people that buy art from me, they can use it for tax write-off. So they're helping the center and piece of art for their house, and that was the beginning of 2016.
Wow. Okay. 2016. What's that? Close to 10 years, right? Like 7 or 8, something like that.
As far as the non-profit.
Yeah.
But prior to that, it was just healing. We're doing other stuff.
So you get the nonprofit, and you already have the name then. Amazing. And then you get this facility. And so then, at what point do you start building the sound machine?
Oh, one of my neighbor has farmers market. He called me and he always make a joke at me that what I do is kind of crazy. He said I have this customer that his brother has pancreatic cancer, and they gave him 4 months. Can you do abracadabra for him? I said, I don't do any abracadabra. We just build up immune system, reduce stress. With that, we can take care of 75% of health, mental health, and physical problems that we have. And I can touch terminal patient. So they study and they find this professor in Paris that with 432 hertz sound therapy that he does magic, and with 20,000 hertz frequency, the one like I built here. So he has one lab in Paris, one in Spain, and one in Canada. So that gentleman with his brother went to Canada, and he came back, and cancer was under control, and it was, I said, I have to do something like that. So I start to build, I start to study, and I contact that professor in Paris. But he charged €5,000 per session and 10 times minimum. So he get €50,000 to heal somebody through their own brain. He doesn't touch anything, it's just sound.
Yeah.
But he has his own capsule that he makes high level of magnesium
Yeah.
that the patient they take. They're not supposed to take any kind of medication 24 hours before going through this. And I started to do it, and he said they're gonna shut you down because I'm not allowed to come to US. This is all for underground from Facebook that they send sound that other people they use, the people they need.
Yeah.
I said, well, I don't charge anything. This is for underprivileged. So anybody want to shut me down? Okay, I'm going to open another one in my house. So this is going to be free to public. So I started to make it, and it was kind of magical. This is before I have my acoustics. So many people they came in last, I don't know, 10 years, 8-9 years, and that sound therapy was awesome.
Yeah.
Now with the combination with vibration is totally magical. It's 100 times more than before.
Yeah. Yeah. So 7 or 8 years. What kind of like success stories have you seen so far? I'm sure you've seen hundreds, maybe thousands of people now.
A lot, but I never was thinking to prove to anybody that what I do. Never, even though I was engineer, never had any kind of statistic or data. People they come, the friend of other friend that they used to come here, they bring people. Openly they come and use it. If they want to pay a few dollar or $100 or $1,000 or $1 or nothing, they put it in the box for the helping the center. If they don't, they don't. But recently, from a few months ago, 5-6 months ago, that this doctor is connected, is the vice president of my research. He said we have to collect data to prove. So in last few months, I have almost 50 people that, just like you, as soon as they finish, they just tell me exactly what happened to them. So based on every person's word, we're going to continue to do more and maybe do more stuff.
Yeah, anecdotal and then some actual statistics or data. That's amazing. Yeah, so tell us maybe one or two stories of any patients that might stick out that have had some really awesome success.
The first one that I started to do recording was this lady that I had this 3-4 months ago. This lady is a shaman from Costa Rica. That they came here and they were doing for Latinos family and all in Spanish. And one of the lady, and it was open on Sunday to free to doing this, to helping people that they can speak English. There are single mom, they are in San Diego. There is so many of them. And the one that they have family problem, battered woman. So we try to help those group. And as far as Latinos, and this lady, after she finished, I do my sound bowl and some of my stuff. She said, "This is awesome. Can I come more? I have severe migraine headache all my life." Especially in last 25 years, I have to get injection on my head and nothing works. I can even sleep 1 hour continuously. The only thing I can do, I have a blind puppy that we are just having each other. So because I can, have connection with my family light, and the only thing I do, I go home with some of these, always in pain, and I just hang out with my dog because I can have a social life. So she came here, and after and I did a study that how can I help migraine through the sound and through other alternative herbal stuff. And after 4 weeks, she said, "This is magical with what you are doing, because the level of pain that it was from 1 to 10 always in 20s is now is in 4. And you do it's magic." I said, "No, you are doing it. I don't do anything. I just give you confidence that you deal with your problem." One of the problems she was going through all her life, the fear of the migraine come back. So I taught her how to deal with it. I said, to deal with your migraine, when migraine come, not to sit and wait. That caused your headache. And she started to believe in that. And that was something that the confidence that she started to have, that start to.
Yeah. I mean,
that's one of them. That was the first one I started.
Yeah, it's all pretty much in the mind. And it's actually something that you said earlier, too, that I wanted to bring back up. You said once you, I think it was when you had your heart attack, you were kind of fearing that it might happen again.
Fear.
And this lady, too, she had the fear that the migraines would happen. Same thing happened to me when I had my first seizure. I had a seizure back in 2019. And the first like 5 months after, I was so in fear that it was going to happen again. I couldn't even go to sleep. Like anytime I'd fall asleep, the feeling of losing consciousness was like freak me out. I'd like jolt back up and be like, no, I can't go to sleep. I'm gonna have a seizure in my sleep or something. So it took a while for me to like acclimate back into my normal stuff. And every now and then it still happens. Involuntarily though, like I'll fall asleep and then I'll like jolt. Like,
I have some stuff for you because I have a great story with this young kid in Colorado that she was getting a like 20 minutes seizure, 20 minutes, and she was hitting her head was falling, and I was seeing she was sending me pictures and video talking with me. So I started to find CBD for her, a bunch of herbal stuff that I knew, and she started to get better and better and better. And there is a watch that is available that you can wear it that before happened. So there is lots of stuff is always available that people they don't know. And I'm gonna tell you about all those. Yeah,
yeah, I had to learn how to overcome that.
magnesium is something that you need.
Yeah. One of my friends put me onto that. I've been incorporating more of that in my life. That's what I'm saying. This entire year, I've been putting a lot of this into practice. This has been the first year where I've been practicing a lot of the spiritual stuff for that reason, for actual physical health reasons, but also like mental ascension reasons too.
And that breathing that will touch you.
Exactly.
That for is magical.
Breath work.
Because right away put your brain at ease. The blood goes from all over your body to your brain, and you don't think about anything else besides 4 breathing. 4 seconds inhale from your nose, 4 seconds hold it in your lungs, and 4 seconds exhale it. Because you're worried about that 4 seconds for 2 minutes, and you have to do it 10 times. You don't think about anything else. So after 2 minutes, you're totally at ease. So during the day, you can do that a few times. Anytime you're upset, when you wake up doing it, when you sleep, and that helps you to be in charge of your body.
Oh yeah. I love that, and I've been diving into breath work more this year, and it's important. I mean, our breath regulates almost everything we experience.
Oxygen goes to
Right, and like the way we breathe through experiences kind of dictates the way we respond or react.
so many people they breathe, and they don't have time to exhale it.
Yeah.
And they're holding it in, and that exhale that's when it relax.
It's funny. I'll be like in a social setting, and I'll be like anxious or whatever, and then I'll realize, oh, I'm not breathing. Like I'm doing like just holding my breath, like just breathe it,
Anxious.
breathe it out. Yeah, the breath. Going back to the watch thing, there's a lot of interesting things. I worked with this older gentleman who also suffered from seizures, and they gave him a service dog, this little dog named Frankenstein, who could sense them.
Yes.
So he would like whenever the dog would sense them, he'd like jump up in his face or whatever. That's wild. Yeah, man. So the sound table, do you have a name for it?
Is I call it sound and vibration chamber.
Sound and vibration chamber. What is actually happening? What would you say is actually happening when somebody's sitting there and receiving the healing?
The energy of sound and vibration goes to your body. And very simple. There's no magic about it, just vibrant sound. Sound from thousands of years ago, when they have church, they start with the bell. All those were 432 hertz sound, and those were healing the body. But for some reason, things change after, and they changed that to 440. Still, when you listen to music, you feel awesome. But when you listen to 432 hertz music, that Mozart, most of his music is 432 hertz. You feel that you listen to it and you suddenly feel like you're sleeping. And that's what happened. While I do that for the clients, I start to, I go through this. I'm so lucky and blessed that what I do for others, that heals me myself all the time.
Yeah, because you're always living.
Always, yeah.
Yeah, you're around it. When you give it, you get it back.
Yes.
It's amazing, man. I'm just gonna check the time really quick, see how we're doing.
I had no idea I can talk this
I told you, man. That's what I do. Okay, so we're pretty much at the hour mark now. Let's see here. We talked about your beginning.
But we are not going to talk about the end.
There is no end. There's no end. Only that now.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's planned for the future now? What do you have planned for your future now in this organization? Where do you see it going? Where would you like it to go?
Right now I start to we put a little ad for hiring more healers, more social therapists, more astrologer, and we are going to have hopefully once a month, fair. That right now one of the guys that came for interview, he's doing that. So we started just last night. He already put January 27th for healing fair. That they come here. We are going to put maybe 10 to 15 booths for the healers, astrologers, that they come here, that they're going to tell public, and we're going to put advertise. They're doing this psych fair every year 3 times in San Diego, and there is so many of them. At fair, there is 68 healers that they go there every year, and a few of them contacted me. They said, we have so many clients, but they don't want to come like 3 times a year. So I'm trying to help those that we have a place for them to do it at least once a month.
Wow, that's amazing, man. Cool. Yeah, I mean, is there anything else you'd like to say to the people?
Well, I'm just here to serve as many as people I can. So,
yeah, man, this is amazing. I mean, thank you for your time.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for coming to my life. I mean, it was such a real honor to know you. With all your knowledge, the book you published. I mean, that's unbelievable. Hopefully, this is money for long term, bonding and future.
Oh yeah,
for you and people they know that you are doing this one from the center, that they can come to you.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. We're going to be partnering up, and I'm going to start hosting some stuff here and expanding and just creating abundance for everybody.
For everybody.
For everybody.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Well, thanks, man. Again.
My pleasure, buddy.
Yep. How should people reach out to you?
Yeah, my amazing Art of Healing is my website. Is amazing.artofhealing, and the website is amazingartofhealing.org, and my phone 619-726-2680, and I'm available 24 hours a day. People, they can text me anytime anybody have problem. They can contact me. I'm here to serve.
Cool, man. You heard it. I'll put all of that in the link down below. Thank you, everybody, for watching and listening. Any last words?
God bless. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Peace.
Peace on earth. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Esoteric Eddie here. Namaste. Thank you for tuning into the audio version of Esoteric Eddie TV. I hope you enjoy this episode. Peace.
But the truth of that is, when you're acutely dying and desperate, you don't care who reads what you write. You don't care what you write. You don't think you're going to see anyone again. I grew up around certain things that were just, I guess, occult is hidden, so we'll say occult. Yeah.
Are there codes hidden in our everyday life that most people miss?
Yes, I would say so. I would say that generally speaking, the biggest missed code is that we are the code. That's a big one. If people miss that, it doesn't matter what you absorb when you look around, because you have no access point for connectivity.
these codes coming from?
The codes, I believe, exist without us knowing verbiage to describe it or really an understanding fully. But I think it's within and without, that it's one.
And how do we decipher these codes?
I think people have different methods. I think that's a good question too, because the idea of algorithms fascinates me. You know, people have their own ways of processing and assessing and going over things. And after working with children for a while, watching them, especially multiples, interact, it's really neat to see algorithms at work. So.
Is there a dark force guiding this world into an end goal?
I think the dark force was one with the world from the beginning, that it's not driving anything, there's nothing new under the sun. I think that's usually put upon by people, right? But there's no living evil. It's not a person, place, or thing. It's literally something people channel and embody. But yeah.
So you say we are the code. Now, what does that mean to be a code?
Well, for a girl, it's like this, and for a boy, it's usually like this. That's the simplest way to explain it, because we fit together like puzzle pieces from the clay. But we are the zeros and ones of the matrix. This is good. Well, I go by a buxom pony on social media, a buxom pony. I go by misconducts on anti-social media. Misconducts, it came about when people were using my name publicly. My real name is Maga. M-A-G-A, right? When that happened, it was like, this is a big warning. Like, if other people don't know what this is connected to, I'm going to keep it chill and just kind of keep an eye on it. And that's why I adopted the misconducts and just kind of, kept it in mind. What I didn't realize is later that misconducts being tagged all over everything in my project gave it another layer of validity and so much more context, because if you understand the work, it starts to build a picture. Like, they are not pieces individually that might make sense. Like a recipe, it's not about the elements separate, it's about the recipe, which is what RX is, recipe or spell or prescription. So, I had to start making my own. I didn't like the way they were using my name.
Who was using your name?
So, Make America Great Again, the acronym, people didn't put it together at first and start saying to me things about that at first because of the periods. Because people pay attention to punctuation. I've never followed punctuation. I don't know about you. But for me, words I've played with, a lot. So, people argue with me, no, that's not your name, you're seeing things, you're crazy. And I'm like, okay, wait till it comes out and it starts to be more obvious. Suddenly I started getting calls from kids I went to school with back in the day. I don't know why I was thinking about you. I said, did you see someone wearing a red hat today on the bus, like driving by at the cafe, maybe when you were picking up your child? They'll be like, you know what, I did. Thanks for the advertising. I have to start using this free advertising for something else. What is I going to do? Just let them benefit from getting over on people, right? It was like too much for me. So I had to be creative at that point.
Do you think there was some kind of like occultic purpose behind them using MAGA?
Well, MAGA is the way they pronounce it. Make America Great Again, and call it an acronym, but it's actually MAGA, right? Not an American word. And MAGA is an occult word. I would say it's the root of the occult itself. It's literally the Genesis principle. So you have MAGA is MAG, right? Female magnetism. It's also, well, it's many things in many ways that can be explained through etymology, which is the root word study, or symbology, symbols, or you can look at it from numerology even and overlap all of these things. It's really interesting, but it's definitely tied to, I would say it is the occult itself. So MAGA means itself in Hungarian. It's both you and hierarchical term for you and the one above you, right? So if it's you and the one above you, that could be your maker, your mama, your immune system, right? It could be the oneness of all things and the resonance and harmony, or it can be used against you, which you would see it represented in many ways. Like, that's obvious too. Like the Magician Tarot card, which is Magi, plural, Mago, male, Marga is the feminine. But in my family's cultures, in like Spanish and Italian, it's sorceress or source. And for that to be female magnetism as we know it, and male to be electric, together we are electromagnetic. You see that it's occulting the divine feminine itself. That there's no word for that. You can call it many things. It means your heart to love. It means to birth, to seed, rebirth also, but it can be used against you negatively, which, yeah, once it was used publicly, it was a warning to me. I knew what it was tied to. Some of the things I've known that it's tied to since I was really little. So it scared me at first to see that. I was like, people are hopefully not going to ever know what I know about my name. You know, like, I don't want that to come out publicly. But how could they be using it publicly for anything but what it means? And in the Bible, it's sorcery and pharmakia. It's a pretty big warning sign when the people are associated with that.
Yeah. What's the Genesis principle?
When I said that I believe my name is tied to the occult, the Genesis principle, a great way to answer this would be if you know the Mason logo, right? If you have an awareness of the G, it's 7 in numerology. It's a spiral visually in symbology. You have the overlap of a woman's birthing, right, and the flower of life cycle. This is the Genesis principle. Means so many things. So literally, the secret of the world, you want me to tell you? Like, really? What's the Mason logo occulting? It's Genesis, not geometry, but it's both. But it's more than that. Because what is Genesis? What is a mom's secret? I'm supposed to tell you? I mean, there's another woman in the room. I could ask her, and she, because the thing is do you give away the secret? Of course you do. It's love. It's care. So that's what makes the difference between poisoning and ruining a child or raising it, like a flower, raising it with water and nutrients. That's the difference. So care, I would say, is the Genesis principle.
Where did you grow up as a kid?
This one's really great too. Oh, this is a mouthful. So I grew up in the home of the social engineering other than LA, which is where we are now, right? But it's close by. So the Bay Area, this is like home of the social engineering. You have, we were used as experiments early on. This is why my project is close to home and resonates with other people, because I woke up from this mass agenda and the social engineering of Ashbury. I was a flower child. I was named Magic Flowers. It's not separate from my life, but if you understand what the Haight-Ashbury really was, other than a historical neighborhood and everything, it's highly Masonic. I went to Masonic preschool on the corner, what was it, Ashbury, Masonic, on Masonic. So basically, there's that. I rode the 33 bus every day on the other, all of San Francisco is like this. It's very integrated. So I would say mostly the Haight-Ashbury.
Do you are you comfortable speaking on your parents?
Yeah.
What
They're amazing. They're really eccentric, and I love them. My father's an artist. You can probably tell by my quirkiness. Like, there's artists in my mom's an artist as well, but they're both from other countries, so I've always been like mostly the American of the family. Like, they all have cool cultures and speak multi languages, and I'm just like the American with like no real culture, and at the time was not multilingual or anything, and realized that I grew up with pop culture. That's what we grew up with. We were brainwashed completely. And when I realized that, I was like, wait, all the things I like, every genre, every aesthetic, every style, every cut, everything you could purchase, everything you could try on, everything, unless you made it yourself, and even then, where's the influence really come from? It's high social engineering and programming. So what did I even really like? It's like, you're so highly artistic and aesthetic, and for what, at what? There was no, it was like nonstop, and it became this void. It was like, where am I from? Like, San Francisco's roots have been blood red from the beginning.
Michael Aquino, the famous sentient, the fifth degree of initiation is Maga, M-A-G-A. That's a fifth degree of initiation in the Temple of Set, which originates out of the Church of Satan, who he was also heavily involved with early on.
So,
Are you comfortable speaking on your aunt?
my aunt she's really someone that is part of this project, yes. I would say my aunt, bless her heart, she just passed. This is difficult. She argues with my father that she named me. Both of those are compliments, by the way, that they argue about this. Because I was going to be a boy, supposedly, and she said, no, Maga, it's a girl. So they argue. But the fact is, she took me aside very young and gave me my first deck of tarot cards. She sat me down. I was almost pre-verbal to any real conversation at a dinner table with adults. So maybe 6, something, 7, I don't know, maybe younger. And I'm sitting there, and I remember wearing something kind of like this, like a PJ oversized thing with a giant teddy bear. And I'm sitting there talking to her, and she's like, no, come sit with me. This little table, she pulls it out, puts it in front of me. Like this little table, actually. And she said, look at these cards with me. She went over my birthday, my name. She said things to me that blew my mind. Of course, I thought she was kidding or playing because I'm pretty young. But the cards were beautiful, and they were very, very, very magnetic for me. I didn't realize that was my calling, the archetype of the Magi, to reads the cards, and it's based on astrotheology, and so as above, so below. It's basically, but it's not separate from my name. But at that time, I was so young. They might have said I was magic or joking my name, like association, but I had no idea what she was referring to with this stack of cards. It seemed like a very serious adult game. So she was talking to me and said to me very specific things, which I do have to mention. Because when she passed, I did not get a chance to tell her, but I almost did. So I'll tell you now. She said, when you're older, you're going to do something very specific. Your birthday is very specific. I thought she was kidding. Trust me, this is not related to my project. Only like recently did I realize like this when she passed. She just passed. So for all the people that think I've spent my whole life with this Genesis principle, Magi symbolism, no, I blocked it out. Never wanted to tell people my name symbolism. In fact, in church, I was called blasphemous for telling someone my name. Later, I found out my name means church. I was like, you're so silly. They don't know about the Mazzaroth. Like, oh well, it's okay. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. My name is not just church, it's body, temple, pineal awareness, oneness with everything. But at this time when I'm so little, she's reading to me this, just the symbols. She says, what do you see? She says, you're straight. Like, she was strangely taken back. And I was like, she's just playing with me or something. She said specifically, you're going to do something to change the world when you're older, something with words and writing. And I said, what do you mean? Because I was starting to get nervous. It's making me suddenly uncomfortable. I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. I was very young. I was not decided on that. No, not at all. She said to me very specifically, it's not a book. That's it.
Do you feel like your family has some ties to some occult or spiritual force?
Yeah, she sorry to make me laugh because I forgot to mention because you asked me about my aunt and who she was. So she wasn't just, my aunt wasn't just someone that influenced me in the occult young. She was an intense character herself, poet, activist, a wonderful woman, like lived like a recluse, okay? And she wasn't like anyone else at all. She's very intense. I mean, one of the experiences I had with her last at a restaurant when I went to go grab something on our way out, and I said, oh, I'll just leave it. And she said, liberate the ketchup. It has a soul. I didn't know what she meant. Now, to me, food shouldn't be kept like that. It makes sense to me. So I was like, was it really that crazy? Like, things like that. So, but she's always been deeply intellectual, and her name is Alma. And Alma Matar, I just said she passed. She was my alma mater. I didn't go to the university, but I inherited her as my earth goddess education, if you will, almost via DNA, because we didn't have a close relationship. She was estranged from family, and apparently people lately have been saying some things about her work and my work, and I'm excited because it seems I might be more connected to her in her passing than we were in our lives, because she lived as a recluse, even away from her own children. And what an interesting way to show people that you don't die when you die. That you're just not physically here, but if anything, your absence makes sense. Your heart growth on her and care being the generative principle. She's very much here with me now. You know, being in San Francisco, for one, there are celebrities around. I would say on a smaller scale. So I wasn't as aware, like as in LA area, growing up somewhere like that. No one really stood out to me that I would really even care about. But yes, Robin Williams, when I met him, it was enough to stop me from speaking. I was flying alone back from Italy on a flight, and the flight attendant said to me, would you like to pass out a bag of mints? And I said, yeah, sure. And just like, really, it's so me to like not go towards VIP and just be like, nope, turn around and walk backwards and give everyone else mints first. And who's sitting behind me? Robin Williams. Of course, I was like 8 years old, so I'm stuck on stupid, and I'm like looking at him, and I'm like, had this look on my face, and he's like, do you want to sit down? You okay? And I was just like, I was just like really floored. And he was like really nice about it. He took the bag of candies. He's like, thanks. And I guess he really liked candy. So that was an experience. And he just was the nicest person. Like, he spoke to me the whole flight. We got along so well. It was like an isolated moment in time. And he was someone that I'll never really forget. And he asked me, do you want me to walk you to your parents? I was like, I guess so. So I was like, why? Okay. And that became a theme with celebrities as I got older too, where this would go in a similar way, where I just didn't understand some of our interaction was so pleasant to them that they would like to keep in touch. And I was like, okay. But so I introduced him to my dad, and I come walking out with a grown-up, I'm holding his hand. I'm sure my dad is like, oh, this is so MAGA. I'm like 8 years old, walking out. My dad is like, what? And I'm like, Dad, it's Popeye. Like, I introduced him as Popeye. Who does that? I knew in my little girl brain that it was Mark from Ork. Nanu. Because, my father and I watched that religiously. I loved Mark from Ork, but I was too obsessed with Popeye. I must have watched that movie 100 times. The music, the styling, everything about it, I was obsessed with. So for me to see him in person and know that he'd been multiple characters, it was impossible for me to call him anything but Popeye. And then he tried to write his autograph as we left. And I was like, again, why? But I took this little thing, I didn't know what it was, and I brought it to show and tell. And the teacher read it, and when she read it, she read Robin Williams. And I was so confused. And when she came back, I ripped it up, the little matchbook he wrote it on, which had a little house on it. I wish I kept it. But that was funny because I was so offended it didn't say Popeye. That's how brainwashed I was, you understand? Later I realized Popeye is the archetype of the sailor, alien, and angel, which is one etymology. It's not different. So he's that archetype. I was raised on a computer my father was a graphic artist. I tested video games. So I was raised around a lot of digital stuff, and all these digital devices here piling up around me, I like to reference because I think it is a big reference of how my generation grew up, which is unfortunate. But yeah.
You mentioned to me before the interview you were gender fluid.
Growing up in, I forgot to finish saying before about Robert Williams. He ended up naming his daughter Zelda. He's really into video games. And I know that because my stepmother ended up helping deliver Zelda years later. So, because he lived in, the Mill Valley area. And so he was in the vicinity of my life growing up a lot. Now that I think about it, I probably bumped into him so many times and didn't even know. But so she helped deliver Zelda, and he was big into video games and stuff. And growing up in the Castro in San Francisco, another area I lived in, that's another historical, socially engineered area, which I had no idea until much later. It's like for all the people that loved watching the Harvey Milk movie and getting all into the rights of the Castro, to understand the social engineering ties to the same social engineering as the Haight-Ashbury and these other areas that it is all structured is a big deal. But the Castro district, the programming that I grew up with, if you will, was so subtle, right? I went to what I now know was an elementary school in the Castro, but I didn't realize it at the time, And I do have strange experiences about that school, which I can get to another time. But the fluidity, for one, let's address that term, gender fluid. For one, I was under the conditioning that was a real thing. Let's start there. It's not a real thing. The guy that invented it is a pedophile. His last name is maybe Money, John Money. What is this guy's name? I can give you the name later, and I can give you the links. But like the Kinsey data and research and foundation and they're corrupt to the core. So not only did gender fluidity creep into me as a possibility, because I was such an open person and I didn't view people based on their sex. That's how they got me, see? It was like a reverse psychology. It's like, wait, how'd you do that? But I finally understood that, the sex is something that is not just surface, body, mind. It's cellular. It's definitely coded in our coding. Genesis, if you will, is procreation, flower of life, as I said, Maga used in that kind of way. Then you have like the inverted version, which is leaching from the flower of life. And
So when did you, like, I guess, realize that you weren't gender fluid and have that come up?
well, about the time I started learning, because it was slow, because I still felt, even though I was mostly like a straight person, that I was still queer, because I was like, okay, that makes sense. Queer is a state of mind, maybe. Anything even could be queer. It's a queer could be a mood. It could be like a passing thing. But there's not like anything solid there that needs to be fixed or changed, right? It's more accepting. So I started realizing that there's degrees of that, and for a straight person, I was like queer, but for my gay friends, I was definitely queer. Like I'm maybe more queer than them, growing up in the Castro and the Haight Ashbury, and so eccentric with family not from the States and all this stuff. I thought. But then it turns out I'm so much more traditional. I'm much more traditional, and that's where they start calling you. What is the term? Lefty, leftist, something. I don't know these terms. See, people think I'm political because my name's being used, and for that purpose. But I'm like, no, they just like my name. Politics, multiple ticks. I don't choose from them. I'm seriously saying, so I don't get involved with that. But
Yeah. So in your,
but so the gender fluidity, when it went out the window, when I did the research, when I realized even as an adult that I was trying to figure, everyone's still trying to figure out things all the time. I don't think anyone stops, nor should they. I don't think they should. People that think they know, don't stop. Don't stop. Pretend you don't know. But I think when I had the awareness that there was a program that existed where this sick person came up with coined the term, then I was like, that really doesn't work for me. So growing up in the Castro was one thing, going to the gay parades and the Folsom Parade, the Weird So Weird, all that stuff. It was fun until the children were dancing in the parades with them. Then it was like really hard to explain to the child that I was nannying at the time. I was like, don't. I'm like covering his eyes, and I'm like, his mom is a lawyer, or what was it, Apple or something at the time. I'm like trying to cover his eyes. I'm like, no, that's like not normal. I'm not going to say that's normal for him. Like I refused, and that's where it was like a weird catch-22 growing up in the Castro, where I was like, I can't, as a nanny, say that that's normal. I'm sorry. That child shouldn't be in high heels and lipstick and receiving money in front of adults. That's really weird. I'd like to just let people know that this project came about inadvertently. It wrote itself when my name was being used publicly, and I was healing from very serious trauma in my family and breaking generational curses. It's a big one. I would say that what happened to me when I woke up from that was similar in the sense of feeling like I survived some trickle down bad blood in the family, perhaps. Some maybe mind control, can't confirm it because I'm still looking into it. Other people ask me a lot, and they also say a lot of my artwork looks that way. But I remind them we're using devices that are aimed at serving you nothing but mind control. So chicken, egg, I don't know. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I try to use the symbolism for the right reasons. But what happened to me was similar to what's happening to the world, and it was surviving a sort of conditioning, a mindset, if you will, and belief system, and a lot of it was tied to inappropriate things. I had to learn where my inner circle was, like where it started and stopped, and I realized it's right here. This is it. It's right here. Everything starts with this circle. So, for what it's worth, the healing that I went through, it was nonlinear. you know, and it's still going on, but it's been wonderful. And what I survived was really intense.
Did you survive?
I survived a sort of a closeness, if you will, that is taboo. So what happened to me, what I survived, I don't talk about it so much in detail, but the grooming, the social conditioning, the mind control, trafficking on a smaller scale. I'm not trying to minimize trafficking. We have to be careful how we word this. What it is that I thought I loved this person. And I'm not saying that makes it any better. I'm saying that for me, this was something that to this day doesn't exist data. There's no long-term data on this. They don't study this. Women are supposed to benefit from being molested according to data. Thank Kinsey for that. Kinsey is another one, pedophile, you know, self-mutilating pedophile that was repressed in his sexuality. But the acceptance of it was bizarre too. So these extremes were, you know, something I had to grow up and grow out of and understand and even realize that I can't even blame my family because this programming is the same agenda. It's the same programming with the same footprint all over it, the same smell. This is how I know. That's how I know some of those things that people are just now getting books on and studying or using ciphers to decode. I grew up around certain things that were just, I guess a cult is hidden, so we'll say a cult. Yeah. Yes. The awareness that I had surviving what I did growing up, it was a form of grooming and conditioning. Socially, it affected my family. I've never blamed my family for that directly, except for when I was acutely dying, which ties into more current events like the spike cycle, which I've tracked having since 2012. But the truth of that is when you're acutely dying and desperate, you don't care who reads what you write, you don't care what you write, you don't think you're going to see anyone again, you feel differently. And a lot of this story did come from this place originally, where I was dying when my name was publicly being used for the Trump campaign. Not my name, but people were associating it with, you know, I couldn't meet someone without them saying, oh my God, are you a Trump fan? Or either that being really stoked or being really upset with me. And either one was too much for me. So I just wanted people to have some awareness about the symbolism. And I think realizing what I survived helped me not demonize my family or magic itself, especially when I revealed that we are that magic and it's really being occulted still. And my family's only been an inspiration to me. I married we'll say the person that I was very tied to in my family. I ended up marrying his best friend. So you could see how the imprinting, right, got transferred to a sort of safer option that was similar. It was like a way of jumping out of the heat, right into the frying pan, or right out of the frying pan into the heat, or into the heat into the frying pan. I'm stoned. But you see what I'm saying? You don't go from one trauma to another. But in my life, that was not even the beginning. Not even the beginning. So it was the closest person to him. And in a way, I thought would fix everything. But it ruined their relationship. They didn't speak for many years. And I think they do now. But now we don't speak that much. The way that I speak to my family and the timeline rewriting that I do, it's a oneness that they'll feel without having to speak to me or hear from me. It's like a ripple effect. And it's working. I don't know how, but it's working. I mean, I thank God. I know how. It's completely source connected. I don't have resentment. Like, I don't hold that in my heart. There's no way. This person was influential to me. Like, maybe the most influential person to me. I looked up to them. We act alike, we dress alike. I mean, we don't look that much alike. You look more like him than I do, but we act a lot alike. And sense of humor, a lot of the interests. And again, that goes into right back to what was I raised with and what was me? What were my influences? What did I like? Was it put upon me as some sort of programming? I had to try to assess these things. Like he was very inspirational and influential in my life. Right? So he's a big part of my life and of this project. My first husband I was with for less than a year. And we did get into that for a second. And he was used to being a famous musician on the road, so there was no way that was ever going to be a thing. I knew that, which is why I married him. I was like, let's do this. People are like, you don't want to do that. And I was like, why not? Slap it in the face of reality is an understatement, but I will say that because it was only 11 months, it was a quick transition. And then I met, out of all places, in the Haight-Ashbury, where I said I would never date anyone. I will not date anyone I meet in the Haight-Ashbury. That's what I said growing up. But I actually met Nala there. Nala and I were together for a long time, and he was an exceptional human being, and he helped me heal a lot, because I was like, normal? Like, there's a thing like that? Like, there's a thing? And I really sort of took on a lot from Nala. Like, a lot. He raised me to have the most awesome moral compass. Like, he helped me understand that raising a bar was sort of possible, but like more than that. Like this was like my partner and I now, very similarly, where we were together about the same amount of time, almost 10 years, before and after 9/11, and very close when 9/11 hit. We were there, like less than 2 miles away.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nala, when I met him, I was still very young, and he was like 24. He's a tattoo artist. He was like Ed Hardy's prodigal son at the time. I didn't know what a tattoo artist was. I definitely didn't think they were cute white boys that look like so awesome. Like I was like, aren't they like burly trucker dudes that like with like plumber crack and I don't know, beer in their hand? I don't know. At the time, you know, it wasn't as popular. And he was exceptionally different in my life. Yeah, we traveled the world. We went to Italy. We're actually out of all places where my father was born. So I was like, how did we end up going there for you to teach a seminar on tattooing? Like the place my father was born. Reach home. Like, okay. But it's really, really interesting. But that happened. Oh, so Nala was a good friend of the person that passed. Eddie was best friends with Nala. They had been estranged from each other for years, and Nala wasn't able to attend the funeral. This was something that was hard for me, being there and knowing and loving Eddie so much. Eddie was dealing with a sort of paranoid feeling that bad things were going to happen, and he was going to die, and he was going to be crazy or something. And when he called me one night, I said to him, you know, I think about this every second of every day. And so what if you are? You'll be my crazy friend. And people reminded me that some of his last photos were taken by me, but he didn't want anybody to take photos of him. So he trusted me implicitly only because, and I know this, his bond with growing up with Nala. They were one of the first families, I think, on Roosevelt Island. I think so. I hope I get that right. But anyway, they were very close. So they were estranged. I said it was an honor and an obligation to be there through this. And at the time of this memorial service, the house is filled with everyone going to the funeral services, family from out of town. I sneak in from an all-nighter and go upstairs to take a nap. In the baby's bed area, of course. right? And I'm like, no. Just need like a mini power nap, just real quick. And I ran down the stairs after my experience and I screamed, I just saw Eddie! And everyone turned pale as a ghost. The woman of the house, who happened to be Asian, grabbed me by the hand and was like, in my culture, that's really the message that usually comes is to the child of that family. I was sleeping in her bed, and I'm very sensitive. So that wasn't a coincidence to her. She pulled me aside and said, tell me everything that he said or that happened. She wasn't.
Download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Water 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynamite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement adding back the nutrients to your pet belly. Try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at DINOVITE.com/radio. That's dynamite.com/radio.
Happier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynamite. For victims of drunk and drug driving, on recent it's not alone. Lawyers have a place for you. Call our 24-hour victim hotline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like igers, a commercial-free station featuring 10,000 tracks from iconic artists. Just search igers and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Hey there, hi, let's walk to the West End North Off-Ramp to Avenue 43 that protects you. That includes left wing of the off-ramp. And it's fresh and August Tuesday on the 14th South off-ramp to August William Road. That's not just a direct door to the off-ramp there. And Long Beach 710 Northwest to 91, and that's fresh December on 14th of the left lane and Purple Lane. And if you go around the 91 West at 15, that's traffic says the weather. It's they cleared over to the right shoulder. In a fire sky, and see their pastor, I'm Zach Hagan.
The Jesus Christ Show on your holy host. Have to be with you this Sunday. Yeah, it's Sunday right here. Answering your questions and talking about what the truth goes to afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go along with your theology question, your life's situation question. Anywhere in the great 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534. Matt, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hey, Jesus.
Hi, Matt.
Good, how are you doing?
Excellent, sir. What's going on?
I just got a quick question. I'm Catholic. My family was or someone said, like, a lot of them went to the evangelist, or whatever you want to call it. Now, and they where it's very false, it's restricted, the word of God, that's what it is. Nothing wrong with that, and a lot of these said I like it. My question is, from what I understand, the church history is the Pope sometime in the first century or so actually compiled the Bible, and I guess they compiled the what do we know today about the Bible? And my biggest struggle was maybe constantly going over that church somewhere. The biggest struggle I had is to suppose how this works. So what doesn't make those outrightly speak, against the Catholic Church? Why it just kind of ironic to me when we're supposed to say the word of God, which it is, it's how I was supposed to be. I just need more clarification to try to understand it myself.
Well, unfortunately, to go through, parse all the specifics of history, it's kind of outside the scope of time at this time. But I do want you to understand that it's not a fair statement to say that the Pope put together the Bible. So, that what takes place is there are councils that do take place. There are groups where they come, ecumenical councils, and there are groups that come together and make decisions based on certain things about Scripture. But the Scripture itself is already pretty much, because of its usage and the context of its usage, determined and canonized. Canon just means a measure, like measure. So it's saying this is the measure of God. This is shown itself or proven itself to be the Word of God. Now there's disputes between the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church over certain books that would be referred to as apocryphal books. Now those books aren't damaging necessarily, and that they're just not seen in Scripture. So why not? So the battle that takes place there is you dealing with an understanding of how the Bible came to be. It wasn't that some guy sat there and said, "This is what I determined to be." It's not one person's judgment. Also, going back, it's very easy for the Catholic Church to say, "Well, this was the Catholic Church," when really Catholic means universal. And at the time, it wasn't talking about necessarily the structure of the Catholic Church as you know it today. It's talking about the Holy Church, because until the Reformation, it's just the church. So it's kind of hard to say, well, the Protestants weren't a part of that. Well, technically they were, because the Protestants used a testament from the first church as well. So the branching off of that came from disagreements as to the way the structure of the church was, the Catholic Church was going, and some disagreements there. But the essential is always which is the most important. And also to look at the fact that the decision making wasn't just done by one particular person. Throughout the centuries, there's been people that tried to add things, subtract things, and the canonization. And the most important part of it was to determine that nothing was the added at this time, that all the revelation that was to be given by God started at Genesis. That way, that people don't start writing things into it, putting things into it, and modifying it. Now, in the New Testament, that other groups that people would refer to as non-Christian cults add to the Scripture, the covenants and things like that. But the Scripture, it was decided as these groups, nothing's changing throughout history. So be happy to note that the same craziness that goes on today, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, you had groups, even in the Scripture, you read through the epistles, you see the church of Corinth, the church of Ephesus, and they have these major problems at the time. There's all kinds of craziness going on, and so a lot of times these groups will come together to reinforce the belief and the understanding and the universal belief or understanding. And now that a group comes in, they start teaching something else. They come together and say, "No, we still all agree this is the way things should be. Let's read out this particular problem." And that's, we get together on these councils as well to kind of decide, well, it's getting crazy out there. People are starting to say this and teach this, and that's not what we all believe, correct? It would be ecumenical in the sense that it would be the entirety of best representative possible come together and say, "No, this is what we've always believed. This has always been a tradition that push forward." But to say that the Pope canonized Scripture is not a fair statement. I'm Sandy Wells watching the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Pasadena and LA County have made a total of $20,000 in reward money available for tips on copper wire theft.
The city has been hit with copper wire theft 45 times in the last year. Pasadena Police Chief Dean Harris says police aren't just looking to bust thieves, but also the people buying copper wire. People were making this a problem and creating the need for the demand that these people are out there trying to achieve. Officials say copper wire theft leads to safety risks as it causes street and traffic lights to go out. The city has had 6.5 miles of copper wire stolen in the last year. In Pasadena, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The G77 summit is going on in Uganda. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres talked about global challenges.
Now, we all from Sudan to Ukraine to the Middle East and beyond, what has ever taken right? Fueling mass movements of people, disrupting global supply chains, and threatening to share their entire regions alike.
Guterres says abandoning the two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict will prolong the war in Gaza and threaten global security. 4 people have been hurt during a shooting at a Best Buy store in Florida. This happened just after 8 last night, where the victims were approached by another group while leaving the store. Police say the shooters got away. Alabama has made preparations to attempt the nation's first execution using nitrogen gas. Kenneth Smith is scheduled to be put to death Thursday by nitrogen hypoxia. The state plans to use the respirator mask from space to replace Smith's breathing air with pure nitrogen, depriving him of the oxygen needed to stay alive. The state says the new method will cause unconsciousness within seconds and cause death within minutes. If carried out, it would be the first new execution method since lethal injection was first used in 1982. The son of Pawn Stars creator and star Rick Harrison has died. Adam Harrison was 39 years old. Adam died Friday from an apparent overdose. We have a stall in Carson. It's on the 405.
That's 4-5 County Director to the North and that's also with the right shoulder of the connecting road. Highway part of a 1-foot north off ramp to Avenue 52. That's a crash that the 2 left lanes of the off ramp block. I would just say on the 14 south off ramp to Avenue 52 Road. That's a crash near the right shoulder of the off ramp. KFI the sky with Katie there faster. I'm Jack Hagan.
Southern weather from KFI. Chance of showers this morning and showers likely this afternoon with high temperatures low to mid-60s for Metro LA and OC and the beaches upper 50s to around 60 in the valleys, mid-50s in the Antelope Valley. Chance of precipitation is 60% this day. Chance of showers this evening and showers after midnight. Overnight lows mid to upper 50s and rain tomorrow Monday with a slight chance of thunderstorms. High temperatures in the lower 60s. Now 56 in Fullerton, 59 degrees in Dana Point. Wheeling local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Sandy Wells. The Monitoring Center. Lowest cost, unlimited security. Starting at $9.99 monthly. Visit themonitoringcenter.com.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
Most borrowers love home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate of their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise their rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan document. Not in the loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to get a home equity line that protects you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The loan exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate back into one loan. Call the loan exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Integrity and Innovation under the California Finance Law. NMLS 1637539. You still thinking jobs are going to be here? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really now? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you can start a new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there too to level up. Our classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks. Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Credentialing is available for qualified students, including the Chicago.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area
say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Do you want the ultimate writing machine? Visit Sterling BMW Newport Beach, sterlingbmw.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Lenar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different.
We mentioned, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in oodles.
We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think the click-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership, and it continues to be very strong into the future.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. I'm Jim Conway Jr. with an extra side order report. Offset Tuesdays 4 to 7 on KFI.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. I'm your host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here. Questions, talking about things that truly matter, and of course, your afterlife. Encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your thousands of questions or life solution questions anywhere in the U.S. today. Dial 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534. Lori, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hello, Jesus. Great to see you on my phone.
My pleasure.
Well, I hear people talking about surviving horrible situations where they say they just believe in God or put their faith in God. And I do that too. But I'm having trouble dealing with issues that someone can be blessed by God and a follower of Jesus. And so they cancer, especially like if they have young children. I know several people in this situation now. And they're no less a believer than I am. And, I pray every day I will not be tested in this. And I
Why? Why would you pray that? And Scripture says you will be tested that way. Scripture says that you should rejoice in your trials because that's where God is in. You're not going to walk through life in perfection. You're told at the very beginning of life that it will end, that it's temporary, and there's no guarantee.
No, I understand that. I think the part that I see is that when we've got a situation, we have a friend that has two little children, and she was just diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and we're talking, not a lot of time. And I just don't understand with two little kids that this is, I guess I'm just having trouble with that.
Of course, it's normal to worry and be frustrated with things of this world. It is. Now, to see children like that put in a situation, but you only have two choices there. You to live life in the path that is given to you, regardless of what it is, with them or otherwise, or not live at all and refrain from having children because you might get sick or any type of things, and both have their pluses and minuses. So, in this situation, if you look at Scripture over and over, it says, be not afraid. In one way, be not afraid of the one who can kill the flesh. Be afraid of the one that can kill the spirit. It's never been about this life. This life is only a preparation and an understanding of life. No. So there's going to be a cancer, not because God created it and God wants it, but because in this world, there are the options of things and whether it be solutions, things that are
bring someone to this place in your life, you have to understand that the glory of God can still come from that situation, and that's what it's about. Not being, having the life you expected you were going to have for the length of time. And I think if you get it in that mindset, of going, well, we're going to live 90 years, and we're going to be healthy for those 90 years. And that's just not.
No, I understand that.
The way to think.
Yeah, no, and I don't think that way, but pertains to me, and I think it's throwing the little kids into the mix that always, kind of sets me apart on that I don't know, I just have a harder time with that.
Of course, but it's the quality as well. I've had people call up who lost their children, and would you think for 1 second that a parent whose child died at the age of 2 or 5 thinks that child is less important or less valuable because of the length of their life?
No, absolutely not.
So it's really not the length of life, it's what your experiences and the quality of interacting with one another and creating those relationships. And there are parents that will live to 80 that aren't going to be one commodity of the parent that your friend is in the life that they have. So is it a horribly bad situation? Absolutely. And I know that is something that is a battle with believers. You see like somebody driving in a beat up old car that's falling apart, and the bumper stick on the back that says the war provides. We are one of the right what? Yeah. So, and I know that it becomes this kind of dichotomy. How are you supposed to say those blessings? But really, if you think about the word blessing, you're supposed to pray. It shouldn't be, this is what I want them. It should be understanding for what you have. And really that kind of infusing God into the situation becomes the important part. Let me do this gracefully. Let me do this with dignity. Let me do this in a way that glorifies you, God. That's where you're at this point. If God chooses in his infinite wisdom to use the situation, hallelujah. And if he doesn't, hallelujah. Because all of that glory should be given to God. And this is where the community of Christ should come together and take care of those children and help them out. And that means God's glory will be seen in that. But we certainly wouldn't say that, all is lost to these children. It's a horribly sad situation. These children, God's will be done, will grow through it, and it will be a part of who they are in a way that gives them understanding, a deep understanding of the temporariness of life in this world, and that will give them the strength to push forward and do things in a manner that they may not have before. There's all kinds of things that will go on. But as a kid, absolutely. On its face, it's things to live in this world that is not covered in dirt, that has sharp edges, that people die in, that people get hurt in. But that is to help understand the preciousness and the value of it. And that's for Christians as well. You don't get a pass. It doesn't change how life will be or what happens to you. It should change how you perceive it and how you get through it. But it won't change that you'll get through it at once. You're welcome. We will be praying for you and families involved. It's one of those things that Christians often look around and say, hey, I believe, I have faith, I've been on my knees, I have, old worn carpet next to my bed, and that being so. It's not about avoiding those things. You're going to have those things in life. Life will be difficult. You will have trials, Christian and non-Christian alike. Period. It says in Scripture in Matthew that the sun will rise and set, and it will wane and have sun on the righteous and the unrighteous.
43, 45, or 18 years that, you know what, good things and bad things. Good things will happen to bad people, and bad things will happen to the good. That's the way it's going to happen in this world. God gives you armor, but that spiritual armor is still spiritual armor. No spiritual armor that is allowed to frustrate badness, the enemy, and where is your God? One of the most beautiful scenes, the most powerful scenes in Mel Gibson's portrayal of the last 12 hours or so of the army was his interpretation of what took place in the garden of the Gethsemane, where I'm alone and I'm praying. It doesn't say this in scripture, but I think it was a legitimate view of what could have been going on there as someone who has been elected. And it shows the enemy kind of walking around like a tiger, but he's passive. And it's kind of ambiguous creature. Male, female, you don't really know. It's kind of beautiful, kind of profound. It's the enemy saying, you can't do this anymore. You should never focus on too much for one person. Putting those down, find it in my head that those things need to happen. And the enemy does the same thing to you. When you are at your weakest, the enemy wants to sit there and look at you and say, see, where is your God now? They said to me when I was on the cross. It's implied and said to me for expectation. I'm going to say it to you. The glory of God is not in the miraculous healing, which is a human thing. It's a human thing. The glory of God is when man faces things that are not scary, frustrating, sad, frightening, and does it with the poise and the grace of someone that can only have that strength and ability if they knew God. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your friends, dial 800-520-1544. Been to your dealership for car repair lately? No, ask the car service at AMCO. Don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shipping gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's double A, MCO, transmission, and a whole lot more. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family and something would have happened to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Sometimes use a deal with $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite. It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/babyf. Happy year with every bite. Over 1 million pets help with Dinovite. Born from the tragedy of 9/11, the Power Foundation made a promise to ensure we never forget. Since then, it's been committed to supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook. Hook was killed in Iraq when his helicopter was shot down. He had enlisted in the military after graduating high school. He left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son and would never make it. Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers paid
mortgage on this family's home, relieving the financial burden and bringing stability. The foundation helps Gold Star and fallen first responder families, as well as our nation's most catastrophically injured heroes and homeless veterans. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good. America's heroes are counting on you. 95 cents of every dollar you give goes directly to its programs. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. This report is sponsored by Tire Rack. Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack speed survival is designed to save lives. So one day, hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control. New exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at tirerack.com/survive. On this walk in the 120-yard off-ramp to Avenue 53, got a crash into the west roads of the off-ramp. And on the east side of the Corfu South off-ramp to Albuquerque Cooley Road, the crash right shoulder of the off-ramp there. And all the way on 405 South connected to 110 in Complucent. This is taking up the connector road due to a stall. Can't find the sky no speed aircraft. I'm sorry, native. The Jesus Christ show on him. Beautiful. Captain you Jesus Son of the single Sunday right here. Answering your questions about what the truth is like. Yeah. I encourage you to be bold, be brave. You'll go into questions. You'll answer questions. You will to this class until 1534. Fine. Welcome to Jesus Christ Show.
Yes. Hi, I was listening to one of your last callers that said that her faith had been a little bit shaken because she had friends that were young and dying, or thought they might be dying of cancer, and couldn't understand why God would do that. And I just had to call because I know one reason is that when a person is saved like that is how I feel to know Jesus Christ. Through a young woman with 2 young children, everything to live for, and she was literally dying of cancer. And through her, I saw a faith and a twist. She was happier than anybody I knew that had anything going for them. And I watched her carefully. I couldn't believe this. She was set apart. And I watched her, and what I began to go to a Bible study that she actually did. She would be in the hospital for a week, and she'd get out for 2 hours to come and teach a Bible study. And she asked me to go, and I went. But we began to understand what life that she had to take in. It was something that I embraced. And for the woman that is concerned, I also paid attention to what her heart's desire was, that she knew she was dying, that she wanted God, and the prayer was, watch out for my husband and my 2 children. And really,
Over those that were going to be left.
yes, and that was her only prayer, and that request. And I watched when she died, and God took care of her husband and her children in the most miraculous ways. And it just increased my faith. I became a Christian, but even more importantly, I think there were probably about 50 more people that raised the Lord to that one woman.
See, there's, and I think so much on the phone, although it's famous from the street kind of thing. And it is sad, but you remember Randy's house, Becca's house, from the last semester. You haven't read the book, but it's a lovely book in the city of TRUMAN. I love TRUMAN very much, and wanted them to know it, even if you have. There's much that can be done in those last hours, those last moments. and touch people and touch a world to continue to read this book that was written to the pain and suffering and sadness and frustration that we experience. John, welcome to the session. Hello, Jesus. Oh, my pleasure. Well, I'm going to be curious about John's father in the sense of taking his deities to other cultures, not just true you, but to other cultures, say, you know, the Buddhists and the Vishnu, you know, that sort of thing, as well as the Native Americans. Does he manifest himself, you know, to different cultures in different ways? Well, that's the difference between motherhood and your mom. Your mom is your mom. You can't repackage her as your mother. And although other cultures have the term for mom or mother, there is only one your mom, only one mother of them. So, in a like sense, it's more likely because they aren't all the same. Even though some people can say, oh, well, Buddha is a manifestation of this, or Krishna is a manifestation of that, they don't judge. They don't have the same philosophy beliefs. And in every other walk of life, including by somebody who claims to be someone or something, and they didn't have those same defining properties, you say it wasn't the same person or thing. And so it's not just, well, gosh, all these different belief systems or cultures have an idea of God. It's what is that idea of God that's important. And so they don't. So to say that they are all the same manifestation of the Father God in different areas of cultures doesn't make sense because a culture seems to be more powerful than God. So a culture seeks to define God. God has to define culture. And if you come across these other manifestations, for lack of a better term, of God, they still have to be defined as to what they are. Like the mother would be defined who she is. That's if I was seeking God, I was raised Roman Catholic. If I was to, you know, to attempt to find the Father through Buddhism is completely different from Christian God. Buddhism is completely different from Christian God. And that's not to put a value on that. It's to say that, well, one, this is the Jesus Christ show, if it was the Vishnu show, the Buddha show, I'm sure they'd be talking about their beliefs. But ultimately, that's to say there is a difference. There's an old saying, everyone can be wrong, but they can't all be right if they contradict each other. There are contradictions inherently in all those belief systems that don't match up. They are not interchangeable. And you can, because of the freedom, you can believe what you want, but keep in mind they are not interchangeable. You do not all believe the same thing. And that's what all these are. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1544. Opinion without the freaks. And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Targeting Target. Samuel's live from the TFI 24-hour newsroom. Police in Irvine say one thief has racked up an almost $40,000 illegal tab at the Target stores, mostly by snatching iPads.
The first two crimes, he was actually doing return fraud. Irvine Police Sergeant Gary Gates says the guy had racked up a bunch of money on gift cards by grabbing merchandise he didn't pay for from inside the store and returning it. Most of the cases that we had, they were just straight burglaries and shoplifts. It is when I say it was a robbery. The cases ranged from last April to last week, where the Target employees struggled with this guy. The guy made off with the iPad. However, Gates says a clear photo of the guy's face released over the weekend has generated numerous tips. And the rest should have it through. In Irvine, Ben Carson, KFID.
Residents of Monterey Park have been reflecting on the mass shooting where 10 people were killed a year ago. Flying sky, the man who wrestled the gun away from the shooter in the lobby of the dance hall remains focused on helping the community heal from the tragedy.
actually started a partnership with the Asia-Pacific Fund to start a legacy fund called Send by ViralRabbi, which deals with mental health resources and promoting that to the community.
The shooting happened on January 21st, a year ago, in the Star Dance studio in Monterey Park, where people were celebrating the Lunar New Year. After that, the shooter drove to Lili Ballroom in Alhambra, continuing shooting scenes there before disarmed him. The Lili Ballroom has been a place for the Asian American community and other immigrants to celebrate their shared experiences. Candlelight vigil will be going on tonight at City Hall in Monterey Park to mark the one-year anniversary of the mass shooting. The vigil is at 6 p.m. and will honor those killed. U.S. Central Command says doctors are evaluating some American troops for traumatic brain injuries from a large missile attack overnight by an Iran-backed militia at a U.S. base in western Iraq.
Actually started a partnership with the Asia-Pacific. We're trying to make it harder for them to have any offensive capability available to them. Now, obviously, they still do. They have a choice to make. We see attraction stuff as well, and we'll continue to do what we have to do to further degrade their military capability if needed.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. is taking steps to better defend itself in the region, as well as in the Red Sea. That's where Iran-backed Houthi rebels are still attacking commercial vessels from Yemen. We have a crash in Southgate. It's well at 7:10.
Yeah, it's not too much of a delay here. There's about a hazard. That's on the Long Beach Freeway, the northbound side. This is going to be right at Imperial Highway. Total vehicle accident off the right shoulder. THP is heading out to see what's going on. I'll be there in a minute. Through here, Loma, we got a crash on the 15 northbound after 60. That's going to be off the right-hand side of the roadway. Stall clearing out right now on the 405 southbound at the 110. Make your way through Carson. Watch for that. Through Agua Dulce, off-ramp reopening on the 14th south at Agua Dulce. Earlier crash there also on the way to clearing out. Now through Anaheim, we got a crash in the 57, the Orange Freeway, southbound, right to the East 91 connected to the Riverside Freeway. Vehicle off to the side there, off to the right hand. And through Marietta, they're clearing the problem on the 215 northbound, right at Clinton Keys Road. Got some Caltrans as well as you make your way on through the 55, northbound to Orange, north and south, at the connector of the West 22, the project there. Stay up high in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Oh, I gotta pay how much? Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, ask the car service at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 15 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's double A for MCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Protect what matters most. Call the monitoring center for your home or business security needs. No long-term contract and monitoring rates starting only 33 cents per day. Peace of mind starting only 33 cents a day. Switch your security provider today to the monitoring center and get 6 months free. Switching to the monitoring center is easy. Call now for your free quote. Certain conditions may apply. 1-866-24-999. Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dynamite. It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. Try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dynamite.com/radio. Happier with every bite. Over that help with Dynamite. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Hazel. Only the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation reports their hearing. No charges have been filed. Bravo 101 follows the student as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Progress, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to our inspiring story. What keeps me up are the things that I know, the war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
In this week's Marketers Report, Radha Radhamanar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different.
We measure, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in food.
We have been talking with our heart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think the cut-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of our heart. It has been a very nice partnership, and it continues to be very strong into the future.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Abel. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Radha 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the code case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Abel. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Radha 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the code case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Okay, good morning. You're in the airport, right?
Yes, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TOOLS for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, like your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TOOLS for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TOOLS. South Alberta from KFI, chance of showers this morning and showers likely this afternoon with high temperatures low to mid 60s. Metro LA and OC in the beaches. Upper 50s to around 60 for the valleys. Chance of precipitation now at 60%. We have a chance of showers this evening and showers after midnight with temperatures into upper 50s and rain. Well, there's a slight chance of thunderstorms plus that on Monday with high temperatures lower 60s. 57 hours, Hudson, 58 for the weekend. It's 52 this afternoon and 56 in Carson. Local. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded. is I need you every single Monday right here, answering your questions about what's really truly mattering in life, and of course, the life in life. I encourage you to be bold and brave, and go to all of the theology questions or life situation questions anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Skylar, welcome to Jesus Christ.
Hi, Jesus. Thanks for calling my show. I have a Facebook friend that,
Wait, Skylar, give me 1 second. How old are you?
11.
11. And Skylar, do your parents know that you're calling?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a spiritual friend that I'm doing board in school that is girls, and I don't really like it.
And how is she bullying you?
Like, she was making fun of me. She was following me around.
And what does she make fun of? Things you say, things you do, or she just generally is making fun?
It was things that we said.
You know, the things that people can make fun of, like my producer Neil, he was bald, and he was like 23 years old, so he shaved his head, so he's got no hair, and sometimes people will joke about that, but it's also what makes him authentic, it's also what makes him memorable, and sometimes people point out those things about you because they're memorable, and they don't know how to express it, so they do it in a negative way, but ultimately other people see that as one of the things that makes you a wonderful human being, that you have these unique, the way you say things, the funny things you say, or the way you walk, or the way you talk. And if they're pointing those things out and they're making fun of them, usually that's what makes you different and makes you wonderful and makes you Skylar and not someone else. But as far as what Scripture says, Scripture says, and you can read this with your folks later on in the book of Romans, and this is chapter 12, verse 20. It says, "But if your enemy is hungry, feed him, and if he is thirsty, give him drink. For in so doing, you will heap burning coals upon his head." It doesn't sound very pleasant. It goes on to say, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." So Scripture asks you to be nice to those people that are mean to you, as long as they aren't physically trying to hurt you. If they get to the point where they're hitting you, or they're throwing things at you, or they are going to try and harm you that way, then I want you to let someone know, because that's not okay. And if they're using words to say mean things, you want to tell people, but I don't want you to say mean things back to them, okay? Because that lowers you to their level, and I don't want you to do that. So I want you, honey, to read through that scripture with your folks later on, and I also want you to ask them about the show and see what we do here and all that. That'll be part of the fun as well. But just know that when people point things out about you and what you look like, those are the special parts about you, okay? All right, my dear, you go and you have a great day. And you rock your Sarah. My good. It's very easy to look at life and to look at what you are and who you are, and it means that your physical attributes, what happens, or the way you say things. A bully is someone who just wants to point those things out. But they want to point those things out, it's not constructive criticism. They're pointing these things out and hopefully in hopes of hurting. My goodness, we get emails about, and so please know I'm not about it. But you can't let that slow you down. If you watch these shows like they have those wedding series, where they show everything that's wrong at the wedding, I guarantee that's what makes the wedding memorable. It's those things that stand out that are different that make you memorable. When something doesn't go right, that makes that time memorable. If it's just a day, an average day where everything goes okay, you just forget it. The days where something exceptional happens, either good or bad, that buries that into your brain. And just like Skylar, that if there's going to be Skylar that somebody may think is funny, or they want to make fun of the name and change it a little bit. That's what kids do. And there's some bullying that is not fun, but it's nice to help you put it going out. And then there's this new kind of bullying that gets very ugly and super mean spirited and could be defensive. And there is a time for that as well. Never let anybody put a hammer on you. Never let anybody harm you in any way, shape, or form. Ever. And you defend yourself against that. You always use proper authority with your school, at work, whatever, to let you know if you're being bullied. Well, because it happens at work sometimes as well. But when people start to point out characteristics, when you talk or things like that, take pride in that. If you were to go and have a cartoon at the fair or Disney World or something, and you have a drawing done, you'll see that they will accentuate certain parts of you, and you may be offended by it. Oh wow, my body's really that small, and it's that big, and my nose that big, and here. No, it's an exaggeration of those things that make you. And that's what bullying is sometimes. People trying to exaggerate the wonderful